5 years ago, the world held its breath. And some of us are still choking. They said transparency, but they edited the lens. They booked Chauvin in the quiet wing, far from the eyes, far from the sting. No black CEOs on the tier that day. Said it wasn't race, just the safest way. Female visitor back rub phone pass. Rules bent low like stained glass. Said justice was blind, but in that jail she blinked at power and tipped the scale. They filmed the crowds, not the cracks inside. Put lighting on drone cam, let the truth slide. No Narcan, no care, just knees on breath. Then blame the drugs after the death. Transparent lies, wrapped in blue. Say it's disgusting, then defend the crew. Bob kept lighting, still runs the show. He calls it reform, we already know. Say it's about trust, but the truth don't match when justice is silent and lawsuits pass. Bob K.K. Crow smiled in his leather vest. Backroom clubs with a badge on his chest. Liz K.K. Collins spun the truth real thin. Made Floyd the villain, let Chauvin win. Used Dr. Baker's first glance tale. Ignored the footage that broke the veil. Tolerance high, that's not how he died. It was 9 minutes of breath denied. They said get on the ground, then kneeled on his neck. They said stop resisting, but never checked. The side recovery, Narcan dose, wasn't even close. He died with cameras on him, and still they needed more proof. Transparent lies under red blue lights. They say for the people, then hide their rights. Fletcher kept quiet, lot on campaign. Your tax dollars bought that. Said Chauvin was wrong, but he never fired the men who protected him. Never stood beside the officers of color. Never said the names. We remember George Floyd. We remember Artis Graham. We remember Philando Castile. We remember Nakia Moody. We see the cameras. We hear the silence. And we won't forget.
My car's on fire. You want to get out?
Nope.
That's a good flavor, good aroma. Good aroma. Goodness gracious.
Please, Susie, don't solicit Pat.
No, please don't, Susie. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Will you stop? I almost hit you because you walked right out in front of me. You'd have been in my hood ornament.
Oh, fuck the police.
Look at the scoliosis.
Wow, that hurts my back.
It's warm, it's fairly flat, but it's wet.
The shorts on? Oh my God.
That's not nice.
Call 911, Sandy, send Fletcher over.
Be kind. Rewind. We're back with Bob again. Say it loud now, girls. Here's his number.
Here's my number, 911.
He rolls up slow in that aging SUV, smiling at the sidewalk like it's live TV. Sees a group of girls outside the saloon. Tips his hat, says looking good this evening soon. She laughs and waves, says it's just a sweet 16. He leans in close like he's part of the scene. Tells her you need help, you in distress. Just call dispatch and say you want the best.
Call 911, Sandy, send Fletcher
Fletcher
over.
over, got a cam and a mic, but no real closure. Gives him a wink, then rolls down the block. Another sketch scene for his YouTube stock. Call 911. watching too. You might just get bobbed in a backseat view. Justice ain't blind, just heavily filtered, and safe pulse spin keeps getting weirder.
Call 911 saying you send Fletcher over. Well, welcome back to Live on Patrol. Pat and I are going to stop by the crime scenes of last night and have a little conversation. Most of you read in the newspaper this morning or saw our post about the series of three significant shootings last night where 7 people were shot. Thankfully, no one killed. It's almost a miracle, don't you think, Pat?
Absolutely. That was incredible.
We're not going to be on long this afternoon, but it is important to note that people often ask us, why do you spend time at the Holiday or, you know, outside of some of those party areas? We do that to prevent crime. We do that because our presence deters people from making a fateful decision of pulling the trigger. Anywhere that you get large amounts of people that have consumed alcohol or drugs, there's a potential, and we try to make sure that we're there. The problem is the St. Paul Police Department is so busy going from call to call that they don't have the resources to be able to just work in a preventive mode like we do. They try, they do their best whenever they can, but on busy Friday and Saturday nights when they're tied up on other calls, it's next to impossible for them to do some of the preventative patrol, preventative presence that we do. So, herein lies the problem of being able to curtail the activity. So here was, Pat, you want to talk a little bit about the sequence? I know we're not at the Central Avenue call right now, and that was earlier, but talk a little bit about what happened last night.
Yeah. Well, there aren't a whole lot of details on the why or what started it or anything like that. But between the shootings here and the one outside the house party on Selby, 150 plus shell casings were recovered, both from handguns and of a caliber that is fired by an AR-15 rifle. Multiple cars were hit. As you said, 7 people were injured. Numerous cars were seen leaving the scene. I believe one car was recovered with bullet holes in it. And just an extremely chaotic scene. So chaotic and involving so many officers from throughout the city that within an hour or two afterwards, up on Hoyt, a woman was stabbed in both sides by a man. And officers knew who the suspect was, knew exactly what he was driving, knew where they believed he was going to, and there were no officers available to go try and intercept him and make an arrest.
What else you got? You got any report on that central one? I know it sounds
The
like...
central one, it sounds like there were 3 guys there who had permits to carry handguns.
Okay.
Someone drove up on them and opened fire on them, and they returned fire. There was one car with multiple bullet holes in it, a white Pontiac at the scene. I'm not sure whether it was theirs or the suspects. And it hit by bullets. And one of the bullets, this was on Central Avenue, mind you, one of the bullets went across I-94 and into the window, one of the windows at Benjamin Mays Elementary. So it just, an incredible amount of reckless, life-threatening gunfire occurred overnight.
So that's why we spend some time here. You got hundreds of people coming through here after bar close. Now they're open till 2 o'clock. I mentioned the other night that they used to close earlier. And you know, the other part, we heard a lot of people tell us, well, let us open the clubs that we go to. Let us open the clubs that we go to, and we'll go there. But that's the governor's call, right?
That's exactly
The situation. So whether it's the foundry that you see us spending time at, or Holiday gas station, or outside of Michi Curry's house where the shooting was, that we spend time, it's for one goal: stop people from shooting at each other. And let me just say that that's constantly the goal of, if you can stop that emotion of the moment, whether it's a fight over something stupid, or a fight over a girlfriend, or whatever it might be, if you can neutralize that for a few hours, you got a chance in them not shooting each other the next day, right?
it. Just to interrupt it in the moment gives cooler heads a chance to prevail. Just stopping it in the moment might keep it from happening down the road. And another byproduct of us coming up here into Michi's and over on Hudson Road and the many places we go,
Yep.
is that we're talking to people in the community. Some of them who initially may not be conducive to talking to the police, but in almost all cases, we end up having a friendly conversation. We've made a connection in the community. We've made maybe not truly a friendship, but we now have an acquaintance in the community who doesn't view us in an adversarial way and would be more likely to talk to us. It gives us a chance to have people come forward as witnesses, to have people come forward as friendly, as not interfering in police situations, as not being confrontational in police interactions, because they see that the police are human beings just like them.
How's it going?
Smoking a work card?
Good. Hey, yeah, are you?
I'm with Rob.
Is Ben around here?
Yeah, he's sitting in his car over there logging some video from the press conference that went south real fast a little while ago.
We're live right now, just so you know, on Facebook. So, where would you like us? Where would you like me?
We're gonna talk to you, right?
Yeah.
Right here is fine. And if you don't mind, or do you
no,
want to
I
go
didn't know
somewhere
where you were going to set up. I just, right here.
Yeah, we didn't know where we were gonna meet you. Obviously, this must have been where it happened.
Yes. If
you don't mind, step jumping out here. If nobody else seems to mind,
that's
then we'll
good.
just do it right here.
Perfect. Thank you.
I'll bring my stuff over.
Awesome.
I'll let them know it's you.
Awesome. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. Thanks for finding us. Good investigative work.
Yeah, you're welcome.
It's Channel 5 camera person. It's I think with Ben Henry. He called and said if he had time, he'd be interested in doing a little interview.
Good.
So I'm going to talk a little bit about go ahead.
Hang on one sec, folks.
Rewind. We're back with Bob again. Say it loud now, girls. Here's his number.
Here's my number, 911.
He rolls up slow in that aging SUV, smiling at the sidewalk like it's live TV. Sees a group of girls outside the saloon. Tips his hat, says looking good this evening soon. She laughs and waves, says it's just a sweet 16. He leans in close like he's part of the scene. Tells her you need help, you in distress. Just call dispatch and say you want the best.
Call 911, say they send Fletcher
Fletcher over, got a cam and a mic, but no real closure. Gives him a wink, then rolls down the block. Another sketch scene for his YouTube stock.
So Bob is going to be giving a short press conference with Channel 5. And I'm going to have some things I'm going to share with you while he's doing that. So, we were talking about officers being able to do some proactive patrol and, be available to be at a scene like this to prevent something like this from happening, at least in the short term at the moment, and potentially, like I said, to give cooler heads a chance to prevail, and maybe it not even happen at all. And here's kind of where we're at right now in the staffing for St. Paul Police Department. You can check all this out in the Pioneer Press, September 19th of 2019. The City Council put a proposal to cut the authorized staffing of the police department by 5 in 2020. Amy Bren-Moen and Mitra Nelson, Amy the council president and Mitra council member, said they were frustrated that a staffing study had not been done. Well, interestingly enough, in 2018, Chris Coleman, the then mayor, earmarked $128,000 for the study to be done, for the staffing study to be done. But when the new administration came in, they decided to spend that $128,000 elsewhere, according to the mayor's staff at the time. Well, Chief Axtell said even though there was no funding for it, he would get that staffing study done. And at the same time, Jane Prince, council member, said that shootings and shots fired, now mind you, this is back in 2019, that shootings and shots fired were straining the East Side police officers, and that factored into her feeling that she just could not see how we can make cuts. Now in 2018, at the same time, Chief Axtell pointed out that the numbers available at the time, which for 2018, the call load for the St. Paul Police Department was up 23% over 2014. That meant that 16,000 calls were not able to be dispatched within the time frames allowed for under the priority ranking of calls. Now, at the time, the authorized strength of the police department was 635, but there were 570 officers available at any one time, and there were 608 on the payroll. Now, mind you, 635 were authorized, but there were only 608 on the payroll, and 570 actually available. That's due to various life events. Retirements, officers on vacation, officers sick, officers on military deployments, officers who were going through pregnancies. That just is a reality. So when you take an authorized staffing number, that does not reflect the number of officers available. And in January of 2020, just a couple of months after they expressed their dismay at the staffing study not having been done, despite the funding for it being taken away. Chief Axtell presented that staffing study, and at the time it was for 103.5 officers, 8% of those to be sworn. Well, the police department, as we sit here right now, is for all practical purposes down 90 officers from where it should be. How are you?
You're doing well. Keep going.
Thank you. So that's where we sit, folks. I'd encourage you to watch this press conference. I believe it's going to be on the 5 o'clock edition of Channel 5 Eyewitness News.
Probably 10.
And probably 10 o'clock also.
Short of the story.
Mm-hmm.
How are you?
I'm good. I'm good.
I had a wonderful warm thought of your dad because I'm selling.
Our alleged victims are GOA.
Oh, are you?
It appears they left in a green Toyota Prius, just confirming the item full plate that you have on file is 1 Adam Yellow Lincoln 519.
I love it. Hey, Dora.
Hey, Pat.
Can I give you a hug?
You could use one.
It's been too long. I'm going to give Dora Jones, who's done some amazing work
Thanks, Pat.
with the youth in this community, a hug. We've known each other 35 years?
She's not that old.
You a little kid.
Pat, I know. Good to see you. I'm thankful for y'all's work. I really am. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
I absolutely appreciate
Thank
you guys'
you.
work.
I remember times when Joe Flaird and I were on bike patrol, and you'd hop on your bike and you'd tag along for a little while.
Yeah. I used to hang out with you guys all the time. So you made it down here this month.
I had an alert that they were going to be excited.
Somebody alerted me too. They was like, you should get down to the Ramsey, to the holiday. They're having a press conference with the sheriff.
Now, how's Anita doing?
Well,
Good.
I
It's her daughter who works down at the...
at the CO, yeah. At the
Okay,
CO.
yeah.
That's Nita's daughter. Yeah.
What an amazing young woman she is.
Yeah. You know I couldn't hold my mouth. I tried.
We are live, just so you know.
I know. I tried. But I gave it to him. I really did.
I am never going to criticize anyone for speaking their mind.
Yeah, and I told the truth. Why you guys sitting around here politicking in front of these cameras? You're taking away money from the police department, money from the sheriff's department. Who does that? But you care about our city. That's public safety. Yeah, public safety. You know, public safety is number one, and it's critical. And so how do you defund? That's basically what it was, taking away money from the police department in Ramsey County. How do you do that and then say you're trying to do the best around public safety for the residents? That doesn't make sense to me, Pat.
It's counterintuitive to me.
Absolutely. It's not productive, and they didn't give us no solid answers about what they're going to do or what's going to happen. They just gave us a bunch of lip service. And I'm just tired of it. I was frustrated, and I just got the clown. You know, my mouth kind of runs like diarrhea.
No way. Not Dora Jones.
It runs like diarrhea sometimes, right? So I'm furious with this gun violence. I'm frustrated. And we asked for ShotSpotter, what, a year or two ago?
Oh, longer than that.
And he turned it down. And I said that. We asked for ShotSpotter, and you turned it down. And then he's going to say, well, it's only a tool. We need all the tools we can get. Are you kidding me? And he downplayed it. It's only a tool. Well, we need all the tools we can get out here around this gun violence.
Every tool in the toolbox helps.
Thank you. Yeah, so I'm frustrated. I want to see something happen. I'm glad we got some transparency with you guys out here on the block.
Thank you.
That's
our goal.
Yeah, and that it's painful that they don't even want you out here. And it's like, this is the most transparent as you can get out here on the street.
Yep.
So yeah. Anyway, thank you for your ear.
Thank you for you.
Thank you.
Thank you for what you've saved a lot of kids. You really have.
And for me to be shut down is ridiculous. I don't get it, but you know, not funded is terrible. It's terrible. We've got a lot of resources that the kids now don't have because I'm not on that corner down there anymore. And it's been a lot of violence and stuff down this way since I've been gone. So I was like a deterrent, you know, because they seen kids in and out of there, families in and out of there. So they kind of held their composure to some degree, right? As soon as I moved, it just went haywire.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it just went haywire. So I'm going to get going. I got to go get some dinner done. Is that a stolen car?
Good to see you.
You too. All right, Roy. Yeah, I'm going to be fine. I'll talk to you guys soon, okay? Yep. All right.
We'll be around.
I know. I'm going to watch you guys, too, as soon as I get home and get my dinner on. Sit that up there and turn it on.
What you making?
Frying some chicken and some spaghetti or something. Something quick and simple.
I got home last night and I did myself some fried wings. I'm gonna have to bring you some of mine sometime.
Oh, some of your wings.
Yeah.
Oh, well, now we're talking.
I've had some church ladies take a bite out of my chicken wings or my fried fish, and a tear has rolled down their eye.
Oh my God!
And they've asked for my recipe.
Stop it, Pat. Stop it. Now I need my boots on for you.
No, you need some of my chicken.
Yeah, just took my boots off up there.
I will volunteer to be the referee in the wing off.
Oh, okay.
I will gladly.
I bet you would.
Will you stop?
So quick question though. Did we have a death out of all that gun violence? Did anybody
No.
die?
Thank God, no.
Thank you. Thank you. But
7
got
people shot.
down here too, though.
What's that?
I said, did some people get shot here in this parking lot?
Yeah, oh yeah. A total of 7 between the two. I'm not sure of the numbers from each, but because they were pretty much all at the same time.
Right. Wow. And ShotSpotter could have helped a little bit last night, though.
In this case, very likely. Very likely.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I know every case, and I know ShotSpotter wouldn't cure all this gun violence. But like I said, we need all the tools we can get.
Yep.
Are you kidding me? All the tools we can get, and that's what I told them too.
You got people asking if they can. You got people on the live feed asking if they can come over for dinner.
Oh. Okay, yes, come on. Yes, I did, Roy. I was very serious about that. Yeah. So, anyway, I got to get going.
All right, take care.
All right, take care. Feel good. All right, I'll see you guys.
Hi. Hi, that's Scott.
Nice to meet you, sir.
Likewise.
Jay Cole's helped us meet with you. And Jay mentioned maybe you guys had some video or like a time code for us regarding video of like the big crowd. Does that ring a bell?
Not nice.
You mean here?
I'm not sure. Jay, I can call Jay.
You know, we've got. I think every night we've been out, we make it through here generally at about 11 o'clock. You know, at bar close time. If you went to any of the live feeds at about 11 o'clock, we are sometime around then we're likely going to be here.
Okay.
And it's unreal. I mean, every spot here, every gas pump is double parked, all along the front.
And they're not open, or are they open?
Yeah, they're open till 2.
I wonder how the employees. That'd be good to check on them, I guess. I don't know. That's tough. Well, you can't tell them to leave. There's too many people.
Well, and the management has to request it because it's private property.
Yeah.
And needless to say, you know, when we're driving through here, nobody's doing anything illegal.
Sure.
You know.
Yeah, that's what Sheriff was talking about. At least the presence helps.
It keeps people from, you know, if a cop's there, somebody's not going to pull out a gun and shoot you.
Okay.
And just if I can throw one more thing in, if they're thinking about doing it, and we or anybody who's a cop, I'm not a cop, but he is, or any cop comes through here, and that stops him from doing it at the moment, maybe they're going to do it down the street, but maybe a cooler head is going to prevail, and they're going to cool down, and it's not going to happen at all.
That takes that one. You never know.
Thanks a lot, guys.
Exactly.
Every little bit helps.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah, nice to meet you. I'll swing
Likewise.
around. For sure. Jay mentioned you had a time code for us or an idea of.
I haven't been able to look yet on there yet, so I apologize.
No,
Been
you're
busy
good.
afternoon, but you know, we're here, you know, almost every Friday, and the last 3 Fridays at 11 o'clock. Did you tell him we're live? Is he live? Yeah. That there's, you know, hundreds of people here. A couple hundred cars will come in here in that half hour
I'll
period.
have some time
If we get time to, we'll do that to you. I will send it to you. My son's got lacrosse or in football today, so I'm a little bit crammed up on time to
Former
get.
lacrosse player here.
Okay,
Love
good.
it.
Good. East Coast.
St. Cloud State.
Oh yeah, they're a good team, don't they?
All right, guys.
Ben, thank
Take
you
care.
very much.
What is it you call the stick?
Lacrosse stick.
Lacrosse
Like
stick.
a hockey
It's a
stick.
stick.
Okay.
It's a weapon. It's a weapon.
Or a spoon, as you know, it's a slang term. A spoon,
Okay.
a twig.
Take
See you
care.
later, man.
You're going to tell me your location, I'll swing by. I'm going home.
No, we're good. We're good. Mute that for a minute.
Whoop, hang on.
Sons and daughters of St. Paul wept, while Pat forgot or maybe just slept. Bob called them eagle-eyed, but colors blur when truth walks by. Can't see the plate, can't name the hue, but somehow still tells black from blue.
Take care,
That's
right?
not nice.
Absolutely.
Keeping secrets of that.
All right. Well, we're gonna do a little patrol. Take you out on the street for a little bit. But that was Channel 5 and Channel 4 News. Wanted to get a short clip. Basically, what I told them both is I think the mayor has a fine 20-year plan, but we need a 4-month plan
Yeah,
for the summer.
we
Get
sure
us through the
do.
summer, and if that 4-month plan doesn't include greater police presence on the streets,
My car was a little
we're
stiff
in
when
for.
I got out.
I don't know. You got your cat or not today?
Yeah, I do.
The 4-month plan doesn't include greater police presence. We're in for a horrific summer. So, you know, I gotta say again, you know, when we're here, people don't shoot each other in front of us.
Right, and I've probably said it 3 or 4 times now to different people.
Okay.
But stopping them right then gives a chance to cool off.
Yeah.
And maybe it'll happen down the street, but maybe it won't.
Right. It's well, and you know, if it is happening down the street, it'll happen away from a large crowd of people,
Right.
right? And we're trying to reduce risk nonstop.
Tracking uniform, boots on the floor, can't pass the test, but Bob.
Well, it looks like 20 minutes ago there was a shots fired call on Agate.
There was one out. There was a shots fired up on Edgerton before we started, too, I think.
I think you're right. Was a car abandoned in that one?
That's not
Sound right?
Let this guy cross on the bicycle. I guess he's changed his mind. Technically, pedestrian right-of-way does not also apply to bicycles.
2269. Recode to a suspicious clear squad 0.
What are you reading there, Big Pat?
Just reading a couple of comments, and I was looking up to that earlier shots fired, but I can't find that one.
I don't know how I'll look on that TV. You know, I haven't had a whole lot of sleep in the last couple days, but just tell me I look okay.
You look amazing.
Oh, there you go.
363 route to Fort Van Dyke on a code violation.
It's good that the media is interested in covering it. We didn't go to the 3 o'clock. Just so you know, there was a 3 o'clock press conference. She was grabbing for Pat's crotch. 3 o'clock press conference.
My cough was a little stiff
At
when I got out.
Victoria and Selby, and we're going to go over to that location.
Fairly flat.
You've been there with us at nighttime many times.
He says,
and you know that H.E. Curry has parties there.
That's not nice. Will you stop?
I'll tell you what's ringing in my ears, that people that told us the other night that we need places to go.
Yep. Hi.
Hey, you guys be careful crossing the street, okay? Be careful.
Just be careful, okay?
Be careful. We don't want you to don't get hurt. Don't get hurt.
Bye.
Bye. Well, in that case, might have been good to scare them from crossing the street, huh? No, that's little kids running across the street. Remember one got hit right here before there were stop signs and we were young patrolmen. Remember that?
Oh, yeah.
Right here, there was no stop sign here at Grotto. Young boy got run right over. It had to be 81 or 80, 81.
How you doing?
That's Scott.
That's not nice.
Just don't say a thing. Bob says jump. You say what height.
Jesus Christ.
Even when he steers you straight into the light. The lady asked if he got it up. He stammered, she laughed, said, wanna see some pussy. Black
I was
pussy,
just
white
looking at it.
pussy.
Looked like they had those, the kids had those like soft sticks with the big cushion at the end to kind of box with.
Oh, yeah. That looks like fun.
Jesus Christ.
Rewind to 98.
We got a box of Twinkies back there. We should have gave those out. Those young lads crossing the street.
Javelin beam in a hand, one spear back there, no cans, no voices heard clear. Sons and daughters of
More
Saint.
radios on here, Pat.
Yep.
We're not going to work too long.
North
It's possible we might work later tonight, but we'll see. We'll see what happens.
I got that one on 1 for the main part. So you're on 2, right?
Oh, I could be. I think I'm on 1. Wasn't I always the lowest and you're always the highest?
Yep.
Oh yeah, so I go to 2. All right, well, let's just say this, you know, Pat and I, we try to put a little bit of lightheartedness into life, because that's the only way
when I got out.
to live life. But right now, today, nothing could be more serious than 150 rounds being expended, fired.
Exactly.
Push back on D12 296 West 7, please.
So, it's only May 1st. It's May 2nd now,
destination was 1600 Thomas.
but here's the thing. I'm just going to be, we've danced around the issue for 2 years now. We need more police officers out here working in a preventative mode, right?
Bottom line.
That's the bottom line. And
That's for 1700 EOT.
even if it's just an authorized expenditure during the summer for overtime.
334.
And we need officers that have time to go to these hot spots, right?
And they don't have time now.
They don't. It's just
They're busy running from call to call to call.
346. 133.
346.
133.
By the way, the press conference at 3 o'clock, was organized by the African American Leadership Council by Tyrone Terrell. And Tyrone is a wonderful human being that cares a lot about what happens in this city. And he's constantly trying to get the city and the county and others to help improve the life of these young men that end up shooting each other. So
have a good night. 16%.
Him and Pastor Thomas from Mount Olivet, they are the real frontline workers out here.
Good. Just confirming.
Obviously, they work closely with members of our department and members of the St. Paul Police Department and Reverend Spence. In fact, Reverend Spence, I know you were at the press conference. If you got a minute, come outside oh, you went to Minneapolis. He's giving a sermon again. I was going to swing by his house down here, have him talk to us a little bit. But they also, the African American Leadership Council invited the St. Paul Police Chief and the mayor there. But technically it was their press conference.
Okay. Can we cut this?
Oh yeah, whatever we're going to do. And apparently a few other people joined in. From what I understand, Dora Jones asked a few questions while she was over there. And but if you ask Pat and I, there's a lot of things that could be done. Global planning, 20-year plan, but we need a 4-month plan. And the 4-month plan has to include some increased presence at hotspots that generate activity.
And that 4-month plan should have been in the planning months ago.
Right. So, for that matter, you can just, take the style of policing that we do, take it out to all those areas every night. It helps neutralize.
Exactly. Because as it is right now, there are people in the community figuratively and literally hemorrhaging. And we'll never stop it, but we need to slow it.
Yeah. And decrease the risk. There's a building across the street. Apparently a woman there had a bullet go through her home over there in that apartment complex. I'm not sure if it's apartment or home owned, but
I believe it's an apartment.
We're at the corner of Selby and Victoria. You've been here at the nighttime with us, and there's the mayor. Oh, the mayor's here.
Mr. Mayor.
The mayor's here, still talking to people. Right there. The mayor's still here. We waved to him, but he was in the middle of conversation, so we didn't want to interrupt him too much. We don't want to interrupt his conversation with the public or the press. There was still media there with him, I think, right?
Yes. Yes. I think we're all on the same page with the long-term goal.
Yes.
Absolutely. We just have to find some common ground on how to deal with the immediacy of the situation. There are neighborhoods in this beautiful city where people are terrified to let their kids go out and play. Where they're afraid to walk their dog.
And just for 20 plus years, well, when I got elected sheriff the first time, those initiatives to help young kids, education, activities, social stuff, the Sheriff's Youth Program has been doing that and continues to do that. We're 100% in favor of any additional help that kids need because, as I've said before, we know from our research of juvenile crime that if a small third grader is doing poorly in school, that's the beginning of his cycle of acting out in school.
Yes.
And the acting out in school that comes with doing poorly in school evolves into a wide variety of things. And I could expand on that someday, I will again, but we know that kids need help at a very young age to do well academically, to do well socially, and we're in favor of all that. In fact, we're in favor of intervention programs. When they do something wrong, try to correct them, do reconciliation, etc. But at the same time, police officers can provide a barrier to poor behavior, and they always have for years. The presence of an officer has encouraged a child not to misbehave.
Right.
And when they do, we can find ways to correct them in a constructive way. But 150 shots, I guess we all would agree. First of all, there are no guns that hold 150 shots. The maximum really is a 36 round in an automatic weapon, and most semi-automatic handguns only hold 14 or 15.
Right.
So we're talking about, I just assume that there were 10 rounds. We're talking about 15 different guns, right?
And that's
15 different guns shooting at each other.
And every one of those 150 bullets landed somewhere. In a car, in a house, in a tree. And it's only by the grace of God that no one was killed.
There you have it. Sneak over to Central. You know the 100 block on Central? Was it right here?
I believe it was the 500.
500,
and I've got a feeling that the white Pontiac with the holes in it is still going to be there.
Okay.
Bravo 739.
Public trust that he rewrites the script with the girls wave back in his text or flip. Send Fletcher over. Got a cam and a mic, but no.
You have a pending hold on here. 2125 will touch tonight. Squads en route for juvenile security guard.
Why don't you show me out on there?
Copy.
I think it might be in front of that. I think it's Central Village Apartments.
Okay. Yeah, we may have to come in the other way, huh?
I think we can get in from here.
There's a lot of construction here.
Yeah.
Bring the lights to the dance floor.
Copy. 3 squads en route.
Call 911, say they send Fletcher over. So,
We know a bullet hit Benjamin Mays. So that has to be within sight of where it happened.
He rolls up slow in that aging SUV, smiling at the sidewalk on his live TV. Sees a group of girls outside the saloon.
7 victims showed up at Regents
She laughs and waves, says it's just a sweet 16.
with injuries.
There's
Benjamin Mays, so
you in distress, just call
exactly where it was on Central.
Maybe the lot.
Got a cam and a mic, but
Well, in either case, this is generally a very safe little neighborhood, right?
Oh, yeah.
We don't get
Very
many
much so.
calls here on Central.
And this is a very stable neighborhood.
Very few.
All these homes and townhomes along here.
Central Avenue, renamed for Reverend Dr. James W. Battle.
There's the car right there, I think.
Okay.
he name drops fast
Oh,
like it
we're
gets
gonna
in
have
the
to.
past. Flirts with the kids, lets them
We'll mute our thing for a minute here, gentlemen. There we go.
Smile for God, no need to act act your age. Talks about crime but avoids the call. Just another rerun with the voyeur's drawl. Public trust but he rewrites the script where the girls wave back and his optics are flip. Says he's the chaser, real high speed, but never the first to step in or lead. Gaslight flicker from the Crown Vic dash while the youth perform and the moment flashes. Fletcher over, got a cam and a mic but no real closure. Gives him a wink then rolls down the block. Another sketch scene for his YouTube stock.
911, ask for Fletcher.
You might just get Bob in a backseat view. Justice ain't blind, just heavily filtered. And safe Paul's spin keeps getting weirder.
Call 911, Sammy, send Fletcher over. Here's my number, 911. 911, ask for Fletcher. Here's my number, 911.
Be kind, rewind, and maybe next time, don't let Bob bring the lights to the dance floor.
Call 911, Sammy, send Fletcher over. Here's my number, 911.
He's cruising slow with the dash cam on, spotting skirts as he's rolling along. Leans out, smiles, says nice vest hun, like he's 25 and not pushing 71. Lights flash, but it ain't a stop. Just Bob looking for his TikTok shot, making small talk, calling it patrol when it's looking more like a campaign stroll.
Call 911, Sammy, send Fletcher over.
He'll flirt and wave and roll real slower. Got a cop, he's a roadside rover, one hand on the mic, the other on his
shoulder. Here's my number, 911.
So Fletcher over, he'll spin the block till the party's over. He's got a badge, but it's just for show. And if you're young and cute, well, Bob might show.
So that was
A couple St. Paul police officers just give us a little more info. Apparently there were 41 rounds recovered right here.
That one right there. It was supposed to be a white Pontiac Grand Prix.
41 rounds over here.
Why don't I hop out and take a look at the other side?
All right. I don't know if that's it. Did you know, the thing is, it's kind of hurtful, but somebody posted on there that Pat Scott is the best dressed man they've seen.
Really?
Yeah, and the thing, you know what else she said?
What?
He also has more different shoes than anybody I know. Is that true?
I'm told I could compete with Imelda Marcos.
Oh my goodness! Well, you go check out the other side. We'll see see if these shoes are anything new.
These are just plain old work boots.
Didn't stop him. Saturday night, Bob's creeping slow outside the saloon with that deputy show. Rolls the window down, starts laying it on thick. Nice vest, he says, real quick with the shtick. Then further up the block, another group appears. Young girls in hats with laughter and cheers. What's the occasion?
I think our plug went out. It was off here, so I plugged it back in. It's possible that we've been buffering, and in part because of our plug. I got it back in. You see, got it back in. So interesting. You know, a lot of people.
Oh, the antenna.
I got the. Oh, that's right here. It's probably 18 inches away. All right. But I think it was. We just started buffering because this light was off.
Said, get in front. It's your birthday, friends. Cheer them on. Like it's just some show.
Let's get to a better spot anyhow.
A public servant.
Find anything there?
No, but these look like these might be new doors, fresh today.
Yeah.
272.
That's fast.
272.
How the heck does someone get the doors that fast?
In regards to the missing adult here, can you send his photo out?
Our power cord had become disconnected, and the antenna wasn't up. That may have been why we were buffering.
Somewhere downtown, according to a witness or citizen that saw him.
So where is this that I was declared best dressed?
It was a comment I was reading last week. Best dressed man, but then they noted you have so many different shoes. I wouldn't have noticed that, but somebody else did notice it. So I don't know what to tell you about that.
CCTV are checking out too.
I don't want to push the front down too much. So
it's pushing it to the left here a little bit.
Potential squad regarding 272 missing on Humboldt. Okay.
Sometimes when it tries to catch up, it jumps. Which is okay. Really? At least you see a little piece.
272 just for info.
Which is also sometimes when our car's driving, it looks like we're jumping
somewhere on 6th Street.
2 blocks.
And he's an elderly white male with a red coat and a walker.
Copy, somebody saw him within the hour somewhere on 6th Street. It's an elderly white male, red coat, and a walker.
Catch up.
Right.
Squad 363, that group's got to go right in front of you.
A lot of hood there.
It's a very delicate recipe.
Very delicate.
So we can check the area for 272.
Where's all that group at? You want to check 563, see if the group's got to go? That's something downtown we should...
78 all at the 6th Street check as well.
78 checking as well.
So the different problems during the daytime, and we don't work a ton of days, but...
We're talking a couple of staff members are heading up there as well.
Copy, staff members heading up there.
A lot of things that are open downtown. Sometimes the transit station becomes a gathering place. And
Lieutenant, copy the DOC mounts at Claremont. Male saying that he has a gun, he's yelling and following the colors, swearing, he has a stick in his hand. Male in his 20s with sandals.
serious.
Bravo 715 traffic.
Bravo 715.
You gonna run that plate through?
Lorient at the Wendy's in the Wendy's lot. Echo Hotel Charlie 195. And my long number is 16300.
Copy at the Wendy's lot, 702.
I'll be right back.
Hold on a second here.
What's the name of the... Well, it's all right. Fletcher over. Here's my number, 911.
He's cruising slow with the dash cam on, spotting skirts as he's rolling along. Leans out, smiles, says nice, that's hun. Like he's 25 and not pushing 71. Lights flash, but it ain't a stop. Just pop looking for his TikTok shot. Making small talk, calling it patrol. When it's looking more like a camping stroll.
Call 911, say we send Fletcher over.
Flirting, waving, real slow. He's moving watch too. Bar rock band or maybe dance moves too. Every time it's the same old bit. Bob pulls up, acts like he's legit. Dash cam catching every flirt you line. Tells him call dispatch, ask for mine. Like 911's his dating app, and public safety's just a backdrop laugh. Call 911, ask for Fletcher. Over here flirting way down.
3 nice young men.
Yeah.
A little counseling.
The guy in the backseat kept giving me the heart sign over his chest. So I kept giving him the heart sign back.
That's good. FYJ 118. FYJ 118. Miss V, what happened? They were at the holiday last night.
No, I thought that was what they were saying.
Yeah, they were at the holiday when the shooting started. We got the heck out of Dodge.
That's a good thing to do when the bullets start flying.
What radio is that or sound I'm hearing? Is it? Did we ever figure out about what was going on downtown?
272.
We didn't.
Can you call the comp on this and just let them know where we're at in 5th and Minnesota? Because they're up here right now anyway. They can pick them up too.
5th and Minnesota, apparently.
So,
Regarding the assistance pending, you can change that address to 1720.
I told you that I had a couple of questions I was going to ask at the pearly gates, right?
Yep.
One of them was this whole pineapple on a pizza thing, right?
Yes.
Do you remember any others? If you don't, that's fine.
I don't off the top of my head.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't matter, but I'm adding one. Okay?
Okay.
How on earth could Councilmember Brenmoen be opposed to us patrolling these hotspots and keeping people from shooting at each other? Doesn't that sound like...
It's... I don't know. I'm baffled.
I mean, frankly, I don't worry about the risk in this job. Wait, is my vest back there? I don't worry about the risk in this job because you can't think about the risk. But every time that we're in these vicinities where we know there's a large number of people that carry guns, there's some risk. You'd think they would actually appreciate the fact we're at the Holiday gas station, right?
Wouldn't you?
Wouldn't you? Or talking to people outside of these house parties, you know. Oh, hang on. Just got a minute.
Copy that. We call it a problem.
Can't get a hold of staff. I tried.
Driving or parked? Yeah, text me. Thanks. Whatever. So, I mean, that's one of those questions. You know?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to assume good intent. I'm going to assume that Amy's going to be there at the gates with me. And I want to ask her, why on earth does anything that we're doing here cause you an issue? Right?
Yes.
Or at least, if you want to have a full discussion, invite me over there.
Yep. Got his moves on.
Probably got to go down to the transit station just to give some perspective.
Mm-hmm.
Is our light working? It's on? Good? This gentleman, I think, wants to say hi to us.
Yes.
Window down there and say hi.
How you doing?
How's it going?
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
I believe I ran into you. That's awesome. I'm like, they patrol around here all the time. He's got a Durango.
All the cool kids have Durangos.
We got you on film.
8295, 8296.
Security guard?
25,
Lost channel phone in charge, that contact us,
tried to hold him down. A 14-year-old ended up running away. On a 15-minute delay. 14-year-old male, thin build, Vikings or twins hoodie, gray sweatpants, and possibly carrying a fishing pole. Then he was last seen heading towards Long Lake Park on the boat.
copy.
You know, it's funny because I almost, if we hadn't worked 2 nights in a row, fight over there. I don't think it's much of a fight, but we should just swing by. Looks like she's thwarted that woman in front of us. You need problems handling him? Okay. You sure? I wouldn't pick a fight with her. No, I know. Is that pink chair the safe zone or what? You get there, she can't. Exactly. There you go. I like it. That's the kind of game I need. I can stay in a chair all day.
Place of Golf Foxtrot Hotel 681. Shot into the air, secured the cops, kept going towards
Where's that from?
Maryland on Rice.
Maryland on Rice?
Maryland Rice. I missed the plate.
Thanks for
Well,
shots fired, Rice in front.
Just now?
Yes, that's the call. That's
261 just advising. Please provided do not match the vehicle description.
What's the vehicle description?
red Honda Civic.
Did they say it went toward Arkwright at the end or something? Or
No,
what?
towards Maryland on Rice.
North then?
Yes.
Okay.
So the plate is going to be similar to GFH 681.
But what is the description?
Red Civic.
Red Civic. Okay. Was the shot just up in the air or at somebody?
Yes.
Okay.
To scare the complainant.
Oh. There you have it.
I'm going to play around with that plate a little bit.
Yeah.
Copy, Cheyenne, stand 30.
When you get a chance, no rush. Can you run that one too?
Yep.
I'll send it to you.
Okay. Got it. Matches the vehicle.
But it's not stolen.
No.
Address.
In Stacy.
Oh.
Skip the stocks, but high school hockey that unlocks a 10-minute tale, a humble brag, then Bob talks
Well, if you just joined us, we visited the location of 3 of the shootings that took place last night, and I'm gonna sit right here for a little bit.
Okay.
At the infamous crossover.
Good idea.
What model did you say again?
Civic.
What's that just going by us here now?
That's can't remember what that's called. It's
a red Honda.
A little sporty one.
Sporty Honda. We visited the location of all 3 of the shootings last night. Over 150 casings have been recovered. Actually, we've been told now that the number might be closer to 200, huh?
Wow.
But, and they also don't know if some of the people had revolvers, because if there's a revolver used, it does not eject a casing.
Right. Found the car.
Oh, you did. Good. What is it?
Okay, I don't want to air the address off of there, but right there.
Okay, let's go there.
Looks like it's going to be, I don't know if you want to give this to them or not.
Not yet. Until we get to the house, then we'll put it out. You want to mute it for a minute?
Yep.
Code 2.5, cruising on the snowflake. Say it's calm, but that's just fake. Avoiding tariffs, skip the stocks, but high school hockey, that unlocks a 10-minute tale, a humble brag. Then Bob talks just till the whole chat lags. More big sales and junk food bags. Baby barks, Ashley nags. Scanner's hot, oh we just missed it. Pat gets blamed and the scene's rescripted. Code 2.5, gotta take it slow. Never too fast, just for the show. Code 2.5 is the Fletcher way. Show a blade and narrate the play. Purple rain and snow in spring. Pat tries to talk, Bob clips his wings. Bars, bad jokes, and YouTube flared are not first, just happen to be there. Code 2.5, we first to arrive. Lights on low, keep the cameras alive. Code 2.5, cruising on the snowflake. Say it's calm, but that's just fake. Code 2.5, we first to arrive. Lights on low, keep the cameras alive. Code 2.5, cruising on the snowflake. Say it's calm, but that's just fake.
Let's hold it back. Sheriff Bob and Pat are on the track. Silver button flex, feeling so grand. Now it's trains and traffic. No Bob's home. Be kind. Rewind.
All right, so analyst Pat Scott has jumbled the numbers of the license plate and determined that there is a very similar car with a similar plate, and we are headed to that location. While we were mute, we transmitted that to the... We transmitted that to the St. Paul Police Department. Unfortunately, while we were transmitting that on Channel 2, there's another shots fired call over at Duluth and Margaret. So we don't know if the east side cars are going to be able to check for that location, so we're going to check it ourselves. We are headed to the location, looking for the red Honda Civic with that plate. The person that had a gun. Nope. There is a back.
think so.
We could go, I think we could try to get back there, but I don't think there's an alley. We could sit here and wait for him.
165, 144.
True that.
165.
Hey kids, how's your Sunday going? Good. Is it beautiful? We're the police. Sorry about that. Just so we don't scare you. You never want to talk to strangers, right? All right. Have a good day, you guys. Yeah, thank you.
Sorry, that was another channel. I kept him in route.
402 Minnehaha Avenue West in the lower unit and those early. For somebody that broke the lock out the basement
Guess
door.
not.
Had people in and out. Also made a few PIC counts about cockroaches.
What you can do though, see if anybody's in Emmerich.
Okay.
And then we can give them that info. Maybe they can find a new address.
Going there. She's extremely 1095.
Might have to mute it while we're.
Yeah, I'll find out if they're there first.
You get a lot of texts, don't you, on this little phone?
Oh, goodness.
Pat. Did you give your number out? Anyhow, we are concerned about the uptick in violence. It really started in August of 2019. Even technically 6 months before George Floyd's murder, there was a huge uptick in street violence, shooting. And of course, last year, you know, tied a record for homicides. You know, there was 2 young Somali kids that were murdered in Kansas City yesterday. I don't know if you heard that.
No, I did not.
So they were the night before, they were at Ramadan. There's videos of the kids. Oh, I'll let you do that first. You wanna mute for a second, or you want? Very good. See if anybody's there.
I can get the plate. No, I probably shouldn't. Hey, Kelly, I'm gonna text you something here in a second, okay?
If she's monitoring, she can.
Should it be the?
Give her the plate and see if she can find a new address.
See if you can find a new address for this owner, and it is. Yes. Hang on one second.
Be kind, rewind one more time.
Okay, we're back.
Anyhow, last night, got contacted by our Somali liaison officer who got contacted by Somali friends from Kansas City. At 11:30 at night the night before, there were 2 young men, a 16-year-old and a 14-year-old that were shot and killed outside of their home on the way back from their Ramadan celebration in Kansas City. So at that point, they thought the suspect, who they knew who the suspect was coming to Minnesota to hide out.
Okay.
But turns out he never made it to Minnesota, because yesterday afternoon the Kansas City police officers got in a shootout with him.
Call time was 1711 with 5 minutes away.
And the suspect is deceased. But
any of the officers injured?
Apparently not.
That's good.
Nothing was reported. But my point of where I was going with this is when I was researching the homicide, Kansas City had a record number of homicides last year as well.
162.
Crazy.
And they're on a pace again. You know,
it's happening so many places around the country.
2490 29 Street West. Copy. 35 minutes.
You know, one of the things that's gone by the wayside here in the last 15 years is the idea of a curfew and truancy center You know, we used to have a curfew and truancy center here.
And it did a lot.
Sergeant Bill Snyder and others, we had people that would go out and find kids that refused to come to school and you know,
1365.
get them to school or get them to a truancy center where they had to learn something, right?
Exactly.
Investigating a shots fired in the area of Rice and front, and the possible suspect vehicle, Golf Foxtrot Hotel 86198 red Honda Civic, is registered to a male who lives at 251 Point Douglas Road. Central's requesting you check that address and see if that vehicle is there.
That's probably his new address, huh?
365.
Did you get it off the registration or his DL?
365.
I didn't get it. I didn't get that address.
No, but when you got the address you did get, was it the registration or the DL?
The registration.
Maybe sometimes their DL is different. But who knows? I guess after you shoot at somebody or near somebody, you don't come home right away, right?
Right. The timing might be right for down there, though, if he decides to.
One some more. Dangerous condition, Simpson Springfield. Alpha is almost run off the road by a black Nissan Rogue. Plate provided does not match. They're westbound 7. Now refused to stop following. They're in a black Corvette. Pulled into the shop.
Anyhow, our point, Pat and our point is this. If the police department had enough staffing to patrol the hot spots that are in the city and be there present when there's likelihood of problems, it would be a huge plus to reduce violence in St. Paul.
Absolutely. It's a deterrent.
So we're just urging, whether it's overtime or the hiring of new bodies, we're just urging the mayor to please reconsider on the number of police officers. I know the chief is hoping to have an academy. This guy's in a hurry, so we'll give him the road. Hoping to have an academy later this fall, but there's no guarantee they're going to be able to. But even if they have an academy, those officers would never be on the street in time. And we need a greater presence on the street right now. Like the same problem is in Minneapolis, of course.
Yep.
But they have other issues that they're dealing with. Thankfully, that we're not. But
we have a huge opportunity to keep it from getting to that point, to get ahead of all of this. But we've got to start now.
once the cycle starts and people are killed, then the retaliatory cycle starts.
Yep. So this week could be problematic.
He did point a gun at her, but he just didn't shoot a shot at her.
So,
Kathy, gun was pointed, no shots were fired.
what's the suspect description? Do we have a suspect description or not?
I haven't heard one yet. Let me see.
Coach lady will be clear, advised.
Yeah.
Training copy advised, Section
See if you got any suspect description there. 'Cause what's the squad that's handling it?
It is, looks like 261 is the primary.
What the heck? 261, does she have a good suspect description?
261, there's, I can't really see the person in the car, but it is a red hatchback.
Okay, can't see the person. Getting an early start? Good to see you.
or the call is for the
Not too
person
bad.
that-
Nice, cool night.
that
That's
plate
all right. All right.
is red
Seen you for a
hatchback
while. Everything going
Scorpio.
good?
Yeah.
The only further
Mike's in
description
there,
she
so-
had
Oh, is he?
was that it was a
Well.
turquoise colored gun and the male player was shot.
Oh, jeez. Well, you know there was a lot of shootings last night, right?
Yeah, that's what we were talking about.
So this.
And again, that shot was in the
Too many.
ear.
This is getting ridiculous.
It is totally ridiculous. Well,
Copy. Eugene,
it's good when you clean them out a little early.
Yeah, I'm a St. Paul guy, 100%.
Hotel 861.
Sad to see the
Done
city.
with
Yeah.
turquoise.
Well, we're not gonna let it. We're not gonna let it go. But we're gonna, you know, things. It's St. Paul's worth fighting for, but people are gonna have to fight for it.
Yeah, you're right.
Very good.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thank
Take
you.
care. So they know the suspect's name.
Oh, on the shooting up there.
Yep.
Okay.
No, it's not a Honda.
Well, I think a Civic does. That's like a hatchback, though. Is it a hatchback or?
We're looking for a Civic hatchback.
Oh, I didn't know that. Anyhow, Pat and I have been working this beautiful city for decades. We love the city. We love the people that are here. And they deserve the very best that government can give them in
Absolutely.
terms of public safety. And we just can't stand by and watch all these rounds be expended and not try to articulate our best advice on how things could be better.
Exactly.
Great.
Yes, sir, you are not on speaker, but I can put you there if you want to be.
Sergeant Banks, conditions.
Oh, you are?
362.
Okay. Off camera or on?
Check for blocking of the shaped head, wearing a black jacket.
360 copy. If you observe for the area at 950 Clark, unassist, autistic, for the autistic adult that has guardianship over, left the house and is refusing to come back. His name is Charles, white male, 6'2", 340 pounds, 21 years old, wearing a camo hoodie, gray shirt, black and white shoes.
I'm gonna go back to
direction, possibly somewhere in the neighborhood still.
a friend of ours inside the foundry called, said like to swing back and like to talk to us a little bit. Don't know exactly what it's about, but we'll find out here shortly. Must have saw us swing by. Yeah, I think there was more. I think originally they thought there was 100 casings on Selby, but they found more like 150 out there.
Unreal.
Just on one incident. That's unbelievable, isn't it?
Just connect with the man down Selling University in front of the 3 buildings off the corner.
Trying to find that central call that just came out. But
Oh, I missed it. Sorry.
nothing priority.
I'm glancing at your computer screen. I see it's set for daylight.
Isn't that a different?
Usually we have the dark night mode on. It was like that car stop on University. If you just lighten the mood for 20 seconds, just to relax those kids, it's completely different. Completely different. Hey, Mike.
How you doing?
Right now we're live, so if you guys don't want us to be, tell us.
I could care less.
Okay. As long as you're not going to say bad things about Pat.
Oh, not about Pat, not about you.
How you been?
All right. You guys know Mike,
Yep,
right?
yep. Oh, yeah. See you again.
Yeah, but we were up at the news conference up on Selby, and they kind of threw you under the bus a little bit.
Not too bad.
Yeah, but I was talking to what's Magnuson?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was there. But yeah, it got a little heated and stuff.
Well, whose responsibility is it for the St. Paul safety? Whose is that? Who's the top guy?
It would have to be the mayor.
There you go.
It had to be the mayor. Mayor of St. Paul.
And, I said earlier to the media called me, I said he's got a great 20-year plan, But we need a 4-month plan.
We need one today.
Yeah. Maybe a 20-day plan. We need a 20-day plan.
20-minute
Yes,
20-minute plan.
And you guys said, you know, Johnny, one of the things that he might want to consider, him and the chief might want to consider, is they know what's going on in there. Why not put a couple squad cars out in front? And
You notice when Pat and I are there, nothing happens?
yeah, he said, you know, why don't you put a couple squad
There's
cars?
never been a fight.
What did they
There's
say?
never been a
What
shooting.
did they say when you said put a couple squad cars up there?
He kind of just played past that. He had all the mucky mucks behind him and stuff, and they talked about, well, we got to have a meeting, we'll have a committee, and we'll meet. And well, we're tired of meeting.
Right.
Yeah, can't meet anymore.
Well, the committee's already been meeting for 4 months.
And you see what we got.
Yeah.
And you see what we got.
But you're right on this is the thing. People have to understand that the presence of a police officer does deter crime.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? It might delay it, but it spreads it out, so you don't have 200 shots fired around 200 people.
Right.
So, and just like when we're here, when we come by Mike's place, there's...
When you would come through, you and your son would come through, Johnny, baby,
Yeah.
you say, Johnny, you need a little help here, and you turn your lights on, and the beep, 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 and that clears it up.
There you go.
That clears it up.
Hey, there's a reason why we call for drive-thrus a couple times a week.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well,
they beat us up for it after the fact and say, we've had so many calls, but we've had no problems.
But Mike, the reason they beat you up is because the problem is they don't have enough officers out there to proactively do that. So they're trying to figure out what call do I not go to,
Right.
and so the staffing study that they did said a year ago said they needed 50 more cops, but then instead they cut 40 from the budget. So we're down 90 officers,
Yeah, right.
which is the difference.
Yeah. So you could talk about, and like I was just telling these guys inside, when the chief says nobody goes home, everybody's got to roll over into to the next shift.
Right.
So that's overtime.
Yeah.
So you're really gobbling up what you the Three Musketeers.
She's stalking us.
I'm gonna block Dora. I'm gonna block you
Dora
pretty
is
soon.
stalking us.
Oh my goodness.
Johnny convinced me to come and hang out with him and Mike for a minute. So I said, absolutely.
So yeah.
Well, you're both on the right side of the issue, so I'll say that. That's right. You're on the right
So
side of the issue.
so you really saving your thing because you're gobbling it up.
Yeah.
With overtime. So
Either way.
Yeah.
Either way, and they're fresher and they're more enthusiastic if it isn't on overtime. To be honest with you, you'd rather have new cops, but I don't know.
You're
It's
talking to your boss right now.
here's the thing: the town's worth fighting for. I just think everybody's got to agree that we need a 20-day plan to say, okay, this is what's going to happen.
Yeah.
And police presence, especially right now, because I'll tell you what's going to happen. People will decide where they're going to shoot by what they see, and the softer targets will get the shooting, and we got to harden all our St. Paul, Ramsey County targets.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's key.
And,
Well, it's good to see you. You
thank
guys
you,
doing
Johnny.
well. Keep up
Thank
the
you
good
very
work.
much. Thanks a
Good to
lot
see
for
you.
calling us back,
You
Mike.
bet. Yeah.
Always a
Good to see you
pleasure.
guys.
I miss stopping in and
What,
having a pop or two
How long
with
you
you.
guys on today?
Not long, but we might, if it gets really busy.
All right, Pat and Bob, you guys, man, I'm finna go home and
We
watch
might
you
come
guys. How
back
long
later.
y'all on tonight?
Michael, we might come back. We're not going to be long now, but we might come back later tonight when it gets busier.
Sounds good. I'll be here all night.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Wait, hold on. Wait. Hold on 1 second.
Who-
I know y'all busy, but listen,
Who are we talking to?
tell them yourself.
Hey, Andre, we want to talk to you sometime about cleaning up crime in the community.
That's Star Wars.
I know.
Okay, dog. You can talk to me.
All right, well, all right, later.
All right, you guys.
Take care, Andy
Be
Wars.
safe.
Thank you.
All right, Star Wars.
Hi.
Hey, I'm watching you.
Oh, are
I
you?
appreciate what you guys do.
Well, thank you very much. I wasn't
Thank
sure
you.
if you were watching us or you were just. Thank you. You look familiar too. I don't know. We feel like we run into you guys.
Oh, you probably have.
Nice to see you guys.
Yeah, good too.
Where do you guys live? Right? What street?
We actually just moved to Eden Prairie.
Eden Prairie.
We live right where the Roosevelt Tunnel.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah,
Sorry you had to move, but you're still in St. Paul, obviously. I'm sorry to hear that.
Seen them shell casings the other one was that last week.
Yep.
Yeah.
By your place?
Yep.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I know. It's Well, thank you for saying that. It means, I'll tell you, you made my whole week saying that. You that big smile saying thanks for trying your best to clean it up. That's what we live on. Thank you.
365 and route 1046.
Thank you very much. Have a good
Parking
night, you guys.
Take care.
Thank you. Thank you. How's it going?
Hey, guys.
Good to see ya. Thanks for coming to say hi.
Yeah, we were just passing by and we're like, y'all close. I'm like, we want to go say hi.
Yeah, well, thanks for watching. I hope you. It isn't so much about the broadcast, but we're trying to make a difference in solving crime around here. So.
Yeah. I think I met you before though.
Hey, you look familiar.
I do?
Yeah.
I was in the Explorer program.
Oh, you were? Yeah. Well, good for you. Yeah. What are you doing now? What's your plan?
Right now I'm just working right now, so.
Okay, good. Well, thanks for stopping us. Appreciate you guys. Thank you. Thank you.
They were having correctional officers were having a physical confrontation with a guy who was tampering with vehicles in the parking lot.
No, it's my pilot, so if you see it here, you know I'm here.
You coming back later?
Yeah, I'm just going to run like this.
Okay.
All right, see you in a bit.
Yeah. Say that again. Correctional confrontation with someone being booked?
No, someone who was breaking into cars.
Oh, in our lot?
Yep.
Oh, for crying out. There was a guy on top of the St. Paul Police Department last night. Did you see that?
Oh, on top of the building?
Yeah. Well, it's on top of the smoking area. It was somewhere up there. Yeah, they had to get a ladder to get up there. I don't know. He probably got released from jail and then crawled up on top of the building. So much for security.
Sounds like ours is going to be GOA. We can take the maintenance commissioner to check the target.
Well, I think I'm going to run. I think we're going to call it a night here in a little bit. And if something goes on later, come back in. What do you think?
Yep, sounds
Does
good.
that work for you?
Call time, please.
Yep.
Call time 1710.
Thank you.
Welcome, 1742.
That was nice, that lady saying thanks for trying.
Yeah.
That meant a lot to me.
Very much so. You're definitely trying.
Are they outside or inside?
Should be by the 402 building for the last update from the jail.
Got it. As well.
We're not actively fighting with them, it's just that they're letting them sit down and do his own thing for now. Okay, not actively fighting.
It's not that big a deal.
You got so many incomings there. It's like a human.
You created this monster.
You were well equipped with the social media skills before I even suggested this. It is possible, and there's two possibilities. Most often after a major shooting night, people decide the cops are going to be super vigilant and they don't try to be too obvious about what they're doing. So usually there's less activity the second night. However, if there's a lot of ill will or bad feelings toward whoever shot at their friends, then it goes the other way.
Right.
So, not sure.
It seems there may be a lot going on right that first night, right afterwards, in the way of retaliation, but it does seem like most times they take a day or two off.
Yeah. Well, there's a possibility that Pat and I might come back right about bar close. 10, 11, right?
Absolutely.
So we'll see what happens. But thanks for joining us for now.
And, for those of you who texted or messaged or put on the feed here asking for a shout out, this wasn't the occasion for it. This is, we've got some serious problems going on. Last night was...
Hey, I have one other thing I gotta say.
Yeah.
I'm all for discussing the right policies of different people, etc. But let's, just like we don't want name calling, let's not make this about a political party, one or the other, right?
Right, exactly.
There's great Americans throughout all political parties, but a lot of people have different ideas, which is fine. But let's keep the banter about, this party did this party did this. Let's just try to keep that off. If you want to talk about an individual or a policy, great. But we've started demeaning whole groups of people. That's really everything we're against, right?
There are the aisles who are very concerned about what's going on.
So just stick to the individual policies and ideas, etc., that people have or don't have, or support or don't support. That's fair game, but we can't blame whole groups of people or parties or whatever it might be. It's just so. That's all I gotta say. We're gonna drive around a little bit here on our way closing up, but thanks for joining us, and we will see you. We'll probably see you later at bar closing. We're going to try to get out at 11 because all these shootings took place right after a bar closing, right?
Yep.
We'll try to get out there between 11 and 2, and if for no other reason, we're not trying to catch the shooting, but to prevent them, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, and by the way, there's terrible television on Sunday nights too. It's not much better on Saturday.
It's really not.
All right, Patrick, say your goodbyes.
Checking the alley for a male in question on 2253. Copy.
315 Ramsey.
Copy.
325 to 605. This is North Falls, code here.
Copy. Code 4. Male called the 9 point is walking north on Robert at 2254.
325, can you just quick log? Frank Sierra Kilo 908.
Copy, and I copy. There was no assault at 2254.
Welcome back to Live on Patrol. We're at Arcade in Maryland. And time is it now? It's 5 minutes to 11. As you know, most of the bars close right at 11. Which last night precipitated a series of events after bar closing. Involving 3 shootings with a 170 plus rounds expended. Now it was 150 earlier today. Now we've heard 173. We think it's actually probably closer to 200, but
unbelievable.
They don't count. Revolvers don't eject their rounds, so you never know for sure. But we are on Maryland Avenue in St. Paul. We're mostly here just to see if we can help keep the peace tonight.
Yep.
We did talk a lot about the shootings on our earlier hour and a half. And if you missed that, you know, we're not going to talk too much about what can be done. We did have a discussion of that. We'll probably do more of that tomorrow, but tonight we're just going to make sure that things go peaceful.
That would be nice.
A little bit of blur on our camera. I don't know if that's... See if you got any cloth you can wipe the lens. I know that
let's see here.
Twinkies got a
what
lot
works
of,
really well.
Twinkies have a lot of oil in them.
What works really well is a mask.
A cotton one.
A mask. We'll try this.
Good. There's a million possibilities. Could be nothing, huh? Or you could have just put some Winston on there. Pull that out. Pull that out for a minute. See if that's related. No.
No. Might be an atmospheric phenomenon.
It looks like a purple haze. Is this Prince? Maybe it's got Prince's birthday.
I think Prince maybe approves of our mission. Oh, you know what? I see it.
What is it?
We'll need to pull over for a second and I'll be able to get it.
Something on the windshield or what?
Yep. There is a little smear on the windshield right in front of it.
Inside?
Outside.
Oh yeah, outside.
Maybe in the founding lot.
Yeah. I'm trying to I think that one's on the inside. You know what happens is when we move those things out, we hit it with our greasy fingers. It's okay, I'll stop here in a minute.
Okay.
In fact, I'll stop right here before we get
What's that one?
Could you show me around your HQ? Turn evidence.
I know you don't like toilet paper, but for the windshield, that should be okay.
I think I may have already gotten it.
Well, you are amazing.
I think we got it.
There's it for later.
I don't think we're going to need it now.
Okay. Oh yeah, that looks much better. Mission accomplished. Jesus Christ. Those SpaceX astronauts, they got nothing on us. Right?
Absolutely. We're techno wizards.
Oops. We care about our customers. So everything's closing at about 11. Shooting here last week after we had been here the night before. Seatbelt everybody, or?
Yep.
And
well, it looks like they still got a few people emptying out over here at the foundry.
Yep.
If you recall, we had a homicide here Sunday. Don't want a repeat of that.
I got a whole box of Twinkies in the back, a big one. Big one. I love that music. How am I doing? I don't know if the camera can pick that up.
You got it.
There's Michael. All quiet? Yeah, it's all good. Huh? Oh.
Give me 30 seconds.
Yep. Hey, mute.
Five years ago, the world held its breath. And some of us are still choking. They said transparency. But but they edited the lens. They booked Charvin in the quiet wing, far from the eyes, far from the sting. No black CEOs on the tier that day. Said it wasn't race, just the safest way. Female visitor back rub phone pass. Rules bent low like stained glass. Said justice was blind, but in that jail she blinked at power and tipped the scale. They filmed the crowds, not the cracks inside. Put lighting on drone cam, let the truth slide. No Narcan, no care, just knees on breath. Then blame the drugs after the death.
Transparent lies wrapped in blue. Say it's disgusting, then defend the crew. Bob kept
Isn't light on that Challenger we're looking for, you remember?
That's not it.
Okay.
It is, actually, it's right here. Right there.
Yep, there you are. You're a good man, Charlie Brown. Good man.
Oh, you plugged this in for me. Thank you.
Oh, I did. It was making noise like it was going to die. Beep, beep, beep. So, obviously, after everybody leaves here, a lot of them head down to the holiday. We'll do that in a minute. Gonna spend a few more minutes here, make sure everybody gets out of here safely.
Good plan.
So we had a fair amount to say about the shootings here in our earlier afternoon broadcast. It's less than 2 hours. You can feel free to catch up on that, but for those that did listen, we're not going to be redundant tonight. Just going to see if we can make sure that everything goes quietly tonight, because you never know if there's retaliation in the works, right?
Absolutely. So after we signed off earlier at about 9:10 p.m., there was a report of 4 to 6 shots fired at 897 Conway. At about 10 to 10.
Which wouldn't be, it'd be right about just a little west of Forest, over there at Forest and Conway.
Yep. 1845 Sheridan Avenue on the far west end off of 7th Street. Reported 12 shots fired.
Which is an unusual, there's a school there that was nearby.
Yep.
What was the name of that?
That is Jiming Academy.
Yeah. The reason I mentioned that is one of the rounds from last night hit the school across the freeway.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep. Hit, that's
Benjamin Mays?
Benjamin Mays.
Yeah, that's an amazing thing that someone could have got killed across the freeway.
And at about the same time, at 10 to 10, at United Emergency Room, a 50-year-old man arrived with a gunshot wound.
That's tonight. Yeah.
Yep. And he said it had happened at a gas station. There's no further information available at this time. And you might remember at Rice and Front, there was a man in a red Honda Civic who threatened someone with a gun and fired a shot off as an intimidation measure. The initial plate was gotten wrong, but we played around with the plate a little bit and came up with a vehicle that matched the description. And our Arctic personnel, Kelly in particular, came up with an address connected to that vehicle. And St. Paul officers ended up stopping the vehicle down off of Point Douglas, I believe it was?
Somewhere down there, yeah.
Off of Point Douglas Road, and captured the man and recovered a gun from the vehicle.
And all of that started with Pat getting on the computer and running alternative plates. So give yourself a little more credit, because Pat was able to figure out, change a few numbers around and figure out the right plate. And that's what led to the right address and the arrest. So congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Master count. Master analysis. That's what analysts do. They figure stuff out. And that's what Pat did once again.
Well, as I let Kelly know, who figured that, put all the pieces together, she's one of my personal heroes. She does amazing work.
She's another analyst. We could probably give her a title too. I'm not, but the thing is, what's that there? Charger, Challenger?
Charger.
The thing is, when you give people titles, you know, you in your case, you know, any title fits you.
You are far too kind.
But, you know, you hate to give a title that a person might not like. In Kelly's case, she's just awesome, right?
Absolutely.
We can't call her like the mistress of analysis. Like you're the master of analysis, right? We got some great analysts in this department that help find and solve stuff.
Really, we really do. I work with some amazing individuals.
So it is Sunday night. I know everybody has to get up for work tomorrow, me included. We won't work too late. Probably work till the holiday is closed. Well, maybe on Sunday it closes earlier. Maybe it's just somebody quoted me from my other night, Friday night, and I appreciate that. The good news is holidays open past 1. The bad news is holidays open past 1. So I saw that quote posted, and
so did I.
Got a good chuckle out of that. We do, when we're home relaxing and can't go to sleep, we are scrolling through the comments, so thank you very much.
And unfortunately, last night it did indeed prove to be bad news. Now we're coming up on Borden's Bar here on the right, which looks like it's pretty much emptied out.
Yeah, empty. No one is in custody at this point for the 173 rounds that were expired. We do know there were 7 people injured, and the poor homicide unit, they gotta be just swamped right now, huh?
Yeah, they are overwhelmed. And nonetheless do an incredible job.
Yeah.
I was looking at the numbers from last year. St. Paul's homicide unit had a 91% clearance rate on homicides, which I don't think is matched anywhere in the country with in a big city.
It's a great group, you know. Most of them we worked with or know our past life there.
Yep.
We have a couple personal favorites. Not that they aren't all good, just that.
Well, I've got a little bit of bias towards Tommy Arnold, my old partner.
Yeah. How could you not? You got a little rain sprinkles, so once
Yeah, we got a little bit of rain, which is going to cause us to go in and out of focus now and then. Please bear with us. We don't have any control over the weather.
What I was going to say is usually Sunday nights are a little quieter than Friday, Saturday, especially after a significant shooting incident, but that's a usually.
Copy, Tom Reed.
Whoop, that guy's shaking hands while he's driving. High five, high five.
My bad. I see you, baby.
What up, John?
How you doing? Hey, what's up? No, sir. No, sir.
What do you want? What was it? I wouldn't hear it all.
He was asking for $1, and then he real quick said, "My bad, my bad."
I thought he said a long one. I thought you were gonna. Usually, you're good for a cigarette.
I'm always good for a cigarette. I understand the addiction.
Yeah.
How you doing?
321. I copy you en route to the suspicious Montana Canard. 3
My
juveniles
goodness.
attempting to get into vehicles. I've seen tails on
Must
Canard.
be a junker saving.
Backing out that female. No clothing
That's a lot of stuff.
A lot of stuff on that car. See the window there? A few gunshots
Yep.
in the window. How'd you like to be a clerk working in there? I should probably show them now.
Yeah, I think so.
I might have $1 for you, but you know, I'm not positive.
Just for my disability cap here, if you compare it to 20.
what
I
do
give 5 for 20. Because I'm disability cap.
Here's the deal. I'm gonna give
They
you
don't charge
5.
me the full fare. They
I'm
don't charge
gonna
me
give you
the full
5.
fare.
There you
I won't
go.
be I swear to God. It's just 20 to Bloomington. If you feel credit, I'll give you 5, and you'll have 5 for
You're good at the 5. Good. God bless.
What a deal.
You got to give him credit.
Yeah, he tried. Give me 20, I'll give you a 5.
I don't think he knows that our car was the same car that passed him when you were there.
No, he clearly did.
Well, there's the box. Remember
Oh,
that?
yeah. Did this sound like it went over a PA for a second?
Yeah, she came out and said, knock it off.
Oh.
She's telling him to knock it off. But you remember that PIC call or the guy that was going to commit suicide?
But Twinkies talked him down.
That's right. That's right. I'm going to show you the holes here from the shooting. 26 rounds, I think, were expended in this lot. So I don't know if it's true. You can see those holes up there.
Right over that man's right shoulder.
There'd only be 1 or 2 up there. There's plastic up there. The guy with the blue hat standing up against there. Some holes there from the shooting here last night.
Frighteningly close to where the clerks work.
Unbelievable. Look at right there.
Yep.
And they come back to work, those ladies. They always do. Hey, ladies. You guys eat Twinkies? You know what Twinkies are? Twinkies?
Can you open her car door? It just they can't open.
We don't know how to do that anyhow, but I got a whole box of Twinkies. I just want to...
Far from the eyes, far from the sting. No black CEOs on the tier that day. Said it wasn't race, just the safest way. Female visitor back row.
This is a whole case of them. 32. Listen, if you're stuck out here for a while, take the Twinkies.
Hey, ma'am. Hey, ma'am. I'm going to tell you about a little trick. Do you know anybody who has a spare key at home right now? Oh.
629.
629 Holiday.
Rice Street. 629 Rice Street.
Well, I have no choice, baby. What else am I going to do?
Great, when I copy you at 2315.
Somebody's going to take me up. I ain't got no choice.
Are you guys all together?
Yeah.
That's not good, is it? Well, at least you're safe enough, huh? Let me see what you got.
Bob kicking crow smile in his leather vest. Backroom clubs with a badge on his chest.
So this poor woman's locked out of her car.
Made Floyd the villain, let Charvin win. You stopped the Baker's first glance. Ignored the footage that broke the veil. Tolerance high, that's not how we die. 9 minutes of breath. They said get on the ground. He kneeled on his neck.
But I was mentioning to her a little trick that is a good thing to remember. Telling the folks about the little trick I was going to tell her. That if you have a spare key at home and somebody with access to it, and your keys are locked in your car, if you call them on the phone.
No way.
Yep. And they hold the fob up next to the phone.
No way.
And hit the unlock, it will unlock your car doors. That is a fact.
Did you copy the hit for
tested
that?
it out and it works.
Affirmative, I'm out with him. We're close for now.
Copy, I 315 en route to you, 2317.
No, unfortunately, Slim Jims are becoming a thing of the past with newer vehicles and side airbags in the doors. A Slim Jim can set off the airbag. So, no, Slim Jims are not good. A good idea with the newer vehicles with the side airbags.
Said it was a race, just the safest way. Female visitor back, rub phone pads.
Hey, you don't have a car door opener, do you? These people would love one. Hey, ma'am, we got you some help. We got you some help.
Oh, okay. Who y'all call?
That man right there is going to help you.
Oh, okay.
St. Paul Police.
All right then. All right, y'all come on. Go clear out. Hey.
Folks, I'll be right back with you. Oh, you got one of those high-tech ones.
Thank you, man.
Bob kicking crow smile in his leather vest. Backroom clubs with a badge on his chest. Liz Cakey calling, spun the truth real thin. Made Floyd the villain, let Chauvin win. Used Dr. Baker's first glance tale. Ignored the footage that broke the veil. Tolerance high, that's not how we die. It was 9 minutes of breath denied. They said get on the ground. They kneeled on his neck. They said stop resisting, but never check. The side recovery, Narcan dose. Wasn't even close. He died with cameras on him. And still they needed more proof. Transparent lights under red blue lights. They say for the people. They hide their eyes. Fletcher can
Well done.
but the story was always who they let us see. He said Chauvin was wrong, but he never fired the men who would take it.
Exceptional job by the St. Paul Police Department.
That is sweet. He had
The right material.
one of those high-tech car door openers where you don't have to go between the window and the door. He was just able to gently get the door open a little bit, reach a tool in, and unlock the car.
Really?
Very, very
1739
cool.
Old Hudson Road at the Motel 6 on the 911.
We gotta get one of those, huh?
People yelling, but
I'm looking it up right now because that's slicker than the one I have.
We definitely gotta get one.
Will you stop?
Stepchild, daddy dentures, whistle when he talks. Flashlight fetish, loves his night.
Yeah, you didn't have a coat hanger inside there, but you had it all taken care of by the time I got back.
Next time we see Josh, we've got to let him know the first comment that came up. I'd lock my keys in my car if I knew he'd come help me.
It's nice of him to come over. He's seeing us struggling with trying to be of help.
Yeah, that was very cool.
Over to bail us out. We owe him now, huh?
Yes, we do.
316. 316. Maybe the female caller had a dispute with the front desk staff about the reservation, and they're gonna separate.
What are we on for
until
channels?
police arrive.
I'm on.
I'm on one here, but I gotta go to 2, right? In a minute. I'll let you take care of the rest.
Correct. Put this on 1 now. 3. All right.
Still a beautiful night.
Check into the parking lot between HQ and the 425 Grove location.
You noticed right over here the other night I was noticing that there's no stop sign for the train crossing the road there.
Really?
So let me just show you. I want to show you a little emergency alert here. This guy saw this.
Hold it. Okay, you're good.
Scare the daylights out of me. Right here though, there's no. So I saw a guy take a right turn.
Oh,
and
yeah.
He was going this way, and the train was coming. And there's no way he'd know. I assume the train drivers are. I mean, it'd be a red light on the street, but he took a right turn on Marion from there. So.
Oh, I can see how. Yeah, that's like the disaster.
Head on is okay, but coming at your angle there is a little bit trouble.
We're parking enforcement on channel 3.
Will you stop?
Any POs on channel 3?
Rolls with bar like a royal cup. Ride shotgun, sipping Fountain Dew from a holiday cup. Says,
Negative reply 2324.
like hanging out at Willard's, taught him how to blend it. 2 bars, 3 drinks, 4 hospitality friends. He plays bingo, not bingo, the joke never ends.
Sometime this week,
Uniform, boots on the floor.
we are going to get. I don't know when it is, but
Will you
it
stop?
could even be tonight. I don't think so. We're gonna get our 10 millionth view.
Really?
10 millionth view. Somehow we should try to celebrate that at a certain time in the night. Maybe it might be before our next.
112, Lieutenant for a suspicious vehicle that drove through the area and shined a green laser light into cars, possibly coming from behind this address in the alleyway.
Can you check that address?
2325.
112. 112.
Jesus Christ.
Someone was shining a green laser into cars.
On Lexington?
Yep, 374. Possibly from behind the address in the alley.
I see that.
I think maybe a little bit of low temperature defrost might.
Oh, you know what?
That's what I was going to say.
That's exactly what it is.
I don't think we're bad without it.
That's not nice.
Just we're only don't put it too far. We're only bad if we go to lighted parking lot.
Right up within arm's reach.
Maybe that's what you meant, right?
That's the low temperature.
Jesus Christ.
He failed the test. But passed the vibe.
Well, we know it's probably not our friend from down at Kellogg with the green laser. I think he saves that for us. Actually, that little key fob trick I have tested myself.
The transmission goes right over the phone?
Yes, and it does indeed work.
That is amazing, man. I think I'm so excited to hear something totally new that I never even dreamt of.
Could well be that it doesn't work with all remotes, but it certainly worked with mine. And it's worked with several friends of mine who I gave that trick to.
Amazing.
So that just teaches you that Google is not always right.
In the old days when desperation set in, we were thankful there was a vent window. Remember those little vent windows? Because you could operate without one of those.
Oh, yeah. And a hanger would usually turn the little handle on it, too.
Right. Well, it's a pleasant night out tonight. You know, I was thinking one of the things we got to do this week, and it won't be hard, but to all of our viewers who are listening right now, you know that yesterday was a crime-filled, shot-filled day, and we get that, and no one's more concerned about
315.
stopping that than us. However, having said that, we owe it to the out-of-staters and the out-of-countryers to spend a day talking about all the cool things about St. Paul and Ramsey County.
Yep.
You know, no matter what it might be, there's a ton of fun stuff here. Museums, colleges. We got the best colleges anywhere in the world all right here. You know, all in one city. You've got, you know, one of the 4 parks in the country that allows you to come into a zoo for free. I mean, there's a million different things. The Children's Museum, the History Museum. But here's what I'm asking you to do right now. And we're going to go back. We need to do one show this week talking about all the great things in St. Paul. Because somebody posted, well, you know, St. Paul must just be a terrible place to live.
It's a fantastic city.
And we love this city. Grand Avenue, I mean, University Avenue, all the Asian restaurants that are here. So here's what I want you to do. I want you to take some time right now while you're listening to us. I mean, there's 6,000 of you or more. Put your comments in so we can go back of all the things you love about St. Paul. All the great things, the restaurants, the parks, the bike trails, whatever it might be.
Looks like we're buffering.
Oh, we'll see. We always buffer here, though.
Yep. Okay, we're back again.
Anyhow, put in your comments all the great things about St. Paul. Anything that you would like us to listen. We're going to do a day where we're touring St. Paul during the daylight hours and go over some of your favorite things. It's like, is it like Oprah, my favorite things, right?
Yep.
My favorite things, St. Paul. Or like Ellen DeGeneres. Everybody's getting a free present.
Right.
But let's celebrate some of the great things in St. Paul, even though we know we got to keep working on the problems. Because Pat and I aren't giving up, and we love what this city has to offer.
It's we love this city so much is why we think it is so worth fighting for.
I'm fine with 110.
And we're not going to quit fighting for it.
Pat and I aren't giving up. Sorry about that. A little echo in here. But anyhow, send us your comments right now, everyone, or what the great things about St. Paul are. And there are lots of them. Here's the corner of Victoria and Selby, where that shooting was last night, but certainly do not let ERR 792.
I'm going to run it.
Do not let one shooting, 2 or 3, convince you that this isn't a great city. We just need to be bold enough to deal with the problems. And they're not going to go away on their own. The first step in fixing a problem is recognizing what it is.
Absolutely.
Otherwise, you're not going to fix it.
That plate belongs to that vehicle. Right there at that address.
Just keep them coming. Keep them coming. All those great eating places, great places to walk.
The river, Hidden Falls Regional Park.
Phelan Park. At Phelan, no boats allowed on Phelan. It's one of the only lakes here that's pristine.
The neighbors sharing food.
Sweet Hollow Path down there.
Friendships. The fact that Como Park is a free zoo.
When you're downtown, you actually have skyways. You don't have to go outside to go from building to building.
Absolutely.
Thank you, George Latimer.
And here's a really good one. Thank you, Kay Bruno. We are recognized as the most literate city in the United States. Jonathan Paddleford, Meritage Restaurant, where I got engaged to my wife Trish. The West Side, the High Bridge, Moscow on the Hill, where I just was Thursday night.
We're about to drive by it.
Yeah, we are. The Midway, Alliance Field.
We're going to make a list. We're going to make a Live on Patrol list.
State Fair, the XL, the Wild.
The State Fair is the best state fair in the country.
Absolutely.
The Minnesota Wild downtown, no doubt.
And it's recognized widely as the best state fair in the country. Scale Model Supply, the Landmark Center, the Capitol, the Winter Carnival. Oh my goodness, the Winter Carnival. Ice sculptures, ice fishing. Yes, people actually do drive out onto frozen lakes, drill holes, and fish. Como Lake, the Pavilion, the Farmers Market, the Science Museum, Casetas.
Keep them coming. Those are some great, great things. It makes me smile just hearing them all.
My brother-in-law and my wife Trish both grew up near Lexington and University, lived on the east side. Every road will take you to a nearby park, all the green spaces, great health care, great restaurants.
Our health care is second to none. Actually, we lead the country in voting, too. Did you know that?
That doesn't surprise me at all. The St. Paul Saints.
We lead the country in voting.
History, diversity, which we are abundant with. Educational opportunities, arts and culture. Mississippi River, Mounds Park.
Love it.
Our St. Patrick's Day Parade, which, gosh, we need to get back next year.
W.A. Frost, we got to throw that in there too,
right?
W.A.
Frost,
Nina's
absolutely.
Coffee on the corner here.
Yep.
Handsome Hog. We got a ton of great restaurants right here on Selby. Our cathedral's second to none. Our Capitol's second to none. There's Moscow on the Hill where you were, right there.
Yep, there it is.
Right there at Selby.
Candyland, the hospital, St. Paul Police Department, House of Wong.
House of Wong, first one of my personal favorites.
The Darriette, the Commodore. Oh yeah, love the Commodore.
Right down the street, we just turned past it. Yep.
Mickey's Diner, you betcha.
Landmark of all landmarks, world known.
Great breakfast. Ford Dam Scenic Overlook. The History Center.
There's Ecolab right in front of us. Great company.
Yep. Egg Roll Queen. Oh yeah, they do great egg rolls. Several people have mentioned they'd like to see the Capitol building. Well, stand by because we do a trip by there just about
right
every
down the
night.
Street here. I'm going to turn right in front of the cathedral and head down there for it. I wasn't planning to do it right now, but if there's a request, we're going there.
Outstanding. Parks, lakes, museums, plays, concerts, state fair, restaurants.
Did they mention Como Lake with the?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, Como Lake.
Como Lake and the pavilion.
The paddle boats. They still have the paddle boats there.
You know, I think so.
They might be out there. Now, Phelan Lake is twice as far around as Como, so depending on your energy level, you can pick Como or Phelan. We are always trying to, celebrate the positive, but we know sometimes we have to take care of the negative.
Well, there you have, straight in front of us, the state capitol. And we're going to drive straight up to it. Boy, that's a majestic building, isn't it?
Oh, and by the way, right here, the Minnesota History Center to our right.
Yep.
Fantastic, unbelievable center. You got to go there if you haven't. I love that History Center. I've purchased a lot of books there in their store, too, telling me about history. But right now, you'll see it's the Extraordinary Woman display. My wife must be in there.
She's got to be.
Don't you think?
She's got to be.
Extraordinary Woman. Chris Fletcher. But I think she's in the Extraordinary Woman section. Who could put up with me? That's what I want to know, right?
Waldemann's, Iron Ranger, Frogtown Curling Club.
Oh yeah, the curling club. We got curling here too.
Yes, we do.
A couple locations, I think.
The Spot Bar, Skinner's, Yorg, East Side Bar, Mama's Pizza, University Club, Mancini's. Oh yeah, Mancini's.
Are these all different
Mama's.
people?
Yep,
this is great. Thank you.
These are some great ones, folks.
We are going to make a list.
Smoke Session Barbecue, you bet.
Where's that at?
That's in the old Hafner's lot at 1590 White Bear.
Oh, I gotta go there.
Oh, they do some great barbecue.
I used to go to Hafner's every week. My dad, we only had enough money to go out once a week, but it was either Hafner's or Geno's.
The Nook and Brunson's. Oh yeah. Tommy and Molly, the owners of Brunson's, wonderful people, huge supporters of law enforcement.
How's it look? Can they see the old Capitol there?
Oh yeah, it's perfectly in the image.
This one's dead. I don't know if we got a spare there. Keep them coming. Keep those ideas of what's the greatest stuff about St. Paul.
Nicole, we don't know why you're in your hospital bed, but you are in our prayers. You most certainly are.
So sorry.
We got 3 cooperative. One is a little uncooperative.
Oh, the Dragon Boat Festival on Phelan. Oh, that's wonderful. That is not to be missed. Ice skating in downtown St. Paul during the Winter Carnival. That's in Rice Park, right?
Right next to Rice Park. Between Rice Park and the landmark there. I put that rink right there next to the landmark.
Yep.
And then you can enjoy the sculptures and the lights in Rice Park while you're skating. Pretty special.
The Seoul Cafe, great Korean restaurant on Snelling Avenue. The St. Paul Hotel.
Love it. Love the St. Paul Hotel.
Russos.
Freddie Russo, great guy, great food. Well, think out of the box a little bit, not just restaurants, of course, but think about those outdoor things that you like to do. I mentioned that train museum once. I think it's closed right now, but that's just something special you don't get a chance to do a lot of places. Or even for that matter, ride a train. Take the train out of the Union Depot down here is a gorgeous building.
Mm-hmm.
Just an absolutely gorgeous building.
El Burrito Mercado, you bet.
Love it.
The Jazz Festival up on Selby, that's a great one.
That's one of my personal favorites. They did not have it last year.
No, 1747
Fort Parkway.
Rondo Days. That's from me. That's one of my favorite events.
Well, the favorite thing about the Jazz Festival for me is they always had the roasted corn.
Oh yeah.
You know, there aren't many places that have the roasted corn.
Cinco de Mayo.
Hey, on copy.
Are they having that this year?
I don't think so, but I don't know. But I'll tell you what, there's like 17 great community festivals. Well, 17 in the county.
Frisbee golf. Dog parks. We have some great dog parks.
And Highland Park in and of itself is fantastic.
Agate and fossil hunting along the river. Our amazing hockey history. So many colleges we have here in town.
Oh, you can talk about a Hamlin, of course, where I graduated from, but right down the street, you got McAllister, you got Bethel, up Snelling the other way. Augsburg is just close by Minneapolis. St. Thomas, of course, which the University of Minnesota. Concordia. Somebody from Concordia football team got drafted. You know, and I don't know who that got drafted by the draft yesterday. So Mike Martin's son played there. If he's listening, he'll know who that was.
My son Jesse played there too.
I think Mike's might have just still be playing. Or
did you say Hamlin or Concordia?
Concordia.
Yeah, that's what
Concordia. I think they used to be Division 3, and then they went to Division 2.
Just like a little clarification from the person viewing the video. Were they just looking suspicious around a building, or were they actively trying to bust open a door?
I'll call back and find out.
The Vulcans.
Well, we're getting some people yelling down here at the transit station. We don't get down here a lot, but hopefully neither one has a weapon.
I think he was yelling at her.
Yeah, they were yelling at each other. She was yelling at him. But they're both sitting on a chair. Where did the one behind us go? Nope, he's coming
Crossing
back.
behind us.
You don't know who we are yet. What is the... Oh, he's going inside?
Around.
I'm going to 2 here.
I think he's going around, so...
We'll give him a little surprise if he shows up.
I'm not sure if you can actually get around or not.
I'm guessing not, unless he goes over that fence.
What's for midnight EOT? 271.
271.
280 Myra.
Myra 280.
Enters spots for midnight EOT.
Well, that guy's missing a shoe.
Yes, he is.
That's too bad.
Is there any spots for midnight EOT?
You know, if I had any of my shoes in the car, I'd give them to him.
I know you would.
Because I never wear them.
Anyone else?
I tell you that the dog stole 4 of my shoes. Did I mention that?
Oh, yeah. Oh, here's a couple good ones.
I might have a left foot for him.
The Union Depot building.
Yes.
J.J. Hill Library. St. Paul Chamber Orchestra.
Yes. Actually, we got to go back up there by the Ordway. That Ordway is a beautiful building for arts and theater.
The old creek sheds, Sweet Hollow, Phelan Creek, Trout Brook.
Yeah, we might have, just because we always go to the problem areas, those of you that aren't from here may wonder, because we don't go to the good areas. Feel a little guilty about that now that I think about it.
But we go where we think we might be most needed.
Yeah.
Frogtown Park and Farm Community Gardens and Green Spaces. Amazing job done there. Harriet Island River Cruises. Pearson's Candy Factory. Oh my goodness.
Love it.
Get me thinking about nut goodies and
this
salted nut
Intercontinental
rolls.
Hotel is a beautiful facility too.
Yeah,
here.
it really is.
The beautiful bay windows there, that right up to our right there. You got some great facilities and activities there. Some great history in our old city hall. City County Historical City Hall across the street here. Any more coming there? What's it?
Don't want to do too many repeats.
No, we're gonna get them all. Touch them all, Kirby Puckett.
I think we already. Well, maybe we didn't already say this. Our amazing hospitals, United, Regions,
that's a good point.
Children's.
Some of the best healthcare facilities around. On our left, if you can see it, is the amazing Science Museum.
We're going to be in the alley of 1152 Marion with Minnesota plate 127 Whiskey November Golf.
Copy, alley of 1152 Marion. Ready for you.
Nelson's Cheese Factory.
There's the Science Museum right there.
Beautiful spot.
Great, unbelievable facility on the river there.
The St. Paul Downtown Library. Fantastic library.
Right there. And across the street here, kitty corner from the library, is the amazing Ordway. Otto Bremer Foundation Court was funded by the Otto Bremer Foundation and the Ordway family. How do you put your light up there on their sign there, big guy?
On the Ordway?
Yeah. There are some amazing performances here, right across the street. Right up there. It's obviously
Ordway Center for the Performing Arts.
obviously closed right now, but
Their property is 1881
across the
Mechanic
street from
Avenue,
Rice
Furby,
Park,
Burley, and
St.
Furby,
Paul
Freetown.
Hotel, the
Large
landmark,
accident friend was damaging
and the
the
St.
white
Paul
Nissan,
Library.
also in the parking lot. Now she's in the apartment.
Gillette Specialty
Okay,
Care
on the
for
patio,
Children.
5 female, 5'11",
bet.
medium build.
That is a
corner
great,
picture.
great point. Things that we're thankful for in St. Paul. And there you'll see the original St. Paul Library.
Beautiful building.
Great facility. I used to do some research in there. It was a great research library before the internet, when you had to come down and actually look up stuff on microfiche.
One thing I for clarification was that as far as the count, they were trying
And
to
of course,
change
the first President Bush came there. I was there to help on the security detail there when they came here years ago.
Captain code 4, 550.
217 code 4.
217 copy, code 4, 550.
Well, if I repeat myself a little bit, my apologies. But Mickey's Diner, both locations. You'll never have better potatoes O'Brien.
The XL Energy Center and the River Center on our right here.
Oh, the Jewish Community Center. Great, great facility.
Thank you for reminding us.
211.
211.
Great workout facility, too, down there they have.
That's what I hear.
I was going to go to Van Pyramid.
I'm surprised you knew about it.
Oh, that is low.
217.
217.
This will
be advised with 224.
Copy, advised 2050.
I'm just teasing you, man. Just teasing you.
St. Kate's. I think we might have missed that one.
Oh, yeah.
McAllister, I think we mentioned that one. They have a Scottish festival there. Cecil's Deli. Oh, you bet. Thanks, Catherine. You're never going to find a better Reuben sandwich, or my personal favorite, the Some Like It Hot. Hot pastrami, pepper jack cheese on marble rye grilled. The U of M President's House.
Oh, yeah.
You know what? I don't think we mentioned it. The cathedral.
Yeah, I kind of mentioned it briefly, but not after we asked people to send us your ideas.
Irving Park, which we're right near.
Sunday night looks slow down here. Of course, it is after bar closing. We're driving around here.
Will you stop?
Stepchild, daddy dentures, whistle when he talks. Flashlight fetish, loves his nightly walks.
Jason Stick. We were talking about it last week, but the carousel at Como. It originally was at the State Fair, right? Where was the carousel?
Well, it was at the State Fair, and then it went to the Town Square.
Town Square,
and then went back out there to Como. Yep, but they saved it from the fair and moved it out to the Town Square.
Copy, advised 2050.
The lady asked if you got it up. He stammered, she laughed, said, "I want to see some pussy." Black pussy, white pussy, pink pussy, real quick, peeled out, no time to get sassy. Bob hit
U of M
reverse
Farm
motion,
Campus.
the Pat sat frozen.
Yeah, Minnesota Mining and Manufacturing, they're still a part of St. Paul. They're headquartered in Maplewood, but they got a lot of space in St. Paul, an amazing corporation. Ecolab, I mentioned, of course. Securian.
Yep.
Securian, another awesome business.
The Governor's Mansion. The Lexington Restaurant.
Well, Summit Avenue in general.
Oh, yeah.
If you're interested in history and houses and a safe environment, walk down Summit Avenue in the summer. Enjoy that. There's probably a map somewhere with tells you about the different houses, right? I've never seen
I'm
one.
sure there is.
I'm sure the Summit University or Summit Avenue Association probably has a map.
The yearly Festival of Nations, which I certainly hope comes back.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's one of the best strengths of St. Paul is the ability to celebrate diversity.
The Hmong soccer tournaments at Como Park.
Just to be fair, we got to drive over to the west side and celebrate Cherokee Heights, I suppose, huh?
Absolutely.
A little bit.
Beautiful neighborhood.
She was grabbing for Pat's crotch.
She was reaching.
She was reaching for Pat's crotch.
My cough was a little stiff when I got out. It's warm. It's James J. Hill House.
Yeah.
St. Anthony Park. God, we have a lot of beautiful neighborhoods.
Yeah, St. Anthony Park is amazing. Well, for that matter, Highland Park too, and just little different niche areas that.
Every neighborhood has its charms. Frogtown.
Yeah.
Payne Phelan. Greater East Side. Hayden Heights. Dayton's Bluff.
Changes to a recovered property. Big marks to 525. Gangs. 910.
Copy, 2054.
The Irish Festival every August on Harriet Island. Hopefully coming back this year.
You remember, what was it?
83,
84, we started the Taste of Minnesota.
Oh, yeah.
That was down on Harriet Island originally.
Nope, it was at the Capitol originally.
The Capitol originally, yes. It was at the Capitol, you're right. Capitol. Ron Maddox came up with the idea. And I was working there off duty now that I think about it, the first year. What year was that? 85 maybe?
Did it move down here?
No, that they came up with the first one. You should Google that, Taste of Minnesota, Wikipedia.
I'm thinking 83 sticks in my head for some reason.
I was on the city council when Dick Broker came up with the idea. He was Mayor Latimer's chief of staff. He came into my office, and it's either 82, 83, 84 that he came in there. He came into my office with Dick. If you know Dick Broker, he was a brilliant mind, but he wore sandals to work, which back then, nowadays isn't any big deal, but back in 82, 83, 84, it was a little out of the ordinary, but he was just, you know, a brilliant kid. Well, he was older than me a little bit, but, and he said, I got this idea, Maddox and I got this idea, and they built this Taste of Minnesota originally on the Capitol grounds, which I thought was brilliant the way it was done there. Then they eventually had to move it to the Harriet Island, and then eventually they renamed it to something else. Forget what it was called then. But here's my point. I think we should resurrect that.
I would love that.
I think nothing better than going out and trying a bunch of different food.
Oh, you're talking my language
and
there.
Every culture have its food there. You know, like it's a food festival. Taste of Minnesota. All Minnesota restaurants there.
Yep.
And I think we put it back on the Capitol grounds.
Well, this may be a monumental occasion, Bob.
Okay.
I win.
Okay. What was
on a history question? It was 83.
83. And the first one was at the Capitol?
Yep.
What year did they move it to? Well, I knew it was 82, 83, 84 because I was on the city council when they came up with the idea. But then what year did they move it to Harriet?
Let's see here. Well, Ron Maddox managed it from 83 to 2008.
I know they got kicked off the Capitol grounds. Or they were charging them too much.
Yeah, it does not say when they moved.
Oh, what a great concept, huh?
Oh, absolutely. It was brilliant.
Brilliant.
And it was free admission. That was the key right there.
Yeah.
It was free admission, and then you would buy tickets for food.
Yeah.
It was a brilliant concept.
Taco House. Can't forget Taco House. And my personal favorite, Boca Chica.
I love Boca Chica.
Boca Chica restaurant here over on Concord. Cesar Chavez Drive. The west side. I guess the point of all this is there's literally 1,000 gems and fun things in St. Paul.
211.
If we could just... Hang on, we'll see what this call is.
Meet up with the West Squad. They respond for 911. Hang up 36 meters at 1040 Thomas Avenue. Turns out to be assault that occurred at 430 Daly Street.
If we could just get 75 of the shooters, really, I mean, it's really, I've always said it's 50 to 75 people that are shooting at each other. It's the same people over and over all year long. If we could just get those 50 to 75 off the street or to convince them to stop.
One or the other.
Everything else would gel together. It's not a large number. 300,000 people, 75 max. So
211.
2003 it moved to Harriet Island.
Okay.
Some of the previous history shows 438 Daly. They're not actually with
Oh, thank you, Catherine. St. Paul has more Mississippi riverfront than any other city along the river. 26 miles.
It reminds me of the Red Bull competition where they fly those aircraft off into the river.
Uh-huh.
Have you seen that? Oh, we got to get you down there this year.
Yeah, I haven't seen that.
People homemade aircraft. They build them and then they run them down a chute. You run off and you fly into the Mississippi River. Serious. I mean,
so they're going to want you to check 4
our water patrol is there to rescue them.
Are you able to assist checking that address as well?
They all wear life jackets. And it's a lot of junk in the river that gets pulled aside.
For info, that apartment has PIC.
Thank you.
And male. There's schizophrenia and head weapon.
Paul Wellstone.
El Burrito Mercado.
Oh, yep.
They have that street corn, that grilled corn you love right out front, or in back.
Paul and Sheila Wellstone.
Call back to be let in, please.
Center for Community Development. Is it development? Community? You can get it up there. Yeah, community building. That's what it was. Paul and Sheila Wellstone Center for Community Building. And I'll tell you, I'm going to throw in some organizations. Now tell us about the great organizations. This field right here reminds me of the West Side Boosters.
Oh, yeah.
And they run a football program second to none in the country. They got their own artificial turf now after years of
didn't know that.
Being in the dirt. Yeah, West Side Boosters, one of the best organized youth football programs. We're talking about young kids, every age on up. So, but now tell us about other organizations of people, our human infrastructure here in St. Paul. Like, I always talk about Phelan Johnson hockey with Moose Younghands. There's countless names that you should jump in there and tell us names of people and organizations that contribute every day to this town and make it special. You can catch in there, Pat, whatever we got there for.
We're not there yet.
People. You can put your own name in there. I feel better already.
The Vulcans, the Johnson Hawks.
Johnson Hawks.
Copy clear at 2 minutes.
The actual high school used to be Governors, but since they merged some of the teams together, now it's become the Hockey Association has become the Hawks, which I think they have Harding and Como now.
The McKnight Foundation.
There you go. Thank you,
That's
McKnight
a very
Foundation.
good one. All the many Catholic parishes.
Amen. St. Paul Public
Nativity
Housing.
of St. Peter Claver.
Yep.
Outstanding.
Public Housing. John Gutzman, just an unbelievable organization.
The Urban Tennis Program.
Sandy Martin, thank you.
The Bush Foundations. St. Paul Foundation. Bremer Foundation. Patty Lammers, yes, she's an amazing woman. Crime prevention specialist with St. Paul Police Department. Sergeant Fuzz.
Sergeant Fuzz.
And Catherine Smith, yes indeed. St. Paul JCs. Yeah, Booyahs get a special place. IBEW Local 110 Electricians.
Amen.
The VFWs and the American Legions. Northern Star Boy Scouts of America.
Job. I saw online they're posting for jobs. They're hiring someone, looking for someone to check their website out if you need a job to help build Boy Scout troops.
Sorry, thank you.
And most indeed, all of the frontline workers. Big brothers and big sisters. Not familiar with this. The Starkey Foundation?
I think Starkey, maybe, huh?
Starkey? Okay.
Yep.
St. Jude's Children's Hospital.
Yep.
Loaves and Fishes with Catholic Charities, most certainly.
Yeah, Catholic Charities in general. Just Tim Marks, I know he's retiring or has retired. Thank you for all your work with Catholic Charities for all those years.
The Wilder Foundation.
Even smaller organizations like booster clubs and stuff.
Yep, Midway Men's Club.
There you go.
Very good one.
Human infrastructure.
The Masons.
Can you come Crumple 24 again?
started listening to the radio, just so you know, the calls have kind of dropped off, which could be because it's Sunday, it could be because of all the shots fired last night, or just could be because we're out here.
Could be. Wes Beretta with the East Side Midget Hockey.
Yep, he was an icon. Poor Wes, if you can believe that. I'll tell you a story. Wes had developed that East Side Johnson Midget Hockey for years. He was coaching, as he always did, standing on the ice near the box, coaching people, and
321.
as the puck came around, the players came toward him, and he got his feet taken out from underneath him.
Okay.
This is at Phelan Arena. And because he had his hands in his pockets, you know, coaches, sometimes they have their hands in their pockets while they're coaching, he wasn't able to catch himself as well, and he fell and hit his head. And he died. And that is why USA Hockey requires all coaches to wear helmets. She was reaching for Pat's crotch. I was coaching
My
at that
crotch was
time
a
at
little
a different
stiff
level
when I
over there at Johnson Arena. And it was a terrible thing. Just an icon in the community, the whole Barrett family. And just had spent so many years giving to the community. Emery Barrett was his brother, and I think his brother, I'm pretty sure, and he was a strong Christian man, and went to school with Michelle Barrett. It was just a terrible thing.
Having computer issues. Can you log me off?
But, you see how fast life can go? You're standing there coaching hockey 1 minute, next minute hit your head on the ice and you're dead.
Really?
Not to put a damper on all the good things that are going on here. We're up at Cherokee Park.
Minnesota Public Radio. And one of my personal favorite programs that nobody has mentioned it yet, but I'm going to plug it myself, is West Minnehaha Rec Center in Frogtown. They have an outstanding football program as well.
They do. As a matter of fact, you're 100% right. Does Johnny Howard still coach there? He used to coach down there.
He did. I'm not sure if he still does.
Johnny, if you're there, we thank you for all your service. Did some great work there. You're still doing great work. Johnny Howard, you're one of our faves.
Jimmy Lee Rec Center. Martin Luther King Center.
316 traffic. 316, go ahead. Montana White Bear.
Well, keep these comments coming all through our profile there. We're going to go through every single one, make a list of all the great things that St. Paul has, and we're going to post them sometime in the next couple days here. No doubt there will be some more tragedies that happen. No doubt we can do better, but let's be sure that everybody from out of our country knows how proud we are of our town and all the good things we have here. So whoever sent me that little note about what's good about St. Paul, we're going to make sure we have an answer. And by the way, this is how the Winter Carnival started in the first place, because there was an article in the New York paper, New York Times, I think, about how it's a cold, barren community and what could really come out of Minnesota. And so a bunch of people read that and said, heck with that, we're going to start the Winter Carnival and show them, what we have.
I love that story.
So the same way we're going to start celebrating more of our amazing infrastructure, human and otherwise, here.
Excellent. Thank you, Karen Larson. Rondo Library. Great library.
You got to go study for your test up there, right? Or is that where you take your test? Somebody studied for their test, or I think maybe the test was given up there for peace officers. We got to get you back in there.
Yeah, mine is going to be further out on University.
Okay. We're buffering a little bit, maybe?
Don't appear to be.
Okay, good. So there's the Capitol again in the distance. You can see it a little bit in your picture. We're on Smith Avenue, which is perfectly lined up with our Minnesota Capitol.
That is a cool view.
By design. If you had a camera here, you could just take a long lens, take a picture of those streetlights coming down the hill. We might not be able to read them all off from here on in, but we are going to catch them later. So send us your, and if you're listening to this later after tomorrow, which a lot of you smart people will actually go to sleep, I'm going to pull up right here just for a minute, because I don't know that we can appreciate that view. I wish we could.
Yeah, this just won't do it justice. But man, I wish you could see this view. To be in one of these houses right here,
Subject copy.
and that
On
view.
an accident with injuries per bystander info at 7th and Hope for a silver van versus a sign where a male driver appears injured.
So we're at Smith and Cherokee, and it's night. We can see the Capitol across there. The cathedral lights are actually off right now. I don't know what time they turned them off. Probably around midnight. But I'm going to walk out here. There's a railing here because it is worth coming by sometime on your own after 10 o'clock at night and seeing this view, right?
It will put your mind at ease. It'll bring peace to your soul.
So
it really will.
Correction, the vehicle struck the bus shelter. TC will be advising Metro Transit.
Copy.
12 minutes.
Oh, this might be my friend Trevor.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I can't get out. You'll have to.
What's up, Trevor? What's up? No, but go ahead, put it on mute there for a minute.
I can't get out.
No, he just wants to talk.
Didn't bring aid, just a live stream and a YouTube parade. Not here to serve, not here to heal, just pan the damage, spin the reel. Oh, spin the reel. Just pan like we did. Looted windows, candle wax. He zooms in close, but never looks back. As tear gas clears and voices rise, Bob just shrugs and monetizes. You won't see pain, you'll see control. A sanitized patrolman role. No names, no truth, just lights and fear. And Bob says, glad you're all here. Get to know us before you criticize. Okay, Bob, we good. Cities grieving, streets on edge. A mother cries, a protest spreads. And who rolls in with a smile so white? Bob with a cam and a cop at his side.
So sorry about that. We had a citizen approach us, wanted to speak to us privately, did not want to be recorded or on film. What a beautiful spot.
Well, that is an amazing view.
It really is.
Totally amazing. There's a couple other ones down the road here, but you know, if you're walking along the river, you can even see them better than driving, obviously.
And no, that was not Trevor. I thought it was, because Trevor drives a tow truck, but it wasn't Trevor.
Friend he is. He knows them though.
Yep.
The tow truck drivers are... Did not hit.
But what a view they have from those houses right there.
Unbelievable.
Oh my goodness.
Unbelievable.
What a great bluff to be living upon.
Can you imagine the history of this Mississippi River? You know, from the 1800s. And it's really not that long. I mean, it's, you know, what, 140 years of amazing history. So we're going across the High Street Bridge, which is also known as the Smith Avenue Bridge. First National Bank, there's another memory of every child that's ever lived here, right?
Oh yeah.
Seeing the big one flashing up there.
Most definitely. God, look at that view too. Wow. I love this city. I love this city.
Can't beat it. What time is it? It's got to be way past
12:15.
No, it's got to be much later than that, doesn't it?
316, you can cancel 314.
Well, listen, we are going to work probably till 2, but you do not need to stay up with us. We're just going to make sure that nothing happens during the window that it happened last night. And obviously there are far few people out. With our luck, we'll go home at 2 and 2:10 it'll happen. But don't feel guilty if you decide to go to sleep right now. You got to get up at 7 o'clock or 6 o'clock for work at 8 or 9. Or you can just stay up and sleep fast. Sleep fast.
That's the cop way. Sleep fast.
I just like the young Hmong guy that was trying to confront that robber in his alley the other day. He said he popped one for courage. A lot of people just pop one to get to sleep. But I do feel guilty keeping people up. In fact, I'm thinking maybe we should shut off here shortly. We can stay out working ourselves. Something happens. But I don't...
Our main thing was we wanted to be out at bar closing time.
Yeah.
We were.
And, but, you know, I had a... I just... We don't want to be accused of being an addictive substance.
Well, you just mentioned last night, and someone who just joined us was asking what happened last night. Well, to reiterate... Oh, wait a second here.
You got 3 on over there? Or
33.
7th and Hope.
What's that?
From Arctic.
Yeah, memory. 2000.
I think that was an accident with injuries there. But we're a long ways away from it. Or we were a long ways away from when it came out. Now, last night, there were 3 separate shots fired incidents. And during 2 of them, a total of 7 people were shot. Close to 200 spent shell casings recovered.
Say that again. 200 spent shell, at least 173, but we've heard there's actually more. Seven people brought to the hospital. Looking good.
No further assistance needed at that accident.
Yeah, there's the Fitzgerald Theater. There's a lot of other art opportunities down here too. Looks like people are begging us not to go off air, huh? Hey, I've been thinking about this. For those of you that are still on, I should have mentioned this earlier. You're aware of some of the controversy of, well, there's no real controversy on people that are watching, but the political controversy of some politicians not wanting Live on Patrol to continue. If you haven't, that's okay, but there'll be more discussion this week. There's a city council resolution scheduled to be discussed on Wednesday, authored by Council President Brenmone, to make a complaint about what we do, trying to shut it down. And that's all well and good. Don't worry about that. I'm sure that'll resolve itself fine. I'm not worried about what we do or how we do it. But having said that, what would be helpful is when you do share our posts, like when you share this video with all your friends, we greatly appreciate it. But sometimes you need to put a little narrative to tell them why you like it. You know, what about this is meaningful to you in the share? Because a lot of people see the share, but it really is a matter of finding what meaningful aspect of Live on Patrol, and so when you do share, they can hear a little bit of personal information about why you think it's special.
Yep.
So don't forget to take just a couple extra lines and tell people why you're sharing it. And that will help us reach a broader audience to try to accomplish our mission.
I'm unable to come up with any rational explanation why anyone would be opposed to what we're doing.
Use a steak.
Ooh.
You know, my kid, Bobby.
Yeah.
He likes to cook chicken. I mean, and spice it up.
Uh-huh.
Right.
Does he have a specialty?
He does. He's a good little cook. And but generally it's his Szechuan chicken. And you know, boneless chicken breast, cut in little bites. He has his own special flavor. This is crazy, but it's my favorite meal.
Really?
My favorite meal.
Now, does he do like rice with it, or any vegetables?
You can do rice, yeah. Well, we can, you know, there's an option for rice or whatever, depending on the amount of time. But you know, chicken's good for you. It's got good protein. It's cost efficient, obviously. If you spice it, cook it right, and spice it up right, it's the bomb. But you know what? I don't know if I mentioned it or not. My wife bought one of those pressure cookers.
Okay.
You used one of those before?
Yeah, like an Instant Pot?
Now you're asking me. It's a.
I have a pressure.
Okay, it might be. So you put a cover on it.
Yep.
And then the pressure goes up to X number of degrees or whatever. And so what he does is he does the chicken on the stove in a pan, okay, because it crisps it up a little bit on the outside, and then carrots, celery, and potatoes. Those, you know, those, what do they call those potatoes? Those red potatoes.
Yeah.
In the pressure cooker. It's unbelievable. Nice. I could just eat the vegetables and the potatoes alone, but you throw the chicken there on the side. You want me to turn on that orange flash? There might be a car coming. going to run on us. I don't think he knows.
I got 430. Let's get his plate.
He's driving with his head out the window. I mean, he was literally driving with his head out the window.
430.
214, go ahead.
Z8. Watch it.
Magnolia Arcade, 502 Victor Alpha Hotel.
Oh, how about that? Well, maybe not.
Magnolia Arcade at 26 minutes. And 314, I copy the hit on the RO. Just let me know if you need the air.
Copy.
Oh.
DAR.
Sure, I don't think we need the air. We can probably roll one more car.
Second squad at Magnolia Arcade for 314's traffic stop. 316, we'll head that way.
What's going on, partner? Good, how are you? Just stay right where you're at, okay, so I can talk to you. What was the deal there with driving what? He was trying to hurt you? Well, here's the thing. Don't drive while your head's out the window. No, you're good. Claims somebody was chasing him.
Hang on one second. I gotta grab something I dropped.
I don't think that holiday station is actually open.
Anybody in there
I
with
could
it?
be mistaken. That's what I thought. I don't think there's anybody else in there. Do not want to let a guy like that come too close to your window.
No.
Here, we're going to talk to the St. Paul officer for a minute. Maybe you can mute that.
Yep. It's warm, it's fairly flat, but it's wet.
He says, absolutely, like it's a prayer.
Yeah, I was a little stiff.
Says indeed, like it's gospel. Colorblind cop with an O-light beam.
That's not nice.
Let's rewind.
Will you stop?
Rolls with Bob like a loyal pup. Rides shotgun, sipping Fountain Dew from a holiday cup. Says, what's happening, brother, with a crooked grin? Like hanging out at Willard's taught him how to blend in. 2 bars, 3 drinks, 4 hospitality friends. He plays Vingo, not bingo, the joke never ends. Laugh track in uniform, boots on the floor. Can't pass the test, but Bob let him score.
Will you stop?
Stepchild, daddy dentures whistle when he talks. Flashlight fetish, loves his nightly walks.
Jason stick my cock.
He reads him deadpan, thinks it's hockey names, doesn't know the scam.
Yeah, I was a little stiff.
Absolutely, Pat, you're the yes man king.
That's not nice.
I don't see that every day, Pat.
No, you sure don't.
I never saw a guy drive with that far out of the window, did you?
No.
I was thinking he had some stilts with him.
The man was, did not in any way, shape, or form appear intoxicated.
Just a little bit. Had some mental health issues, right?
Yeah.
Would you say that? Mental health issues.
Which is not against the law.
We're trying to be understanding of people with mental health issues. Claimed he was being chased by someone. And in fact, he was yelling out the window at someone. But there just wasn't anybody there. So we're all for having social workers and mental health workers ride with us or be available. I don't know that a person like the gentleman we just had would be willing and accept that help at this time of night. but we're not opposed to that. We just have to make sure it's all stabilized.
381.
381.
You're 4 east and 910. 10
Copy at 31 minutes. 314, checking your status on traffic.
We got plenty of help. Thank you.
Good copy, I'll put you as code
So damn nice out here, Pat.
It is.
60 degrees, clear skies. Clear skies, nothing but clear skies.
It's so nice it makes me want to take my shirt off and hang out the window.
Maybe we better wrap it up. I feel better that we made a list of all the great things in St. Paul. We did, on our list was not the M&H gas station though. We gotta put a gas station with the best cheese dogs on it though.
And this would be it. Somebody's yelling.
I think they're friendly yelling. North Dakota plate there, 216. Double Mike. It's weird. Fly me to the moon.
Is that a Subaru?
That's not nice.
You're Pat.
Yes.
That's Pat, yep.
I watch you live all the time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nice to see you guys.
Yes, bro. That's that.
Hey,
What's up?
we're rolling right now. We're rolling. Yeah, we're rolling.
We watch you guys live on live TV every
Put
day,
yourself
man.
in front of get yourself out of the car and get on TV. Get on TV. 10,000 people watching you. There we go. There we go. Thanks. How's things going?
I was so waiting for y'all to see y'all.
Yeah.
Here we are.
Well, this is one of our stops. You know, the M&H.
I watch on live PD every day, man.
Thank you.
I'm a huge fan on that TV.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for watching.
Yeah, no problem.
Are you from North Dakota or just
Yes, I'm from North Dakota, but I actually moved out to St. Paul.
Good for you. What part of North Dakota?
Minot.
Minot. Well, that's a long ways out there.
Yeah.
Yeah. My daughter lives in Grand Forks, North Dakota.
I've been waiting to see y'all for a while.
Yeah. Well, what's your first name? Alexis. Nice to see you.
Good to see you.
We saw you talking to those other kids in the other car, huh? They're friends of yours?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. We were just watching. Well, thanks for stopping and saying hi to us.
We'll have to keep watching.
Yeah, please do.
We're definitely gonna keep watching.
Check it out. Check it out. You're on tonight's. You're at the where are they at, Pat? What hour mark are they at?
Let's see here.
When did we start? We started about
10:54.
About the 2.5 hour mark.
2.5 hours.
Yeah. Can't be 10:54 though, right?
Let's see here.
I don't know, 2.5 hours. Yeah.
2.5 hours in.
2.5 hours in. Yep. See yourself.
That's awesome.
What time do you guys go live again?
We never know for sure. Tonight we're going live because we had all those shootings last night. Did you hear about them?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Like a couple hundred shots fired.
Yeah, it's getting to be a crazy world anymore, that's for sure.
It sure is. What part of town you guys living at now?
St. Paul.
What part? East side or?
East side, yeah.
East side, good. Well, we'll be patrolling over here probably till you go to sleep.
Awesome, man. That's cool, man. Well,
Go home and go home, relax. Put your phone on.
I'm definitely gonna turn this thing on right when I get back to the house.
What's your first name?
Derry.
Derry and Alexa.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alexis and Derry.
Alexis and Derry. Nice to meet you.
Good to meet you guys.
We won't ask your friend his name because he's hiding back there. He's holding onto the spare tire.
I lost my cigarette.
Don't start the car on fire.
guys take care.
All right, thank you. See you guys later. Thank you. Bye. Well, there you have it. Proof that you're more popular than me. You're Pat.
I think that's a first.
You're Pat. Hi.
Hello.
You're Pat. I think, Pat, if we're going to shut down crime, I don't know, backseaters, what do you think? This is what I'm thinking. If we're going to shut down crime backseaters, Pat and I have to work Friday and Saturday nights.
We may have to.
I think that's the only solution. We can't skip one night, let them shoot the other night. We got to work Friday and Saturdays. Sundays
maybe not always, but definitely
Sunday's probably
sometimes.
not enough. Anyhow, remember, when you do share this stuff in the future, or even if you share this one, put in your share the reason that you think your friends should watch. Because that's more meaningful than anything. Just a short comment or two about what you like about Live on Patrol.
Yeah. Like, hey, watch this because, and why you find it meaningful.
Yeah, but it can't be like because Pat's so cute. And he has a lot of different shoes.
Why not?
It's gotta be. Oh, and by the way, the other thing, I gotta say this again tomorrow. I mentioned this today, but we gotta be kind in our conversation about issues, and we can't start blaming groups or parties. Just discuss the issues. And if you don't like what someone says, don't counter with, you're a friggin' idiot. You know?
Yeah.
You know, it's just, you know, how about, hey, I don't agree and here's why. I think you're wrong and here's why.
Just make your point. Make your point without insult.
And there's no sense in arguing with one person for 10 comments. Just move on. What do we got here? Do you know?
I don't even know.
What are we on here? Magnolia?
I should turn.
Yeah, Magnolia.
Why don't you put yours on 2? We did have some shots fired down here earlier tonight, though. Earlier today.
Traffic stop.
Looks like they're towing it. So. Yeah, we had some kisses going on.
They ran a serial number on a firearm. So they found a gun in the car.
Stolen gun. Or maybe not stolen.
And a felony warrant. For threats of violence with $30,000 bail. That was a good traffic stop.
Somebody's car alarm is going off. I'll stop now. Was that Mrs. Extraordinary? Did that come from Mrs. Extraordinary?
Yes, indeed.
By the way, I had another idea. We were at the retirement there for Keith Olson that we were talking about and Tony Waldo the other day.
Right.
2 exceptional deputies.
162.
Report 108, 171, 165.
Oh, by the way, did you watch the Derby?
I didn't.
I recorded it for you, but I think we can watch it right on my phone now because I got it recorded. Do you know it's amazing technology? You can watch what you recorded at home on your phone. Who would have thought?
Unreal.
I still got a dial phone at home. Click, 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 click. So, but the Derby was great. It's 12-1 horse that won it. But the greatest part was the Charlie horse that finished third.
Yeah.
You have got to, if you didn't have a chance, you got to see the story about the 5 college kids from Brown University that invested in this horse, and they were there. They're 20 years old. They're horse owners. One of them had a uncle that was a trainer. Honestly, one of the coolest stories ever for
Really?
5 kids to find a way to stick together after they played football together at Brown.
Yeah.
And their horse ended up winning this other race and qualifying for the Derby, and then finished third. It's just an amazing story of friendship, success, you know. But the best line in the whole story was when his uncle told him, if you're going to get into horse racing, don't do it for the money, do it for the love of the horse.
Outstanding advice.
Because you might win, you might not, but you gotta love it. Otherwise, it's a lot more expensive. If you love something, it's not so bad.
And I'm going to do a little segue here.
Yeah.
I think I speak for both of us when we said we didn't get in this job for the money. We got in it for the love of the job, for the love of service.
Yeah. Well, in my case, as I mentioned how I got in, I wasn't sure if I'd like it, but I fell in love with it. You know, I wasn't certain, you know. I thought I would like it, but I fell in love with it
3, 2, 1, we'll take your result.
after 6-7 months just because of the
Copy,
opportunity.
1743 Iowa at the high rise.
Hang on.
Callers in 910. Female was assaulted by a male that lives in 1210. Precinct Cedric, Black Mountain 5060. Then Bell, Ringham Church.
Such an
20 minute
opportunity
delay.
just to help people and be there when they're in need, you know. Yeah, you know, and there's some excitement to it periodically. No one will lie about that. You know, and some feeling of satisfaction when you catch someone that harmed somebody else.
Absolutely.
But I didn't know for sure until I actually had the job. It was, for me, you know, I'm always interested in kind of, okay, should I try something? Not afraid to try something, which a lot of people aren't that way.
272 traffic.
Right. I actually, from when I was a very young boy, wanted to be a cop, and I did it, and fell even more in love with it. And how many people are so fortunate to be able to say they spent their entire life fulfilling their childhood dream, their entire adult life? I'm a lucky man.
You are.
I had the best job in the world.
Hey, if you're new, I know we're normally not on Sundays. If you're new to us, my name's Bob Fletcher. I know I have the pleasure of serving as the Ramsey County Sheriff here in Ramsey County, Minnesota, which is the county of the capital city of St. Paul. There's about 550,000 residents here. And I worked for the St. Paul Police Department, started there in 1977.
You're going to see the victim
For 20 plus years, and now I'm in my fifth term serving as sheriff. And last summer, with the negative feelings toward police, I decided, hey, I'm going to try something different, just see if we can show the human side of what we do, so it's not all about certain 9-minute segments or arrests that you see on TV, because there's so much more to the job. And I asked Pat Scott, my old friend from St. Paul, if He would join me. He's a retired St. Paul police officer with 30 plus years. He joined me as he works now as an analyst for the sheriff's office. And he said yes, and amazingly enough, it just kind of took off from there.
It really did. Interestingly enough, we had worked, with each other on different incidents and cases throughout the years at St. Paul PD, but we were never actually partners, which I kind of regret now. I kind of wish we had been partners for a while.
That'd have been cool.
But it just clicked. I mean, we finish each other's sentences. It's a very unique and an honor to be working with you.
Well, and we appreciate all the people that watch. We had no idea what this was going to work like, but all the people, the backseaters back there, and our newest partner, Joe Miller, be with us on Fridays usually. We had Crown Vics back in '77. We also had Dodges. Remember those 440 Dodges?
Diplomats, I think.
Yeah, we might have had Diplomats. Is that what they were?
I think so.
I just know that they had big engines.
Yeah, they did. Those were fast.
They got terrible gas mileage. But we had some Caprices around too. People would try different cars out.
27244.
Everything was rear-wheel drive back then, though.
Yep. So it was a different ball game in the winter.
Different. Very quiet.
Yeah, it is.
I used the Q word.
Yeah, you did.
I drive through downtown North St. Paul. This is North St. Paul Road. It runs into Wiper Avenue just north of Larpenteur. It's the old road to the city of North St. Paul. Back then when North St. Paul was founded, it was considered way out there. Just like White Bear Lake, North St. Paul, or when you wanted to get away from the city. That's the old Perkins there, right?
I believe so.
Sadly closed up. Goodrich Golf Course. Golf there. My good friend Fred John taught me how to golf in college. I never golfed until I was in college.
Really?
But it's a great game. You don't have to be overly skilled to play golf. You just be content with your 103 score, And but I got my first birdie on this golf course right here on Goodrich Golf Course. A birdie is when you get one less than par, which I'm sure you knew that.
I'm familiar with that. I golfed from junior high until about age 30.
Really?
And I got thrown down a flight of stairs on a domestic and tore my rotator cuff and in my right shoulder. And from that point forward, I can't get a golf club back further than to chipping.
Well, we should go together, and then I can do certain shots, and you can do the other.
My short game is amazing. And putting, I'll take on anybody putting.
We'll do that. I mean, we'll go for golf, and we'll take turns. I'll golf some, you can golf the other. But we got to have a cart.
Oh.
The days of walking with pulling the one behind you that's carrying it.
For real.
For a while there when I was younger, when I was below under 60, I wanted to carry the bag everywhere. For the extra exercise. So we're still eastbound on North St. Paul Road.
Well, that what you think is a trivia question, Kathy, I've got the answer for you. Why is Frogtown called Frogtown?
Okay, I want to hear the definitive answer because I've heard 4 different versions of this.
Right. And the two most commonly accepted ones are, one, that there were a lot of French people who first settled there. And at one point, frog was a derogatory term for a French person. And it was also...
Are you sure you're not thinking of German?
Nope.
French, huh?
French.
Okay.
And
There's a lot of Germans there.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
And
I'll shut up and let you tell your story.
but that's actually not the case. The true story is that Frogtown was actually built on what was mostly swampland, which is why in Frogtown you will find very, very few houses with full basements. They basically just have a cellar. They don't have full basements, and I don't know of a single finished basement in Frogtown because of the water table is so high. And in the early days, when they were first building up there was an overabundance of frogs in the neighborhood that could be heard. Croaking? Is that what you call what a frog does?
Yeah, I'm going to let you finish this story, but while you're telling it, I'm just feeling like I'm sitting in that game show where Regis and Kathy Lee, or Kathy and who's Orion, they have to guess whether you're telling the truth.
I'm telling the truth.
That's what it is.
And the frogs could be heard just about constantly.
That's a great. I did not know that, and I feel bad I didn't know that. I suppose you're going to tell me that one of the frogs got kissed and turned into a handsome prince too. That's great information.
But so no, it is not named. It is not named for a derogatory term for the French. It is named for the frogs that inhabited the swamps.
Fascinating. Now keep your eyes open. You might run into a bear, because there were some bear sightings out here on the border of North St. Paul and Oakdale.
Oh, that's right.
You hear about that? So, for those of you that have kids, we're going on a bear hunt. We're going to get a big one. I wish I remembered all the words, but I read that to all four of mine. We're going on a bear hunt. You got any grapes? Nice and quiet out here in North St. Paul, huh? Quiet everywhere, really. That's what happens after there's massive shootings. People say, well, maybe we'll lay low tonight. Hope the police don't knock on our door.
That was that Frogtown story is very riveting. Good one. Good one.
I'm sure you all saw the great story that, I don't know, Joe Mason, who did it from Channel 5, did on the snowman here in North St. Paul, the one along 36 and Margaret there.
The biggest snowman in the state.
They did a nice little long piece on there. By the way, speaking of good stories, Tom Leiden's story about the Piper killing, kidnapping, and the money there on Channel 9 News, if you didn't get a chance to watch that, that's one of the most interesting stories I've ever seen. And we're talking back in the 76s, but they never found the money. They never found the $1 million in ransom money. And he opened up a bunch of investigative ideas in terms of who the FBI thought of. Actually, the kidnappers were convicted once, got thrown out, and then they got acquitted. But they never found the money.
I'll be darned.
But Tom Leighton, Channel 9, the investigators, really found that story on the news tonight very interesting. So we just came through downtown North St. Paul, on North St. Paul Road, and it's open and busy. A lot of good places to hang out. Probably the place that we frequent the most, because of all the events and activities, is right here at Post 39. Got a great atmosphere in here.
American Legion, Post 39.
Legion, Post 39. Got a bar on this side and a nice meeting room on the other side. Book your parties, 11 to 11, open to the public. All right, be on your lookout for bears.
Some of us are still
roaming the neighborhood.
They said transparency, but they edited.
You know, somebody ran into a bear last week somewhere.
Yeah, I
What
remember,
killed them?
Far from the eyes, far from
Very
the sting.
strange.
I remember seeing that.
Just about killed them.
How is Rocco doing?
Rocco's awesome. Doing great. Allergies seem to have passed. I don't know what it was, if it was newness in the season, but I did just get some fertilizer down. So you got to stay off the grass for a while now. Suppose it'll drive him crazy. You got to get that crabgrass preventer down when it turns 70 degrees like it did. Keep the crabgrass from growing up. So we are on the border of Ramsey County. This is Century, also known as Division, also known as Geneva.
53 to 11.
Also known as Minnesota Highway 120.
There you go.
223. 211.
Oakdale to our right.
Suspicious at
North St. Paul
1164
to our
McCoven
left.
Street, Unit 101. Caller could hear an infant crying in distress. When knocked on the door, nobody answered.
Copy. We're out.
57 minutes. That's my time.
So straight ahead, we would run into the White Bear. If you take a right up at the next light, you can go to Marcus Family Theater. It's my favorite movie theater. The first to have the lounge chairs.
I like that theater.
Unit number 4 for 911. Hang up within 32 meters.
There's not many good movies out right now. It's the only problem. On our right here is Joy Lake.
Stand by. It sounds like we're getting some updates. This may be exactly.
North St. Paul. Not a huge lake, but a great atmosphere. Picnic tables. You can take boats out on Joy Lake. This used to be the home of the great Curly Slide. You can look it up online. The infamous North St. Paul Silver Lake Beach. Oh yeah, this is Silver Lake. Sorry, what am I thinking? Silver Lake. Joy Park is on the north end.
Okay.
I don't know if anybody corrected me, but Silver Lake Beach, Joy Park's on the other side. What? How's it going? Well, thank you. I'm glad we got out here. Come on out. How many years you lived here? You know, I used to lifeguard right here at the beach. Oh my goodness. 35 years. Yeah, I used to work out here teaching swimming. I don't know if you knew that. Yeah, remember the Curly Slide and everything? Those were good days. Good days.
When I was a kid, we'd come here and my mom would say, don't go down that slide, it's going to turn your bathing suit.
It did too. It mostly did. In the metal, that pure metal, that Curly Slide. Yeah, I remember. I don't know if you remember Nancy Hansen. She used to run the beach here, and I worked for her as a lifeguard and a swimming instructor for many years. I'm trying to think of. You lived here for 35, so I'm trying to think. I started here in 70, and I worked here to 70 till 80, 70 to 80, so 10 years. So you probably moved in after.
Yeah, I moved in 1985.
1985, yeah. Oh, a lot of good memories here. A lot of good. It's a great spot, huh?
It really is.
Did you fix up all that brick, or was it always in that good a shape? It's a beautiful looking.
That's a beautiful home.
Actually, a real brick.
I know, I can tell. It's in great shape. It is. It's awesome. What's your first name?
Mark.
Mark. Thank you for watching us.
I love watching you guys. I've shared it so many times.
Thank you.
So many people.
Thank you.
You guys are doing a good job.
Well, I'm glad we got
Thank
out
you.
to North St. Paul there. I feel like we didn't let you down.
Right. Hey, I love the way you did that stop stick in Minneapolis last month.
Thank you.
Right between.
Yeah, the two tires. Yeah, we got them right here. We keep them right here just in case we ever need them, right in the back seat. We got the covered ones, the black ones that we can hide in the trunk, but we keep these right in the back seat in case we need to throw them out the window. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. Have a good night.
Care.
Thanks for coming to say hi to us. Greatly appreciated. Well, that was very nice.
Yeah.
In our night. Yeah, this was still is a great park there. Silver Lake. Silver Lake. Thanks, Mark, for coming out to say hi to us. Peaceful and quiet here right now, huh?
Yes, it is.
Holy mackerel. Jerry Vick grew up right down here. I shouldn't say grew up, but his mom lived right down here. I don't know how far, how many years he lived there, but
he never fired the men who protected him. Remember George Floyd. We remember Artie's grave. We remember Fernando Castillo. We remember Nakia Moody. We see the cameras. We hear the silence.
I love this neighborhood too. It's a lot of memories here.
Yep.
Nice and quiet.
Ago.
Somebody said that slide would burn your butt if the sun was beating on it all day. And he got a reply of, "That's why you use pizza boxes."
Or canvas or something, yeah.
Copy 321, male on the ground, not conscious. Does not look like he appears to be breathing.
That's one of the best slides ever.
Copy, unconscious, not breathing at 103.
What's that?
315 at Iowa, Juliet Hotel, uniform 292.
Repeat the last three.
292.
Copy, adding an Iowa plate at 103.
Accident with injuries, Johnson in Maryland.
North St. Paul High School. Actually, we just passed the original North St. Well, the original, the second version. This is the third version. I attended the first and second version. Infamous class of 73. It's a nice facility. I haven't seen much of it, but it's quite the building now. Speaking of ground rounds, there used to be a ground round right here. Remember this one?
Nope.
On McKnight, north of 36. They were talking about the ground round that
down on Ruth, I think it was.
Yeah. Run right up here.
Yelling, wearing a gray hooded sweatshirt. I'll take it down.
What it is now.
11 copies.
I don't think the building's even there now. But you North St. Paulers, you remember the old ground round right here. Right at McKnight, north of 36.
Squad 381.
I guess we didn't shut off, did we?
Can you send me the DOC and pending?
No, we didn't.
381, checking your status, traffic west 194 west of White Bear.
Go for it.
Hopefully Mike's listening to LTAC for us.
315, it hasn't been noted. We start just compressions.
Copy, chest compression started at 105.
So at that accident with injuries at Johnson and Maryland, the officers on scene, the medics aren't there yet. They've started chest compressions on the victim.
Tough situation. You don't know if there was a medical incident prior to the accident, if there was some form of heart failure or brain aneurysm or drug overdose, or if it happened as a result of the accident.
Exactly. And Mike is monitoring LTAC.
Copy, already let him know. Started. CPR in progress.
Full CPR now.
Said justice was blind, but in that jail, she blinked the power and tipped the scale. They filled the crowds, not
Very sad.
What's all that?
then blamed the drugs after the death. Transparent
Vaccines, you sure we aren't keeping you up back there? Sure that's... You sure you would rather we just hit that red button and let you get some sleep?
The floodgates are going to open with that question.
Well, I mean, yeah, there are people from other parts of the world.
225. Well, there's a squad closer. 1310 Matilda Street. Check on Medic 22. They're not answering.
Sometime we're going to have to figure out the time zones for these other countries, Pat.
What's that?
We're going to have to figure out the time zones for the other countries.
272, I'm a couple blocks away. I'll go
So we know if we're...
Thank you.
If it's easier for some countries than others, right?
Yep.
I think I mentioned I was gonna post it.
302, can I get one of the squads out here to shut down?
80% of our views and watch time come from the United States.
Yep.
80%. And then the next big three are Canada, the United Kingdom, and Australia. Canada, United Kingdom, and Australia. And I don't know the time zone in those, but the England and Australia got to be opposite, right? What do you think?
You'd think so.
I don't know if there's a connection, but the next two are Germany and Brazil. And isn't that where the Nazis left when they fled Germany to Brazil? Or is that Portugal?
Brazil and Argentina were two big places.
272. Haven't heard back from Medic Dispatch.
Obviously, I'm just making a joke, but Germany and Brazil are the next two. And then New Zealand, Mexico, Japan, Sweden, Netherlands, France, Finland, Argentina, Saudi Arabia, Russia. So I guess for some of those countries it's not a bad thing, right?
Right.
What were you going to say? Read something?
Nope. It's amazing how you've got that memorized.
I just wrote you put the first letter of each one on your arm. Did you ever use that in school? Oh, let me take a little break. My son did hit me with what's the soataki or sine, opposite, hypotenuse, tangent, adjacent, hypotenuse, sotak, cosine, adjacent, hypotenuse. Anyhow, he had it down, whatever it was, for his geometry class. I said, I don't use that anymore. I just look at the opposite over hypotenuse. So talk to me.
From 9th grade on, math was my absolute worst subject.
I love math. I love math right up until calculus in college. So there's a couple different versions of calculus. The first semester is not so bad. The second semester forces your brain to think really nebulously. Well, we'll all talk about that another day, but in fact, when we get together sometime at Tom Reed's for a party, we're going to have a group to talk about calculus class.
I'll be in the other room.
Okay. Calculus. But I love physics, astronomy, physics. I had to know enough math to work astronomy and physics. Chemistry in college.
Okay, I've got to mention this.
Okay.
Yasuhiro Imai from Japan is watching.
Thank you.
3 p.m. in the afternoon. Thank you very much.
That's cool.
3 in the afternoon.
It's really cool. Really cool. Hey, the Olympics are coming to Japan, huh? Summer
Nice.
Olympics.
Nice.
I mean, they were supposed to be there last year. Obviously, with the COVID, that'll be an exciting event in Japan. What the heck happened? Guess I got the window open. We're sliding back into the city of St. Paul. Came down McKnight Street, which is the border between St. Paul and Maplewood. We're just going west on Stillwater Road, an old road leading to Stillwater. Not really commonly used because it really ends right there at Wiper Avenue, as you'll see in a little bit.
Danae, believe it or not, all of the radios are on.
And on scan. We hope that helps you get to sleep better.
You are hearing everything going on in Ramsey County on the police radios.
Everybody should rest assured right now, it's a safe Sunday night. This happens quite often, though, after there's massive shootings. People just decide, we're going to stay in tonight in case the cops are out there in force looking for us. And of course they are.
Said it wasn't race, just the safest way. Female visitor back rub phone packs. Rules bent low like stained glass. Said justice was blind, but in
Do not attempt to adjust your television set. We are in control. You're about to enter the Twilight Zone. Rod Serling.
Yes, folks, it's been a long weekend.
Anybody remember the Twilight Zone?
Boy, a lot of really big stars got their start there. Robert Redford.
Oh, really?
Yep.
I didn't know that.
Copy of firearm in the field to the west at 114.
What the heck? That wouldn't be about the crash, would it?
No. A field to the west.
Well, there's a field right there in Johnson and Maryland. Wow.
Yeah, it's related to that call.
Maybe he was shot before he...
Oh, boy.
Surprised didn't even find something like that.
So, in a field adjacent to where the car accident is, a firearm has been found.
They said stop resisting, but never checked. Beside recovery, Narcan dose. Wasn't even close.
Well,
died with cameras in
so this is where Stillwater Road crosses White Bear Avenue.
Florida Mag 3505 heads in Senior Drive, room 325. The cops get here, 2 people visit the site inside the room.
It's still Stillwater Road for a while. Actually, a lot of towns had a road called Stillwater. White Bear Township has one too because they had a road that would lead to the city of Stillwater.
2172 is the third.
Never stood beside the officers.
2363 back.
I'm going to take a little detour here if you don't mind. Up Kennard.
Somebody asked if I ever saw Super Troopers. Meow, what are you talking about?
But not more than once. Oh, they're funny. That's a training film.
Indeed.
Training film.
4483 I'm out.
The world held its
That one's North St. Paul Squadron status.
and some of us are still choking.
We're in control.
We are up on Case Kennard.
They booked Charlotte in the quiet wing, far from the eyes, far from
Driving
the
through
no black CEOs,
Bill Rohde's Pocket of America.
said it wasn't race, just the safest way.
All is quiet.
Back rub phone pads, rules bent low like stained glass. Said justice was blind, but in that jail, she blinked in power and tipped the scale. They filled the crowds, not the cracks inside. Put lighted on drone cameras.
What's going on the Germain dead
They
end?
called the shots fired in the area or erratic driving or anything similar.
We're getting a lot of favorite episodes of the Twilight Zone mentioned.
Oh, good.
And that happened. This one happens to be one of my favorites too. And it was, I believe it was William Shatner was in it, and there was someone said it was a monster. Actually, it was a gremlin on the wing of the airplane.
Oh yeah, I remember that one.
And he could see it whenever the lightning came out. It was tearing up the wing.
Yep.
And nobody believed him.
That was scary. I think about that whenever I fly. But obviously we were pretty young when those came out. We shouldn't have even been watching them. But do you remember the one where the wall, you could go through the wall? That was terrifying. Where you could actually walk through the wall and pull through, and then the hole in the wall was closing.
Oh, yeah.
That's like you couldn't see the portal like in today's world. You could see the portals, but in that one you could get pulled in and not get back.
Another favorite of mine was I can't remember. She was a famous actress, and it was at the end of her career. But she was an elderly woman living in a small shack, and a spaceship with tiny little men landed, and were like zapping her with ray guns in her ankles and stuff.
I vaguely remember that, yeah.
And she ended up basically destroying them all with a broom. And right at the end, you see on the roof the last remaining space invaders next to his spaceship. And he says, Mars mission to Earth, Mars mission to Earth. Don't send any more people to Mars. It's inhabited by giants. And you see the American flag on the spaceship.
So everything's relative. It's all a matter of perspective,
exactly.
Right? We're just tooling around the east side here, making sure we're
2166 out on the block.
things are actually as quiet as they sound. Keeping everybody safe over here. It is comforting, I think, to know when you're, I mean, most of these people aren't watching, obviously, but if you were watching, to know that there's nothing happening, right?
Yep.
Isn't that a comforting? I'd want to know there's a car driving around live streaming in my neighborhood.
Sure. Agnes Moorehead, that was the actress. Thank you, folks. Exactly.
Copy 2363 and 2365, you both could be clear.
Just the safest way. Female visitor back rub phone pads. Rules bent low like stained glass.
Yeah, they were groundbreaking, those Twilight Zones.
2365, copy.
Get you to think. And there was another show right after it or before it that was similar.
The Outer Limits.
Outer Limits, yes, thank you. Thank you, the Outer Limits.
I love both of those shows.
Yeah, that's good. We're both the same generation. The Outer Limits.
Oh yeah, that is a good one. The episode where the sun was getting closer and closer to the earth, and everybody was dying of thirst and sweating, and all the electricity was going out. And then the person woke up, and it was the exact opposite. Earth was freezing.
Up to the southern alley at Duluth and Orange and go east.
What's that?
Copy, trucks are leading north up to the southern alley, Duluth and Orange, then go.
How you doing?
Out for a walk?
Out for a walk.
Good, very good.
Good for you.
Good for you.
That's why you're in such good shape.
That's right, man. 51 years old.
Good
Awesome.
for you. Getting a little bit of buffering off.
Is that plugged in?
Yep.
I'll check this. Be a plastic bag over it, creating some more heat, but my wife says we seem to buffer more when we stop.
Interesting.
I don't notice that, but there is a theory someone sent me that as you're driving through dead spots, as long as you keep moving, it regenerates.
That said they heard tires squealing, followed by 8 or 9 shots, saying it's a 15-minute time delay. At this point, it would be more like 20 minutes.
They are apparently tracking someone from that car accident.
Okay.
631. I'll head over to that
That's
address.
more interesting now.
Check around there.
So,
Happy. There's probably back.
anyhow, about the buffering. She was saying, the person that contacted me was saying that
Tracks that led us east to the dead end alley, and they turn north over the grass towards the Wheelock.
Copy, the truck's
the
3.
point being, when your car keeps moving, you can catch up because it'll leave that dead zone.
Oh, okay.
I don't think it's the stopping. It's when you stop in a dead zone that it doesn't
That makes sense.
Doesn't regenerate. So you might stop there, 1 out of 10 times, but that ends up being the problem. Used to be able to get up here.
2162. Medics at 998 from the port.
So we're looking for a person that apparently fled that accident? Is that what's happening?
It's unclear.
Maybe the person that shot somebody in the car, right? Strange deal. Drug deal gone bad, maybe?
Always a possibility.
369.
We're checking for cameras in the alley here. It looks like there's trash. They're probably going to be related to the shots fired.
Copy, checking for cameras in the alley. Tracks are likely in relation to the shots fired on the 24th. Are you able to
Yeah, the rollover is starting to sound like a shooting.
1217.
You just never know what you're getting into when you get these calls. Holy mackerel.
Yep.
I believe it's meant to be marked with POC at the...
I think you're going to a car shooting, and a car accident, and ends up being a shooting victim.
30 to 40, 5'7", average build, wearing a black sweater, shirt with black leggings.
217.
There was a family that contacted me today from the 1000 block of Earl, saying how glad they are that we're out here. So we just drove by your house again. Thank you for your comments, kind comments.
Thank you.
We're on Earl or on Forest? We're on Earl, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Just coming up to Earl in Maryland. Now I I gotta get my master of analysis to figure out where the hell the search is. What do you think? He said Wheelock.
Yeah.
Straight ahead, or must be, huh?
Duluth and Orange is
where they started, I think.
Started. And then they went east to a dead-end alley and towards Wheelock.
My guess is, just living here for a while, that he probably worked his way toward the lake, because you can hide out around that lake pretty easy. In fact, I'm gonna go right straight to the lake, see if we can find him in the surrounding part of the lake. It sounds like
we got a cab.
Oh, we should check that out, shouldn't we?
We should see if that cab is picking somebody up.
Cab or Uber?
That was a cab.
I know, but let's just okay, let's see who he's picking up.
What are we on here?
Is it 2nd Street or 3rd? I think we're on Hyacinth. This is right where Grumpy Old Men was filmed. Oh, this is like a cab collection. We're gonna see if anybody comes to the cab. Lights.
Another sketch scene for his YouTube stock. Call 911 it's urgent. You might just get bobbed in a backseat view. Justice ain't blind, just heavily filtered, and safe pulse spin keeps getting weirder.
Suspect may have shot a guy in a car in front. Somebody got in. I heard a door slam. Did you?
Somebody got out.
Out? Oh.
Yeah. Okay.
Where's he live?
How you doing? You live right here?
Yeah, I drive a cab. I just got out of work.
Okay.
I think that's 704 Hyacinth.
All right.
This is my car right here. I left it over here because my boss had to get his car fixed, so I just got it right home.
There's somebody who may have been involved in a shooting in the neighborhood here, and our first thought was maybe he had called a cab.
Anybody out with the car? Can they tell us what color it is?
Right. We could tell you were getting out. Take care, sir.
Silver.
There's Aunt Margaret's house right there.
Ah. 911, that's for Fletcher.
I just want to say again, I just saw that red hatchback. That was great work finding out the right plate so they could catch that guy that had threatened that lady with the gun.
Thank you.
That was all you, man.
Thank you.
Glad I had some Taco Bell before we came out. We definitely
He's cruising slow with the dash cam on, spotting skirts as he's rolling along. Leans out, smiles, says nice.
So we're on the walk path here from Earl and Ivy up to the park. We don't really know where the suspect is they're trying to track, but we do know that they lost him near Wheelock. This is Wheelock here we're crossing. And that Phelan Park on the west side, which is a beautiful lake, but has a million places to hide.
Yep.
Literally a million. You got your Olight ready there, buddy?
Yep.
We are going to drive along the coast. That's the coast, all right. It's shoreline. Coast to coast.
Do me a favor and go back by that.
The potty?
Yeah, because it was
open.
It looked like it was a little bit wet coming out from under it.
Okay.
Not sure how fresh.
All right. Well, we checked the.
Sharing info to squads. Don't have info on a time delay yet, but 1074 York Avenue in the laundry room. 2 people are inside there that don't live there, and the caller watched them break in. Asian male, 5'5", ponytail with a white t-shirt, no weapons, at 1:30.
Wow, Jesus.
I'm going to give you an angle here. I'll cover you.
Sounds good.
Are you actually gonna check or are you gonna pee?
I'm just gonna pull it open from the side.
Blinded with the old light.
A birthday party for kids. But that
I know what the problem is now.
stop him.
Someone's gonna make a highlight film of us checking porta potties.
We've done that more than once.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Another group appears, young girls in hats, mid laughter and cheers. What's the occasion? Bob leans in to say, oh, just a sweet 16 today. And Bob, he lights up like blue and red. Does Mickey Cross sneaks? He said, how to get a niece so cute.
I'll be honest, I don't remember. I know I've had accidents where a guy got shot at the accident, but not one where the cops thought it was just an accident and then found the gun later and tried to put the pieces together. That's a tough call.
Yep.
It's a really tough call. At least we know he threw the gun, Pat.
Yeah.
That's the good news. Not that he couldn't have a second one, but the odds are in our favor.
Always assume there's a second. Until there, you know there isn't.
So, we are going to check the shoreline.
She's 16, he's 68, but here he is hyping up the birthday plate. Tells her he loves the action.
Looks like my old light doesn't want to come on.
Want to use this?
Now you just shine your light on my side so you can show off, right?
with info.
381, go ahead.
That shoreline there too.
Something good.
Spoke with the caller on the shots fired. They reported hearing 6 to 9 shots south and east and hearing approximately 5 seconds of tires squealing prior to that. No visual on the suspect vehicle or suspect in the area and the transition. If you can disregard callback, we got it.
Copy. The shots fired caller heard them from the east, and then about 6 to 9 shots total, and then 5 seconds of tires squealing after that with no visual of the suspect or the suspect vehicle at 133.
It's a beautiful lake. Gorgeous. And we're coming up on the location of the 1986 Ice Palace.
1-5, east is all tied up. Something that's suspicious on Upper Afton.
Just off to our left here, there's an island in Lake
Easterly
Phelan.
Street in Upper Afton, about a 45-minute time delay now for a black Volkswagen driving 7 and house. Like, guess how it looks at the adults and the
Palace
continues
was
to be found.
constructed right over
Turn
there.
around at 134.
And the ice was taken right out of Lake Phelan, 22 inches.
We'll be en route
thick where the ice
to
was
Regents
harvested,
Hospital now.
put on a escalator and put over this berm, the berm that we're on. And right to the construction guys. The amazing St. Paul building trades and labor that worked for free. Everybody worked for $1 a day that year in 1986. $1 a day.
Call 382.
382.
Sounds like these tire tracks that we found on Maryland, behind 1205 Hawthorne, might be unrelated. The residents here had a vehicle that was towed. One of the tires did not move, so it made a skid mark on the road.
Oh, that's the tracks they were following.
Copy that. The tire tracks found on Maryland behind 1205 Hawthorne are going to be unrelated due to a previous tow from the residents there at the address at 135.
We are now in the city of Maplewood on the north end of Lake Phelan. I have no idea what this Tommy Kramer mobile space. I wonder what they're storing in there. Any idea?
Let's check this porta potty too.
Gonna be a gooseneck this end.
Three, two.
You know what's gonna happen someday? You're gonna check this porta potty.
The resident I did speak to heard of two vehicles
Easter
driving on
bunny's
Maryland,
gonna pop out.
heard a series of gunshots, then heard the accident, then heard a series of more gunshots and a vehicle fleeing.
Oh, a vehicle fled, huh? Same system.
Copy. The resident at 1205 Hawthorne heard two vehicles driving on Maryland, then the gunshots, then the accident, and then a series of more gunshots and a vehicle fleeing at 136.
Go ahead. I'll turn the lights off.
Copy.
136.
And maybe next time, don't let Bob bring the lights to the dance floor.
Call 911, say to send Fletcher over. Pat's conducting a further investigation.
He's cruising slow with the dash cam on, spotting skirts as he's rolling along. Leans out, smiles, says nice vest hun, like he's 25 and not pushing 71. Lights flash, but it ain't a stop. Just Bob looking for his TikTok shot, making small talk.
Lake Phelan is a beautiful place.
Looking more like a campaign stroll.
Mostly because there's no motorized boats allowed here. Just allows you to enjoy the pristine nature of a lake. It's a 90-foot hole in the middle here. Good fishing out there. So we're conducting a further investigation.
It's all clear.
Dashcam catching every flirty line. Tells him call dispatch, ask for mine. Like 911's his dating app, and public safety's just a backdrop laugh. Call
911, ask for Fletcher.
over here, flirting, waving.
So many different.
Heat a cop, he's a roadside rover, one hand on the mic, the other on a soda.
Call 911, say to send Fletcher over.
Spin the block till the party's
I don't know how many times I can be told by a newspaper that my complimentary viewership is ended. But the thing is, I have accounts in both, okay?
Mm-hmm.
I pay for both.
Rolling slow, it's a Fletcher
Do you
show.
think the Pioneer Press website would be smart enough not to ask me to log in every single time?
Every single time.
It's a pet peeve of mine. You know, you want me to have a membership, okay, but
Recognize my device.
cookies or whatever it might be, recognize our device, right?
Yeah.
Or
You're going to put a squads on a use caution officer safety.
create a
ATL
shortcut or
copter,
something, right?
With no vehicle.
And doesn't even remember the email.
Felony
I just don't think there's an excuse for that. You're gonna ask somebody to.
Check your laptop.
You could say have a membership or pay the monthly fee. You ought to be able to
4483.
remember. Hey, by the way, I didn't actually see anybody complaining about it, but I heard one of the complaints from the city from President Brenmone was that I hit curbs.
You're kidding.
No, I heard that. I think it was somebody was. I don't know if she told somebody that or what. That she didn't like my driving because I hit curbs. I mean, I run over curbs too. I mean, the thing is, this is police work, okay? This isn't driver's ed. Sometimes when we're in a hurry, we're trying to get place A to B, we'll hit a curb.
Oh well. I'm sorry. That's in the category of oh well with me.
If we're down to that point of critiquing our show based upon whether we hit curbs, that is funny. Good at hitting curbs, don't you think? I'm really good at it.
You're an expert.
It's calculated. At those corners, there's less danger close to the curb than there is out on the street. Who wants to take a wide turn and run into something? Jeez, it's almost 2 o'clock.
Really? Yeah. Holy smokes. That explains the yawns.
Well, it sounds like they think a car fled the scene. So somebody got shot, isn't doing well. There was a gun dumped, but a car did. They have a witness that saw a car flee the scene. So, and they're assuming that those car tracks are from someone else's car. So that makes some sense. We are in the city of Maplewood on Frost Avenue. We're going to wrap up here in a few minutes, get some sleep ourselves, because if more happens tomorrow, we want to be fresh enough to be able to go out for you or let you know what's going on. Doesn't do anybody any good for us just to get tired when there's nothing happening.
Because in all honesty, we're realistic enough and have experienced it enough to believe that there is very likely going to be some retaliation for the 7 people shot last night, and now we have another one.
It didn't sound too good. They're administering CPR, so the person wasn't breathing on their own.
Yep.
1-5 GOA. Copy Birmingham.
Copy, recovered property.
So,
it's going to be at clearance.
Should we do it?
Let's wait until we get to the holiday. I'm going to see if that's open up here.
Yeah, good idea.
We'll shut off. We'll shut off as we check for our cheese dog at the holiday or some other form of. We're going to have some nourishment after we shut off. Some form of nourishment.
Toward 12 EOT on Saturday.
What are the pendings like?
Well, a former EVOC instructor says that you do just fine.
Oh, that's nice. I appreciate
Thank you.
I don't hit many curves when we're in a chase.
No, I don't think you've ever hit a curve during a chase.
No. Did we ever get an answer from a driving instructor as to whether or not drivers test, if my son taking 16, if they can use the rear view camera or if they have to look back?
Yeah. Any driving instructors out there, if you have a rear-facing camera in your vehicle and you're taking your driving test, can you use that for backing, or do you still have to put your arm over the back of the seat and be looking backwards the entire time? There's got to be a driving instructor here.
Yeah. So we're at the Holiday gas station at English and 36. We are going to sign off and get a little bit of nourishment before we do. I might put some gas in since we're now on the low side. So anyhow, we welcome the debate the next couple days. It might be interesting discussion about crime and live on patrol, etc. But let's just make sure we respond with kindness and professionalism and without being no name calling. And that includes no name calling. Don't accuse people of their party being whatever party that might be.
stick to the words we try to live by, to be kind. And before we go, we might have an answer here. Hang on a second here.
Any other squads for 0200 DOT on channel?
Thank you, Chris Peace. He's a driving instructor, and yes, you still have to look back.
You do? Okay.
Thank you, Chris.
Good to know. Good to know. Until you get your license.
All right, folks, this is it. Like Bob said, at any time this week, we could come back on. But if not, we will see you next Friday at 9/11. Thank you for being with us, and be kind to one another. Be kind to everyone you encounter. Take care, folks. Have a good night.
It's a pattern you could set your watch to. Bar lot banter, maybe dance moves too. Every time it's the same old bit. Bob pulls up, acts like he's legit. Dash cam catching every flirty line. Tells him call dispatch, ask for mine. Like 911's his dating app, and public safety's just a backdrop laugh. Call
911, ask for Fletcher.
Over, he'll flirt and wave and roll real slower. He a cop, he's a roadside rover. One hand on the mic, the other on a soda.
Call 911, send Fletcher.
He'll spin the block till the party's over. He's got a badge, but it's just for show. And if he only
Welcome back to Live on Patrol, and thanks for joining us. That was my son Kyle Fletcher singing his song Butterfly, my personal favorite of his songs.
Mine too, I gotta say.
Yeah, it's pretty uplifting. I guess I gotta turn the feedback down here, but hey, Pat, guess what?
What?
There's a street sign. There's a city sign.
Where? Wait a minute, that says St. Paul.
St. Paul. And you know what? We got hundreds of invites today.
From practically every neighborhood in St. Paul.
Inviting us in.
St. Paul, that's in Ramsey County.
Yes, it is. In fact, it's a major part of our county, and those people from St. Paul, they pay about half the taxes for the sheriff's office. Did you know that?
Yeah, I did know that.
They deserve some coverage, don't you think?
Absolutely.
So,
especially with the staffing crunch that St. Paul PD is going through right now.
Yeah. So we want to thank you guys for inviting us, the hundreds of you that invited us. We got a list. We're going to try to get by, but it's going to be tough. In fact, I had to put it on 4 lists. But, it's going to be tough.
Well, in all reality,
we kind of go through them all anyhow.
Pretty much anywhere we drive.
But some people would like us to go down their street.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
So, I mean, that's, it's nice to be welcome.
Yes, it is.
Nice to be welcome. So this is Larpenter Avenue. We're on Highway 61. We are going to cross over into the city of St. Paul.
And I feel just exactly the same.
Well, we love this city. We worked here. We spent our lives here. I mean, I think I know for a fact I spent more time in this city in my life than Councilmember Brenmone. I know that for a fact because I was born here, I worked here, lived here. And I don't know about the rest of them, but pretty much sure that being born here in 1955. Whoa. My parents were from Monroe High School and Central High School, so hey, I'm not like you. We love this town. So, and we want to help.
Absolutely, we do. We most definitely do. Our friend Ed Dion, retired from St. Paul PD.
Eddie Dion.
Yep, he is at his son's girlfriend's graduation at South Dakota State University.
Fantastic.
And everybody at the graduation said to give a shout out to him.
Oh, awesome. And his wife has been a faithful backseater for some, and I think his sister, Eddie's sister has been watching us for some time.
Absolutely. So thank you. Thank you.
Eddie, thank you for your service, you know, and congratulations creating a legacy in your family.
One of the really true top cops I ever had the pleasure to work with.
Absolutely. A lot of integrity. A lot of integrity. So we'll try to get by this list. I don't know how late we're going to work today, but we will be back tomorrow night, of course. And as you saw, the governor is removing the restrictions. So
bars are going to be back open till 2 a.m.
Bars will be open tomorrow night. It's going to be a whole new experience for everyone. I don't know if people have been trying to drink as much before 11, they might have to recalculate. Or maybe the word is calibrate. Recalibrate.
We're working on that right now.
But genuinely, sincerely from Pat and I, thank you for your post today. There's over 1,200 posts on that post that I posted. Yeah, I was a little shocked that Council President Brenmone chose to put without invitation in the first line of the thing, knowing that, I mean, what's troubling about that to me is, does one person think they have more rights to ask for police service than others?
That's one of many things that astounded me.
Yeah. Does one person have the more rights? Not only that, do they have the right to interfere in the rights of others to have public safety services? All the people that have told us, thousands of people that have said we love it when you patrol because we feel safer.
Yeah.
So I'm going to put this one on 3 there, Pat.
Okay.
I'm going to put this one on 3. I know you're not going to tell me you're missing your radio.
No, I am not.
And I'm the low number on the other one, so this is
sir.
1. This is 1.
And I'm on 2.
So Pat's gonna give a crime update in a minute, and there's a couple stolens here. We do have some rain. It's a little disturbing. I don't know how that's gonna affect us tonight. We do have some rain. There was a stolen car over here on the east side that St. Paul decided not to continue pursuing. I don't know if you caught that earlier.
I did not.
You might have been sleeping.
I was napping.
Yeah, which is okay. You deserve a nap.
Thank you.
But we're southbound on Arcade.
This is fine. Got a buddy here too.
Just to bring closure to that whole controversy that some of you have been monitoring. Just want to bring closure, just a couple little pieces to the puzzle. Just so there's clarity on what we're all about. This, as we've said from the beginning, the purpose of this is to build community trust through transparency and, you know, hopefully build a stronger relationship.
Yeah.
All right. So that's been our goal since the start of it last July, and we like to think that we've been successful. Where's that guy? Where's 385 at there, buddy? 385. Hang on a second. I'll turn it up.
Just keep squads coming until we figure this out.
385's.
Copy, squads to continue to clearance. 373's on the way. 2119.
Okay. Squads are.
Copy.
2119.
Somewhere on clearance.
Yep.
I'm not going to use the Opticon because I can hear a siren on a St. Paul car. How's it look right, Pat?
Clear.
Clear?
526 case number 090864.
So there are several other squads going. Must be at the mini. I'm guessing if it's clearance, it's Maryland and Clarence. What do you think?
Yep. We've got a computer problem here.
Yeah, you might have to log out just because.
Yep.
That's what happens. Sometimes it looks like it's on.
Yep. That's exactly what happened. Sorry.
Yeah, it's all right. Call Heather. That's good. Hey Heather, what's the call on Clarence?
Supposedly a female at the com's daughter. It came in originally as a deal at the address of the warrant, and then all of a sudden the cop is kind of
What is the address?
1218 Clarence.
Okay.
Apartment 1218.
Okay. All right.
That doesn't sound Oh, in the parking lot? It's in the parking lot, apparently.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Yep.
Bye. Bye. It is Marilyn and Clarence. A lot of cars out tonight. I'll bet you there'll be a few people that think the governor's restrictions are lifted tonight, huh?
178.
Yeah, I'll bet.
Got it.
This has been ongoing for 30 minutes.
They haven't canceled anybody.
But
That's a
it's
little
not
strange,
over.
huh? They probably got a crowd out there because that's what happens. Get a crowd.
2122.
Send us some more squads, probably for crowd control. That was a good group of people. They all pulled over.
Yeah.
Consistent.
3730. Squad third. Unit flow, squad zone. Copy. Squad zone on scene at Clarence. Can slow. 2123.
How's it look to the right there, Pat? I'm going to see if I can get
We
out.
are clear. Still clear.
A lot of people outside. Just describe what you see there, Pat. We're here. There's a female with a warrant here. That's why we're here.
512.
512 with 612. With 2 assists. 951 Case Avenue East. It's going to be unit number 2 on an in-progress burglary. East is tied up on a warrant call right now. Callers saying their upper unit was broken into and there's people inside now. Callers outside and can hear people inside.
512.
Her daughter not being returned to her. She said she'll keep calling until
612, did you copy the call as well?
639, where's that burglary at?
It's 951 Case Avenue, Unit 2.
Copy, suspended.
Copy, and I copy 612, you copied as well? It's 2131.
Copy 2131.
Squad 181. 383. 383.
Changes to a dispute, send us a burglary.
Copy.
Right? You said she just shot up in the
No,
air.
she didn't. She's not that type of person. She would never sacrifice her children, her
But
child
you
for
said
her safety.
she shot in the air?
Yeah. So, yeah. And it's unnecessary. I hope that she's able to get out. Hold on.
All right, we got to run to another call.
All right. Well, thank you so much. Nice to see you too. All right.
Thank you.
All right.
Strangely.
526.
526.
420, go to 4.
Go ahead.
526. 375.
375.
You're up the LIC, adult female.
We are just in and out.
Copy. LAC with adult female, 2145.
Let's see what happens here. Very unusual.
Yep.
There's a spot that can break for in progress missing person. 2180 London Lane, unit 324. Caller's aunt can't find their 4-year-old son. Was last seen an hour ago. They are currently checking the building. TC's working on getting a description.
Well, we did restart. We don't.
Is there a spot that can break for the missing 4-year-old?
Every time I see that it's gone live again, I want to talk really fast to get everything in.
Copy, I'll check the central. 2147.
Doesn't appear we're back for the moment anyways.
Well, it's got to catch up though, otherwise it'll jam up. Sometimes it jumps really quickly.
Copy, I'll work on getting the central part to assist you.
So jump to catch up.
383. 383. Clear unfounded with 512 and K9. Cancel those spots, but take it. Copy.
But it appears when we were on that clearance call, we were right smack dab in the middle of a dead spot.
147.
It sure does.
41 reacting to this.
Very dense.
I copy.
But that call was it was a dispute between two women over a man.
Bravo 87, have a good night.
Apparently a window got broken out. A woman at the house took out a gun and fired some shots. There are some people who say they were into the air. There are some people who say the shots were fired at the other woman. Some shell casings were recovered. An adorable little girl said the shots went right by her arm.
She felt the air. She
felt the air from the bullet.
Mother of one of the
Squad 383, we did get a description. It's going to be first name Shahal, going to be 4-year-old black male.
Come and say hi.
And shorts.
Yep.
There are multiple family members as well that are checking the area. 383, copy.
conversation with her?
Yeah, I wish you'd heard it. It was a real nice conversation.
Man, it might have got picked up in the earlier version. It's hard to say. Really hard to say. So we're hoping we can get all caught up here. We'll know in a minute if the...
But most of the arguing was between the two different sides of the dispute.
Which is always a problem. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
For law enforcement.
So not only do they have to deal with the allegations, but they have to deal with keeping people apart from each other, keeping them from fighting, keep it from escalating.
What happened there? Maybe that it's going to pull over here a minute, and then Pat, can you do me a favor, because you have better luck with this? Can you check the YouTube connection and see if YouTube is back up?
I sure will.
For some reason, I can never check that. I think we were only live for 16 minutes.
We appear to be live. I'm seeing this right here.
Okay.
Just saw that vehicle right there go by. Actually, YouTube is like just a few seconds behind.
We're out the LC. 2151.
Yeah, I think we parked in a really dead spot there. I don't know why it's so dead there, but obviously that was about as bad as it gets, right?
Yep. I don't think we've ever buffered for that long before.
Well, but we normally don't stay at calls that long
Right.
in a dead spot, right?
And then it takes quite a while to catch up again.
Yeah. That was about as dead as you can be.
Before too awfully long, I really need to grab a Mountain Dew.
Well, close to M&H, right?
That'd be great.
Good place to check all of our connections.
I am parched.
I would like one too.
Okay. I got you covered.
We did give away a box of Twinkies to the young little victim.
Yes, we did. She was delighted.
Very much appreciated.
The calmest and most rational people there were that child and the mother of the woman who fired the gun and got arrested. They were the calmest and most composed of all. It sounds like it's pretty much been an ongoing drama. This appears to be nothing new in the eyes of many who were there.
Well, anytime you get somebody on 3. This will be on 1. You got 2.
Yep. No, and you know, I haven't heard the resolution of that. You heard about the bank robbery in St. Cloud with hostages in the bank.
Yeah, you guys would have a better information than us just from the news. You can watch the live stream there. And what I heard is that he came in with a guy. He was mad about his account. I'm assuming it's a person with some mental illness.
Okay.
Because what they said is he was mad about his account. He came in with a gun and he demanded to go to the safe. Took 2 people with him. Now, I don't know if that's true, but that's what.
Yeah, so if any of you know the resolution of the St. Cloud incident, if there is one yet, let us know. I will be right back.
Hey, before you go, can you open that up? Someone's texting me saying there's a missing child over on the east side.
Okay.
And I haven't heard it on the air because we were obviously out. Let's just see. Over there on the east side, the missing child. Yeah, that one. Let's just see what there is.
London Lane.
Why don't you read that from the beginning so we can figure out what,
Yep.
Obviously not the name, but.
4 years old, last time seen was 8:30. The aunt was watching the child.
Okay.
They're checking the building now. Wearing an orange shirt and shorts.
It's an apartment complex.
Yep,
right?
so if you're out at 2180 London Lane, keep an eye out for a young Somali boy wearing an orange shirt and shorts. A large number of family members are checking inside and outside.
Okay.
I'd say he's 3 feet tall. Yep, 3 feet tall, 4 years old. Orange and gray shirt and swim shorts.
While you're in there, I'm going to get a hold of Omar Jamal, our Somali liaison. I'm going to have him go over there.
Perfect. I'll be right back.
All right. Thank you. You remember what apartment number was? It was 2180, but...
No, I don't.
Okay.
Let's see if there's...
Pull that out for a minute. We have a Somali liaison, because obviously language is always an important barrier. Omar does a great job. What's it say?
324.
324. All right, here we go. Call Omar Jamal. Grab a donut.
You want one?
Something.
Okay.
Some energy. Omar, how are you? I'm alive. Yeah, you're on live on patrol right now, by the way. I need you to go over to London Lane. There's a missing 4-year-old Somali kid. You know, by Shamrock over there? East side. McKnight and Upper Afton over there. I'll send you the address. I'll meet you over there. 2180 London Lane. I'll send you the address. Go talk to the family. Thank you. Bye. So, it's great to have.
373. GOA. Take the shots for it. Copy with 308 to copy. 1711 Sherwood Avenue. Shots fired. First 4 shots 5 to 10 minutes ago near Whitebird Avenue.
Shots fired over on
2157.
$2180 London Lane is where we're going to head to first. Thanks for whoever texted me to let me know there was a call there. We were out of the car, obviously, and didn't quite catch that one.
I'm going inside the apartment right now with one of the family members. If responding to bus has made contact with the mom who's outside, that'd be great.
This guy's property as well. 2159.
So when you got a missing 4-year-old, it's all hands on deck. Family, police, community service officers. You know, I mean, the good news is, majority of times he's at a relative's or a friend's house, but you can't count on that. You know, you don't want to take any chances at that age. You know, there's possibilities of wandering off, getting lost, getting stuck somewhere, getting kidnapped.
181, is there a clothing description for him? Affirmative. It's going to be a gray shirt and swimming shorts. Perfect. That's what they just told me. So, thank you.
Sounds like we got another missing over there on
2159.
the other side of town.
21 code 4. 21 code 4. Thank you. Code 4 is 9200.
Well, that description they just gave to 181 was different than the description we had on the notes. I was thinking it was a different one, but good to go?
Yep.
We don't get out this way very often, and we did get a couple invites from people in the Battle Creek area.
Yes, we did.
To come out and spend some time in our neighborhood out there, so that's sort of where we're headed. So there is a St. Paul squad just got there. I'm surprised they sent 181. It must be because of all the people that were tied up at that other call.
Yep.
Gray shirt with swim shorts. You had something with orange in it, right?
Yeah, it said orange and gray shirt. So it must be mostly gray. Hi.
Matt, I'm Jamie.
Hi, Jamie.
These are better than Twinkies.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie.
Thanks, Jamie.
I've messaged you before.
181, the apartment.
Okay.
Thanks so much, Jamie.
The hallways.
I used to think they were zingers.
So you're checking hallways. 2201.
So we won't tell you all the calls, but there are 9 calls in pending.
383 on change. 2202.
You can see when you have 2 families yelling and screaming at each other like Clarence, it requires a lot of officers to make sure things don't deteriorate. The problem is if you don't have enough officers, they do deteriorate.
381, I copy and route
Yeah,
observance. Pain and
absolutely.
feeling. Requesting a phone call regarding an ongoing issue of vehicles and motorcycles with loud mufflers. 2202.
Apparently the suspect let 4 hostages go, but there are still hostages in the bank.
Really?
Yep.
Terrifying. People saying hi. Thank you so much. We'd love to stop, but we need to head out and look for that little 4-year-old. I recognize the officer's voice that's there from the West Sector. She used to work over here, and it's funny because there's certain officers you know are just going to do a very thorough job.
Yep.
She will. So it's nice to have that confidence. Not that everybody doesn't do a good job, but some people are just more thorough.
So it is lightly raining here, folks. The image is going to be look like it's smeared or kind of foggy sometimes. Nothing we can do about the rain. Well, and while we're on the way to this, give a quick shout out to our friend Dante Warren on the west side.
Congratulations.
He had his birthday on Monday. Happy birthday, Dante.
He also got sworn in last week, right?
Yes, he did.
His new job?
Yep. Congratulations.
See our windshield?
Yep.
That is from the wax for the car. Because when I got it washed, they put some wax on there. I tried to get it off as quick as I could. But it drains down onto the wipers. Gotta have the no wax wash. Hey, if you haven't shared this already, as long as we got our bugs out, we wouldn't mind sharing this version. Thursdays we're normally not on the air. Pat hurt his fingernail earlier tonight, by the way.
Boy, did I crack that thing wide open.
And do you want me to send a page to the supervisors so you know what's going on?
Yeah, why don't you? I'm not sure what's going to happen with this.
Down on West 7th Street, there was a pedestrian struck by a vehicle.
Dad did lose sight of
1300 block. Officers are on the scene
heading
there.
down Pillager Town Hall Road.
Pillager Town Hall Road.
And I advise Jason to head back to the residence until you guys get there.
North of Randall, Minnesota.
Oh, yeah?
Not too far from Camp Ripley. A little north of Camp Ripley. So, like I said, nine pending calls. Squads are tied up on other things. Missing child. That obviously the first couple hours are the most important. You want to get as many squads, people involved as possible. Ideally, you have a drone with infrared capability.
We copy.
Look around. That's one of the primary purposes of drones is to locate missing.
RP lost.
Child's been located. Do you want to double check that?
Yep.
On the CAD?
Yep.
The child was on the hallways of 2180.
What'd you say?
I think she said the child was...
Copy. It was located in the hallways of 2180.
Excellent.
Okay.
2207.
Mute it for a minute.
Yeah.
Raindrops fall. Let's hit the street.
373.
373.
Are there any additional calls on this?
Negative, just the one.
Copy. You can clear the advise with updated comments. Just let the boss know. And we'll take that DLC on Ivy.
Omar, the child has been found, but thank you for heading that way. You know.
Chuck at 982 Ivy Avenue East on a
Yeah, you can go there and talk to the family. That'd be great. Well, we'll still meet you there, just so we can say hi to the family. But all right, thank you very much. Thank you. Well, just because we did get invites from the people down here, and we don't get down here very often. Joe Miller's 80-year-old grandmother lives down here somewhere. Battle Creek area.
And you probably already figured Joe is not with us tonight.
Probably be with us tomorrow, though.
Yep.
That's the plan. So we're on Highway 61 southbound in a mini rainstorm.
5272.
To our right, however, is the Mississippi River.
272.
And to
For
our
the
left
medical dispatcher, since medics are already
is Battle Creek Park.
she's been started at United. It's going to be United staff that has to call in for transport.
So this will be a test of what the signal for the phone is down here.
Why are we doing that to ourselves? Why do we do that? Yeah, this is a tough area generally because it's down by the river. It's got the big hills from the Battle Creek ski jump up there at the top of Battle Creek. Beautiful area down here, though.
It really is.
Not a lot of crime. Lower Afton Road.
The St. Paul Police Firearms Range is down this way, just inside Maplewood.
Yeah, I think they're going to close that up at some point here now.
Hmm.
I don't know how long it'll be, but you know they're turning the golf course. Well, the county board is arguing over whether or not, but they're planning to turn it into housing.
Oh, really?
The Ponds golf course out there, and so when they do that, then because the golf course was kind of the backdrop and the sound didn't bother too many people there, so they eventually have to close that range down. I don't know how many years away that is. Yeah, this light sprinkling rain is almost more irritating than the
it is.
Than the hard
Always.
rain.
It's greasy.
Point Douglas, this is where that right there we just passed Point Douglas. This is where the squads found that car that fired the shot up on Maryland that Pat so wisely figured out the plate. Checking the different alternative numbers.
Yeah, they made a good arrest on that.
Mute that for a minute.
Raindrops
It's gonna go downhill when I turn here. All right, we're gonna see if we can stay online here. Even with the booster, we're having some trouble, but this is a terrible spot for cellular connections over here. This is London Lane. We are just turning off at McKnight. McKnight is the border there with Maplewood.
And this is London spelled Londin, which I've got to look up where that name came from for this street.
272. If you could just let Regents know, we'll just come through the ambulance there.
Oh, I bet they're so happy to find their child. Right?
That is, what a terrifying feeling.
Still streaming?
Nope.
Nope?
Nope.
Streaming? You're still streaming? Or
Now
both?
we're back.
Okay. Large number of Somali persons, immigrants, citizens, and all living here. I spent when I was
United was on divert. Or
when
why
I was-
why were they turned away?
when I was retired for 3 or 4 years, I spent a fair amount of time over here working with the Somali community.
Well, that looks like there were a lot of people out looking for this child.
Before she was seen, and transport was denied, so I'm driving her to Regions.
Okay, but United didn't relay that info to Fire before they just told them that they were coming, is that right?
Yeah, I don't think Fire knew it was going to be 4 to 5 hours, so I was a little surprised.
What's the numbers on this one?
Okay.
Let's see. 2178 there.
Oh, because she's watching us, apparently.
Hello.
Are we streaming still? Oh, good. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. There was a missing child over here.
Yeah, he literally lives in my building.
Oh, and they found him a little bit ago?
Yep.
Oh, that's good.
What was he doing? Do you know?
He was playing in the hallway.
Oh, somewhere?
I guess they sat there and he was, he sat down, ate dinner, and he kind of snuck out.
Okay.
So they lost sight of him for a little bit.
When they found him, he probably told them, I'm not lost. I know exactly where I am.
Yeah. My mom's probably hearing me right now.
Do you hear it, Omar? Well, I'm in the parking lot, but I don't know where we're supposed to be.
This is so cool.
Yeah, but tell me which corner you're in. You know, like
What's
there's
your
4
name?
buildings in a corner.
Evelyn, I'm Pat.
I know.
You what?
I follow you guys all the time.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah. Okay. Hang on one second. Which one is 2180? Do you know?
2180 is
Right,
that
Ben?
building behind us.
All right. I'll meet you outside in a minute. Thanks. Bye.
You're right now by the 2178.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Hey, thanks for coming out and greeting us. I hope you enjoy.
Good thing I'm not on camera.
Well, you can be if you want.
Oh, no.
That's the beauty. That's
yes.
the beauty of this. You don't have to be.
Yep, they can hear my voice.
Yes, they can. Thank you for the report. We're going to go say hi to the parents. Thanks a lot.
Yes,
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Shouting going on down here.
27 Aurora, Plymouth 432, Color's ex-husband is outside refusing to leave, yelling and causing a scene, name of herself, like male 6'1", thin build, gray hoodie and gray jeans. Male has also calling in, states that the mother of the children hasn't answered the door and that she's threatened suicide but hasn't done anything.
Well, there's Omar behind us. They're in the corner.
Hi. Salam.
How are you? Assalamu alaikum. Omar, thanks for coming out. Appreciate you being here.
I'm gonna say hi to the family.
Where are they?
203 here.
203. Are they inside already?
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll park right behind that car. We'll come in real quick. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Well, you want to stay in the car?
Yeah, I'll stay in the car.
And talk a little bit
Sure.
about. Keep an eye on the car too. Let's make sure we're still streaming. But there we go. Obviously, you can move it if you need to. I'll leave it right on.
72 auto region.
All right. Call me if something big happens.
Sure.
Be right back.
So Omar is the Sheriff's Department liaison to the East African community. Does an amazing job. There's still a number of people out in the hallways here, I think, that were probably in on searching for the child, which is really nice to see. I know I'm not alone in saying I sighed a huge breath of relief when they found this child. I mean, 4 years old, how frightening is that? But he was just playing in the hallway. He was fine. He knew right where he was. He knew right what he wanted to be doing. Got a couple text messages here to check, folks.
Three. We're assisted with 181 510.
I guess this guy in St. Cloud is actually doing some filming inside the bank and posting it. But that's been going on for, oh gosh, at least 7 or 8 hours. Yeah, I would say that looking for missing children and building a new relationship within the Somali community, greeting people in this apartment building, letting them get to know Sheriff Fletcher, the officers getting to know them. I'd say that's very much within our job. Just watch us for a while. You'll start to understand. Your misconceptions will be cleared up.
I got the on the crawler. 1240 Dayton. 2220. Copy, code forward. 2223.
Anyone wondering about why we do this live stream? You know, we've explained it many times, but just keep watching. It'll become clear to you. We're interested in building relationships in the community. We're interested in creating new friendships. Interested in showing people that police officers are human beings with the same concerns, the same loves, the same likes, the same dislikes in general.
Hi, man.
How are you, Omar?
Good, how are you?
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
You miss Ferns too?
Big time, how do you know?
We saw each other there all the time.
All right, let me say hi to
you're live, so
to the viewers. A little boy, approximately 4 years old, gone missing tonight here in is it East St. Paul?
Yeah, essentially Battle Creek, East St. Paul. Yep.
And luckily, the boy has been found. The mother and the family were very happy, and as always, I get a call from the sheriff, and I run to the family, help them, calm them down, and now we talk to them, and everything is back to normal, and the family is very happy. and we are all relieved to finally get the boy back to his family. So I want to thank everybody for...
Yeah, and Omar, you and I have done some outreach in this building before, because this building, this complex has a lot of Somali people living here. What would you say? Majority, right?
Yes.
Majority?
Yep.
And a lot of children, and very well-behaved children. We don't get many calls, but they have a lot of safety concerns.
They were complaining about carjacking and more gangs activity, and they were pleading for help, and we will do whatever we can to help them. But they were really talking about a fear of their safety and increasing of carjacking and crime in this area for the recent last few months or even year.
Yeah, and we need to make sure when COVID's over here that we're doing something to help them, you know.
Right,
to help educate them on some of the ongoing problems.
Yep, we will have a community meeting to increase the awareness. Thank you. He said thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
God bless.
Yeah, he expressed thanks to you guys. And yes, we will have a community meeting. And yes, it takes a village to work together to bring it's up to each and everyone, a member of the community, to do their part. And we will, once the COVID-19 is a little bit down, we will have a community gathering here to talk about all these safety issues and gangs and carjacking.
Well, you're a good man, and you've done a lot of good work helping us stay connected to the Somali community.
I really want to thank you guys for the service you're doing, and I want you to stay safe.
Well, thank you. All right, well, we'll call you if we have some other, there was Omar called when there was that 2 boys were killed in Kansas City.
Right.
And the community there called him downstairs, down, because they didn't have a great relationship with the government.
Oh, you went down there?
No, he was going to,
okay.
but they apprehended the suspect the next day.
They killed him.
Yeah, in a shootout.
In a shootout.
Didn't need to go down, but if that hadn't happened, we were going to send Omar down there to help work with the community down there. So.
Absolutely.
Yeah. All right, buddy. Thank you.
Stay safe.
When we got here, there were a number of people still in the hallway. Were they all the people who were helping search?
The search.
That was impressive.
Yeah, the search. Yeah. Thank you, guys.
All right.
Stay safe. Thank you for all you do.
Thank you. All right. $10:27 now, huh?
Yep.
10:27.
When you're ready, 622 Humboldt on an animal.
Seem like we're still streaming, right?
Yes, we are.
By a neighbor's dog.
That's good. Good night, guys. Hopefully, we got a lot of people offering to help us with a better streaming concept, but maybe we should start by trying a different phone service. Maybe that's our step one. Get a different phone service. Try a different one. Just
right.
There is a system where you can do dual streaming from 2 different vendors at the same time, but I don't want to invest. Hey, Joe, thank you.
Take care, guys. Got a message: the hostages have been freed and the suspect is in custody in St. Cloud.
Awesome. Great news. Great news. So we can stop these wipers for a little bit, huh?
That would be nice. That'll help. Nope, we are not frozen at the moment. If it is for you, what you want to do is leave the page for a moment and come back, and it should start up for you.
This is McKnight Road again, and As we cross over here, we are now technically in the city of Maplewood. East side of McKnight Road is city of Maplewood. Thank you, Facebook friends, for your friendship, your invites to come and patrol your neighborhoods. We've got a lot of neighborhoods we're supposed to be patrolling, Pat. You're on our list. We're not going to guarantee we're going to get there tonight, but we might do a May marathon. We haven't decided. A May marathon, you know? Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. What do you think? A May marathon. 5-day marathon.
I'll leave that entirely up to you. I don't have anybody else at my home.
Yeah. I'm going to get 15 seconds, I'm going to get a text. So I'm so excited. I got to tell you, the fact that the governor is removing all the restrictions by July 1st.
Yep.
Is that exciting or what?
That's very exciting.
It makes me think there's a water park over here in Battle Creek too. They have that water park. Those things will be open up. People can get out in the pools. Como Park pool will be opening up. And thank you for that awesome list that you put together of all the great things that are in St. Paul. And
that was really cool.
I don't know if it was on there. I'm sure it was. We were collecting them all, but the Saints Stadium and baseball games down there, for the Saints being a AAA team that feeds the Twins, you know, that is going to be cool to see pros that get dropped down to their AAA team playing at Saints Stadium. If you like baseball, that's a great venue for outdoor fun baseball.
Oh, yeah.
I'm looking forward to that. It's just going to be awesome. Hey, tomorrow night when we'll announce the time sometime tomorrow that we're gonna start. We do have a favor to ask of you, and the favor is that when you share it, could you tell people why you think they should watch it? Because I think that's the thing. A personal note tomorrow on why it's worth watching is more meaningful than just a share. Just it might be a one-line or two-line about what you think is valuable. And we don't really like to call this a show. It's an educational broadcast. And so we're gonna try to get an update here on what happened in St. Cloud. We believe that after he released the hostages, that the SWAT team may have done an entry in order to get him out. But we're not sure. We did get a couple people over here by Sunray Shopping Center that said, please come over by Sunray.
Well, here we are.
In our comments. So we are at the Sunray Shopping Center over here on the east side. And a lot of people that live behind here. There's a transit station behind here as well, which people ask us to patrol once in a while.
There are occasionally some problems at that transit station.
There are Cub Foods over here.
Planet Fitness.
And 10-5, you can medics. They're in the other car. Yeah.
Planet Fitness.
175, I copy on channel 3.
I think there's still a TJ Maxx, or is it gone now?
I believe it's still here.
Or maybe this used to be it here.
Oh, right over there on the corner.
Oh, you're right. It's still around there.
Yep, looks like they're still going too.
Domino's, Leon Chin's, Burgers. I don't even know how to pronounce it. Is it Burgers? Those are hard words for me. Burgers. Well, it's like the words Jimmy John's are much easier.
Copy, check my area 2234.
The Detail LR store.
A Mediterranean restaurant. Interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah, we want to go to the Beirut restaurant on Robert Street in West St. Paul sometime.
Good spot. Falafel, pita, gyros, wings, Philly cheesesteaks, hummus. Nice little variety.
Love this weather, huh?
Oh, this is wonderful. Little hardware store right around the corner here too. Used to be my hardware store when I lived on Nokomis.
Yeah. I lived over here in McKnight when you first started. I think we drove by.
There's the transit station.
Oh yeah, we'll go down there, huh? 179 McKnight. Calls aren't back to back.
For now.
It's the LOP effect.
Somebody just said the hardware store is gone. Oh man. It's a great little hardware store.
Get over here much, so I'm glad we could get here a little bit. We're over on Wilson and Euclid a little bit, but not actually on the front side. We've been to the bowling alley a few times.
Right. There's the transit station on the right.
Yep.
Copyright in Pennsylvania.
And right around the corner is the library and rec center.
Squad 383. 383. You can start for domestic 1222 Westminster Street, Unit 101. When this originally called, saying there was a female and children in the hallway that were pounding on doors. The female was wearing no clothing, and then the male dragged the female back into the apartment. The female has since called, stating the father of her child took her child, has since returned it, but he has left. He assaulted her earlier. His father's name is going to be a Tejon Larkin, black male, dark complexion. He's last seen headed on foot on Westminster towards Maryland with a pink and purple blanket.
Copy and roll.
2238.
Can you keep yours on the YouTube one?
Sure.
Well, you can't really, can you? Because yeah, maybe you can monitor this one, because I can't put my phone on YouTube. I don't know why that is. My phone is not YouTube friendly. So make sure that's okay. There's something strange going on. We don't know why those error messages are coming across.
220.
Go ahead.
613 Robert Street on the eastbound platform. Assist medics in transit. female called saying that she was pushed out of a vehicle and stabbed in the leg. So the white female, pants, sweatshirt, dark pants, blonde hair, no suspect info.
Hey, just to wrap up, I do want to wrap up one thing on this, this debate we've been having about whether we belong in town. I don't know if I can get this to play or not. I'm going to see if I get it to play. Let's see here.
Fletcher's pledge of transparency, and this is particularly concerning because he refuses to.
I want to say one thing. I mentioned
Squad 326.
The uninvited part was the most disturbing, sort of, for a council president to say we're not invited when all the residents would like us here.
1826 Cottage Avenue on a suspicious. Cars out on scene. Saw on their ring camera.
One last thing, let's just bring closure. One other piece of the meeting yesterday. I hope you'll hang with me and follow this argument. This is the quote from Council Member Tolbert in yesterday's meeting. I'm just going to play it. Hopefully you can hear it. We'll turn our radios down.
Well, we never are opposed to any review.
Sheriff Fletcher questioned the motive of the resolution.
So the real motive here is try to keep the public in the dark about what's going on. And Live on Patrol really shows them, okay, this is what we're really
Obviously, that's
Councilmember Chris Tolbert also questioned Sheriff Fletcher's pledge of transparency. And this is particularly concerning because he refuses to wear a body camera. And then he can decide what the public sees or doesn't see. And so when we talk about transparency, we should remember that. Sheriff Fletcher says that's simply not true, showing this photo of him taken after he was assaulted during a Live on Patrol segment and pointing to his body-worn camera.
I had a body camera on. So it's just disingenuous for her to throw these false facts around. What is so disturbing is that none of those 5 city council members are willing to acknowledge they're in the middle of a crime epidemic. Because the violence in terms of homicides, carjackings, shootings is increasing dramatically, and the St. Paul Police Department alone does not have the resources to stop it.
So
now, Sheriff Fletcher says
the part I wanted you to hear was the part where a council member says he refuses to wear a body camera. Now, not only is that a false statement, that's an intentionally false statement. In our world of law enforcement, that qualifies as a lie.
My jaw dropped when I heard that, and quite frankly, the man owes you an apology. He owes you a public apology.
I appreciate that, because many of you know that I do wear a body camera, and our policy doesn't require for plain clothes, but I often have it in plain clothes as well. But to say that he refuses to wear a body camera, number one, he's never asked me to wear one or checked if I do. So, and here's what's troubling about that for a council member Tolbolt to do that. He is a licensed attorney, okay? He's an attorney at the Hennepin County Attorney's Office. It's just a prosecutor. And in the legal sphere, your credibility is everything. When you're in an official capacity on an official meeting and you lie.
There's this little thing called Brady, isn't there?
Yeah, Brady Giglio. Here's what happens. You lose your credibility when you lie in your official capacity. And all of the police officers in Minnesota, 8,000 or so, know that if they lie in an official capacity, they go on a list called the Brady Giglio. You can look it up, Brady Giglio list. And what it means is that if you have a history of lying, that your testimony in the future is subject to impeachment based upon your previous lie. So for an attorney to make a bold-faced lie at a meeting like that really is, if there ever should be someone that should be investigated for violating their oath, that's the investigation.
It's an egregious violation.
Yeah, it's especially for a licensed attorney. So I've never asked for an apology in my life from anybody, but I've never seen just a blatant, bold lie like that out of an officer of the court without any contact. We got no contact, nothing. And it wasn't until he said he doesn't wear. If he would have said, well, he doesn't wear one, you know, well, it's a subjective thing. You know, maybe I saw him without one once or twice. But he said he refuses to wear a body camera. You can watch, that's from the video from KSTP. It's a quote from the publicly, you know, it's basically a lie. And it brings into jeopardy everything else you say. When you're an officer of the court like we are, if you're caught lying, everything else is impeached as well.
Yep.
So,
yep.
I'm not gonna just allow some council member to lie about us boldly. So
there are police officers who have lost their jobs over being put on the Brady list.
Right.
There are police officers who've been able to been put in other capacities, but can never again testify in court.
They can't bring a case. They can't work a case. So a lot of departments fire people when they're caught lying like that.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you know, this is the hypocrisy of accusing someone of doing something and then lying about it yourself. It's just I don't know. I don't know, Mr. Tolbert. I probably have been in the same room with him a handful of times in my life. Facebook, we're on.
Just nodded with more fun facts.
It's been in and out a little bit on Facebook. YouTube seems to be having an issue.
Oh, brother, huh?
You know, I don't think we ever talked about this. I don't think I ever asked you this question.
What?
And I'm curious. Before the city council announced they were going to do this resolution, did anybody from there ever say, you know, hey, Bob, we want to talk to you about this live on patrol?
No. You know, we should probably do, though. We should probably check. Well, looks like we're back on Facebook.
We went to LTE only. And looks like we're back on YouTube too.
Huh?
Yep.
I don't know why the phone automatically goes. We always try to put it in LTE, and when maybe it defaults at 5G.
That could be.
I think part of that's the problem is it's trying to rebroadcast 5G, and I don't think the boosters really made it for that.
And we did notice when it started buffering, and you did not miss us talking about anything except how thirsty I am tonight.
Yeah, see if that YouTube does come back. So something's goofy with YouTube tonight. Gotta go to Holiday, bar closed. We didn't get to the Foundry at all yet. I got such a long list of people, hundreds of people asking us to swing by their house tonight. I think that guy's gonna try to come over here and clean our curb. We'll get out of his way.
Comments. So hopefully going to LTE is going to cure the buffering problem for the rest of the night.
Sure hope so. Well, and if you're back, did we log off Facebook? You think we just kept streaming?
Looks like we kept streaming.
Well, that's good. Some people tell us that if we ever leave the comments on YouTube, we'll get more viewers, because there's a group out there that like to engage on YouTube. We've been skittish about doing that.
You know, and I've got to say that, well, we just had our first ACAB, but most of it has been very reasonable.
Which one's mine here? This front one?
Yep.
Well, let's hope we got some of this figured out now. Calls have kind of died down.
For the moment. We got bar close coming up right now, though.
Yeah, we're getting several calls on the racers down there in Spring Street and Shepherd. Sometimes we go down there. I mean, my preference is to wait until they go to Kmart and then try to. But I would like, sometime this summer, what we're going to do. Shots fired at 7:21. Are you on 2 there, big guy? 7:21.
Oh, I turned it down when we were.
7:21, Robert.
I think that's the. Is that the Burger King? No, that's.
The squads are so busy on the previous calls that there is a ton of calls in pending still. That's part of the problem.
Complainant heard 8 shots fired coming from a vehicle going northbound on Robert towards downtown.
Okay.
They have video footage which they are checking, so we should have an update here shortly.
This car. See if the car. Use our red lights here so we can get ahead to see if we can catch that car when it comes into downtown St. Paul. There aren't many options for that car if it's on Robert Street northbound, right?
Nope.
It's going to have to come into downtown. Calls over in the Como neighborhood there, Pat?
Take a look here.
Pending. What's that? A burglary.
In the Pendings, you said?
Yeah. Right there, California. What's that say there?
They were trying to make a burglary report online. Attempted burglary. Somebody tried to get in the front door. They came home from a walk and saw the outer door damaged.
When did that happen?
Let's see.
Call back, say the mail is now back on the property.
So there's an example of how busy things are. What's the address there? About 100 block.
600 block of California.
600 block of West California.
Hour and 20 minutes.
Just off of Dale Street. In the middle of Ward 5. People went for a walk, came back and they were burglarized. And they've been waiting an hour and 20 minutes for a squad to come and take their burglary report. How's that for comfort?
No one to send.
No one to send because it's been so busy. Too many needs out there in the street of higher priority. But this is why we make the point that St. Paul Police Department needs another 90 officers to be able to respond in a timely fashion. And we're not shy about saying it. Attempted burglary. I guess it was an attempted burglary, which, you know, but even so, we like, once a burglar attempts to burglarize a house in a neighborhood, they're going to attempt to burglarize another one.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
So we need...
Maybe even come back for that one.
All right. Well, let's look for this squad. Robert, any updates here?
Nope, not yet.
That's transparency about what's available, you know?
Copy.
It's not that the squads wouldn't love to go to the call. So they got a shots fired, same district, they got a shots fired on Robert Street.
270 supplement under the PCM.
Bar closing.
Copy, 258.
Still no update on this. No vehicle description.
We are in downtown St. Paul, 7th Street. Looks like our buffering has improved, huh?
Yeah, it sure has.
I don't know why I clicked back to 5G, because we had it set for the 4G last time. Because people told me that 5G is faster downloading to your phone, but if you're uploading, it actually will be no faster, so you're better off being on 4G to upload.
Just wait. Just wait. Can you take me off this call so I can log in, please? Copy.
Is there another runaway call over there too, impending?
Let's see here.
Missing child.
Yep.
Huh?
700 block of Como.
Oh, another call in Ward 5. What's that one about?
Daughter was last seen before school this morning at 8 a.m.
So missing child?
Missing child.
How long has the call been impending?
I believe it was 2 hours.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey.
Good to see you. How's our best friend? You.
You're the man.
You're the man. You're always out there. Thank you.
Thank you. I just came from Taekwondo.
Oh, very good. Very good.
Keep up the good work.
Thanks.
Take it down.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. How long has that one been impending?
That is hour and 55 minutes.
So your child runs away, you call the police. There's no squads available to come because they're short-handed.
Yep.
Now you know why they don't like the transparency of Live on Patrol. It's not the cops' fault. They have a lot of stuff going on. We're looking at all the other calls they got too.
For the squad to break to assist, 1771 Old Hudson Road to Speedway, marked in progress assault. For a male that was struck from a female in a white two-door Chevy sedan that left northbound White Bear 2 minutes ago.
Squad 420, checking your status.
The black male in his mid-30s wearing a light blue baseball cap and a light blue shirt.
I swear, every time we leave an area of town, something happens.
What else you got impending there, just to give some examples?
Look here. Look at this one.
There's one that can break through assist.
This one for ourselves.
Squad 420.
Squad 420.
Just checking your status.
Code 4.
326.
Copy, thank you. Code 4, 2303.
2303.
See that one get dispatched. I'm sure that'll be dispatched soon.
Right.
check on
And
our
321,
check
I
on the
copy
holiday
update.
station.
I'll try giving them a call.
Copy.
You said we're going to check on or
The holiday?
or did you see a call?
No, we're just going to go
Oh,
up there. Just
okay.
gonna go up there. No. I know there's a couple other weapons calls that are out there that I'm assuming they'll be dispatched soon, right?
Yep. Far away from us.
Put some presence at these places, you know, whether it's the bars that are closing or... Gonna be tomorrow night, huh? It's gonna be strange.
Yeah. Shoot, it's going to be the first time since March of last year that
Really?
bars were up until 2, isn't it?
I don't know. I don't remember when they finally closed up. Middle of March, well.
211.
We should have a parade.
What the squad was this? 1184 McCubbin Street on an assault. Come saying they were just assaulted. Suspect is a black male in his 20s, 6-foot heavy build.
Should probably run up there. 1184 McCubbin, which is right near Maryland.
211, I
Also
copy.
in Ward
Said they're
5.
listing southbound on McCubbin. Is that on foot, car, vehicle?
That's why,
Stand by, I'll check with the TC.
that's why they can't get to those other 2 calls. Yeah, we do spend a fair amount of time at certain hot spots. And some people might say, well, we should try new spots. We do as best we can, and we're going to because we got a good list of invites. But we also need to be cognizant of where the people are and where the potential problems are. And because the squads are all tied up on calls, writing reports or stuff, they don't really have the time to be proactive.
They don't.
And to be there. So we are going to be.
Just being able to have
211, I copy that, Dave. Any clothing description and still need another officer to put on the call.
a squad or 2 at each bar at closing time would eliminate a lot of problems.
Copy, still working on the description. Is there a second car to start? 1184 McCubbin on an assault.
270 on road.
Copy 2306.
Copy.
Looks like someone's getting a car towed. I've had some nasty arguments over my career. I know you have about people getting their car towed.
Oh yeah.
It's locked on the tow and they call and they will fight with the tow truck driver. Oh, it's just gonna be ugly.
Okay, the suspect in this might have been on a bike.
Okay. Well, we're gonna drive through here first, see if what the temperature is at the Holiday gas station.
Mm-hmm.
Before we go up and assist on that one.
They do have 2 cars on it now.
Someone's got to get to that missing 14-year-old.
Three, two, one.
Probably cancel 326 for now. No breakdown and no one's on team match in the description.
211.
211, I copy that. Copy. 326, you can clear.
2308.
Copy, you can leave us on for like 9 minutes. We can get some BWC.
You're good, don't worry about it.
Copy. 2308.
How's it going? Mustang. What was that Captain cocktail song. It wasn't Mustang. Muskrat.
Oh,
Muskrat.
Muskrat Love.
Mustang with the white
Your way.
roof.
How you doing?
What's
All
going
right.
on? Good, nice truck.
I like that.
That's a big old truck. Hard worker? I have what? Yeah, yeah, that's a good way to phrase it. They are, aren't they? What's with those guys? I don't know. Yeah. Wasn't us. He's trying to get out. She's trying to get out, huh? Silverado.
Very nice.
Chrysler 300. We still looking for one of those or not? No.
Not sure.
So the gentleman in the Foundry, did we mention this earlier? He was arrested
Yes.
today. Then we were looking for that Cadillac. Pat and I have been kind of scouting for it, but they actually found him in town too, which was bizarre.
Yeah.
I mean, in the cities, everybody thought he bailed out to Chicago.
Yeah, I was over at a hotel in Bloomington or Richfield.
Yeah, I don't know. I think Bloomington, but I'm not positive.
And that's an example of why some folks set when we go on mute. But when we do, there's good reason for it.
Count on your call.
Yeah, when
Call
we
back
do,
one
Pat
call.
wants to yell at me for
Officers
something.
took her phone saying iPhone 8 and is requesting a call. Call her when you get a chance. There's a phone number.
2311. 5537. CVT case number is going to be 090957. 090957.
Copy, thanks.
You're welcome, 2311.
Five three seven, I believe 526.
Who's yelling? Who's yelling?
Copy, thank you.
Seems like it's picking up here a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Well, the bar is just let out.
Yep. How's it going?
Hey. Good.
You know what we should do is we should just find a big parking lot where people can hang out, some picnic tables. Just invite everybody to come and hang out.
Something.
It's amazing how often that happens when we stop.
Yep.
For any period of time.
Okay, Mike says YouTube is back. Looks like Facebook is back.
It's still better than it used to be. But we never got those error messages before.
No.
Unless it's a new version. They did update. All these programs were updated in the last couple days. So they might have warning symbol. They might tell you when they're buffering now. It's alright. So the call at 1184 McCubbin turns out to be a robbery. It's a guy on a bicycle and 2 squads are there. What's the description there, Pat?
He's a black male in his 20s, 6-foot, heavy build, maybe a gray hoodie, short curly hair.
Southbound on a bike?
Maybe on a bike.
Okay, nobody knows for sure.
He at one time saw him on a bike, however.
think they're going to change when the bars are open longer and the capacity limits go up outside.
Oh yeah.
I mean, the squads are overwhelmed with the number of calls now. It's going to be very busy. You want to run that? Charlie Victor Hotel. I'm personally glad that'll be that way. I think it'll spread out the bar rush a little bit over a longer period of time. You know, being on Rice Street, it reminds me of Mike Evgen and all the great things that he's done for the community.
He's quite a fighter.
Yeah. Just he's been, you know, he's been working with people out of the prison system on their recovery for the last 5 years. Besides helping kids with some of their self-esteem through boxing, the Rice Street boxing program. He's moving on to some different endeavors, but everything he's done for Rice Street, we sorely miss those types of people that just give back, keep giving. So thanks, Mike Efkin. Hopefully we didn't buffer so much that you can...
He knew right from day one he was going to be a shining star in the police department.
Exactly.
He's the most decorated officer in the history of St. Paul Police Department.
I guess I didn't know that.
Yep.
But I do know that he was always trying to give back to the community, help some of those young girls get out of a life of enslavement and prostitution.
Yes.
Toward the end, just an amazing job that he did, helping people break free from enslavement. Yeah, we had a number of people up here at Marydale Park asked us to swing by. So we will swing down here to Marydale Park, which happens to be right where the robbery was. See the squatters right here, taking the report. 1100 block of McCubbin.
Figured out if he is on a bike.
There's one that can search a 613 Robert near the eastbound platform for the female that was claiming she was stabbed in the leg and finger. Transit is on scene, saying that it's going to be fixed. Call. To start for the assault at 613 Robert Street.
286 June Therapy General with assault. Looking at that.
So to get a car to go to assault on Robert Street, woman stabbed in the leg. A car had to brake from a call they were already out on.
Yeah, and this precinct, the central precinct, which we're in right now, also connects with downtown on the west side. So that's why some of these cars are so tied up in Central. Gun pointing incident over there on Randolph and Victoria. Homo Park called and said, please come over. California Street up here. Some request to come over. Avon Van Buren. Got 4 different sheets over here. Marydale Park. Homo Park. Homo Front and Rice, please stop by.
Squad 318, did you copy?
Negative 10-9.
Probably we
You
should.
can check the SA at Maryland.
Somebody asked us to get out on Doswell and St. Anthony Park. We hardly ever get to St. Anthony Park, do we?
Fine.
Not much crime out there.
No. We've gotten out there a few times.
Yeah. We'll roll them up Como. We'll hit Como Front Dale at people's request. Thanks for inviting us. Pleasant night out, huh?
Very. Someone commented this is the worst buffering we've ever had. They've been watching it constantly.
You think we've been hacked?
Somebody suggested maybe somebody's following us around with a signal chain.
Minnesota Charlie Lima Echo 274.
It's possible.
Copy, lost in Edgerton. Traffic 2324.
I also think, though, earlier this is the most viewers we ever had at one time. I don't think that would cause it, but they said there was 16,000 at one point. I don't know if that's true. Because of all our buffering, a lot of people give up on us.
Yeah. And we turn off comments on YouTube because people can comment anonymously, and it gets often very vulgar, very aggressive.
I don't understand that.
I don't know why people do that, but that's the reality, and we don't need that as a part of this.
We are on south side of Como Lake.
Case number 090927.
This street we're on here right now. I might as well mention this. I know this is going to sound really crazy.
Squad 321, are you able to assist? 314.
I don't know if it's good or bad. I'm not even going to take credit for it. I'm just going to say the reason this is a two-way street is because I was on the city council at the time. Parks and Rec wanted to make it one way the whole way. So everybody that was going west toward St. Anthony for the state fair would have to go all the way around the north end of the lake and then come back through, Sturk and Nussbaumer.
Well, thank you for your efforts.
And I said, no, we can't. We have to have a two-way street here.
Yeah.
And they said, well, we don't have enough room. This is 1983. It's not wide enough there. And I said, well, not wide enough for two. So I said, well, what do we have to do? And they said, well, we got to cut into this boulevard up here, right here on our left here. This boulevard, we got to cut it to widen the street if we're going to have two lanes. Right there? Yeah?
Yeah. That's a good-looking wall,
that's
too.
what they did.
Happy birthday, Miles. Yeah, well, to you and everybody else involved, thank you for keeping it two-way.
Can you imagine every time having to go around?
Oh, God.
That road's been there since 1880 as a trail.
That would have been crazy.
One way, two-way, both ways. The old Como Territorial Trail.
And yeah, we have been noticing on a number of houses the blue lights on the outside. This is National Law Enforcement Month.
Is it a month? I know next week is. By the way, this week is National Correctional Officer Week.
Yes, it is.
And we have a number of correctional officers working for us. And let me just say that neither Pat nor I could handle that job.
No.
Those correctional officers work in unbelievable conditions, all shift long, taking care of persons that are in our custody and can't really get out. And they don't get a break. It's not like we can stop and go to sit down at a nice restaurant or talk to some nice people. I mean, they have to work in that environment every day, all day. And it's not like they're going out driving around in a squad car. So praise those correctional officers. It's unbelievable the work that they do. And most cops could not handle that job.
Oh, I couldn't.
We're just so thankful that some people are willing to do it.
Very much so. Sarah and Lisa, happy birthday.
So it's Correctional Officer Week this week and Law Enforcement Week next week. Most of the festivities have been curtailed because of COVID, but so here's what I think we should do. The governor's talking about opening up on July 1st for everything. We ought to have a big fireworks display in St. Paul. Grand reopening on the 4th of July.
There you go.
Independence from COVID.
Absolutely.
And we ought to get a bunch of businesses to donate the money for fireworks. We ought to put them downtown over the Capitol, like the good old days, right?
Mm-hmm.
Bring everybody down to the Capitol lawn. Get some food trucks down there. Put some music on and watch the fireworks over the state capitol. They shoot them off from behind there on the hill on Capitol Plaza Park up there.
Absolutely.
I don't know why we wouldn't celebrate the grand reopening. So I'm going to work on that. So if you like that idea, let us know. July 4th, fireworks back in St. Paul. I know the mayor canceled fireworks the last year it was there, but maybe he'll reconsider. Put some fireworks back. If not, we just get the downtown council and the Chamber of Commerce behind it, raise some funds to reopen St. Paul.
What a wonderful gesture that would be.
Got a text, Pat, what's that say? I saw that. I know that was for you. Let me see, it was. You can report it.
Oh. Go there.
Well, we can't go there, but I got.
Yeah, I mean on the channel. Yeah. My daughter and other squads are out at the Speedway in White Bear. I'm not going to give any more details right now until I know more.
Right, till you know it's all code 4. That's what I figured. It should be on your phone too. Oh, they don't pop up there. Which one's yours? Phone line.
This one.
Okay. So we are westbound on Como, just by the State Fair.
This is in Minneapolis. Check the area for a suspect wanted for a domestic that occurred at 3357 University. The suspect is a Luis Perez, Hispanic male, 32 years old, wearing a red, yellow, and white sweater. He did break a window at the address. Last seen walking out on Uni.
Well, we better check for Luis Perez.
Yes, indeed.
We're kind of in that area.
22, I think so.
Domestic. Luis Perez, red sweater.
Multicolored. 1 second here. I'll get it all.
You know those sci-fi movies where you just move your hand like this, throw stuff around?
We need that
I
right
think
here.
we're going to have that in a couple of years.
9174, checking flood status.
Swipe left, swipe right.
32 years old, red, yellow, and white sweater.
9174, are you calling? Affirmative, checking status. We'll be making contact shortly. You can keep the checker going. Copy, 2333. Nope, our SUV parked at the pump there.
So Minneapolis called, said the suspect in their call on Emerald. And keep in mind, Emerald is the border right there between St. Paul and Minneapolis. They got the call because it was on the west side of the border. But it sounds like the suspect fled to the east, so they called, asked St. Paul to come and look for the suspect.
He said, wait.
Wanted for a domestic incident, and during which he broke a window.
Usually in these cases, it probably got a violation or no contact order, a order for protection. Just went over a little hump there on the bridge. I hope every time you see us go over the hump, you think about our railroad tour.
9173, give us the air, please.
9173, copy.
There's the call.
10-1 for White Bear at 2334.
$9172, it looks like the party, this is not the subject, looks like a female.
So if you're fleeing on foot to the east, you're probably thinking about getting on the light rail.
Advisors comments, 1413. I'll take your PIC on Minnehaha.
Copy with the squad. Assist for another call, 402 Minnehaha in the lower unit. For a PIC caller, called over a dozen times tonight, but her story continues to change.
I don't think there's much of a time lapse on this either.
113, I'll be back.
Well, I don't know, just go in that
The 140,
direction
she
and
calling
see
the
what we see.
non-emergency line, or she calling 911?
Just yeah,
it's been 911 every time.
Might be a long walk, huh?
Yeah. Thank you.
Just think the transit ways are probably his best bet to escape if he's on foot.
Squad 127.
127.
426 Pier Street in the middle unit. Red DOC. Caller can hear a male and female arguing. It does sound physical, and there's a history of domestic at the address, but it looks like
Hello, transit station here.
Received.
2337.
One straight.
Well,
You can
I think
cancel.
the driver's taking a nap.
Could you let Minneapolis and all that? We're not finding him.
But, oh, there he is. He's in the back.
There he is.
Got it.
I'm going to cut these off now.
2400.
2400.
Can we get the description of that suspect again on Emerald and Uni?
His name is Luis Perez, Hispanic male, 32 years old. He's wearing a red, yellow, and white sweater.
I think he's in the back of this bus here at Emerald and Uni if the squad wants to roll up. I think the bus is staging, but there is somebody in here.
63K. We're on Berry, aren't we?
We actually might be on Berry Street, just one block east of Emerald.
One, do you copy that?
121, I copy. 23. 22, can you put us back on that call? We're in that area. Yep.
Here it comes.
So, a suspect matching the description of this guy is in the back of this bus we're behind.
Sure he doesn't get out before we get here. Oh, seen too many other people with red and yellow sweatshirts on at this time, right? Might as well go just try it out and see how that goes. Yep.
Right 22, one in custody. Copy, one in custody. 22.
Encuentran iniquidades. Bien, podría permanecer.
22, can you have Minneapolis?
Varios estadounidenses registro presentan sus noticias y no viene la vergüenza. Afectados ciudad en límite. Registrados que se debieron desde el
What happened there? That radio noise. So that is the suspect. Good, just in time. The bus driver's leaving.
One on a bike, 1700.
The bus driver is leaving. And they'll call Minneapolis and turn them over to him.
Oh, one on a bike at 2341.
Do you think that the bus driver was sleeping? Or was he resting his eyes?
I think he was just resting his eyes.
Resting his eyes. Alright, oh, we're off. We'll follow the bus. Thanks, guys. Thank you. Thank you. So they'll hook up with Minneapolis. You know, the moral of the story is if you're gonna hide from the police, you better lay down in the back of the bus.
Lay down in the back of the bus. I probably shouldn't give them tips. This is one of those times I wish we had an inward-facing camera. We looked up, we both saw that bus, and we both looked at each other.
Yeah, we were checking the transit ways, figuring he might be trying to get the light rail, and then we saw the bus, so we said, well, he's going to take the bus, but
and it was just a block away. I mean,
right.
Yeah.
Well, it's probably easier to hide in a bus than a transit station.
Very true.
You know what he's saying to himself right now? Because the bus just left. You know what he's saying? Missed it by that much.
Sorry, that's right. 127, if you have a component door, please. Secure entrance.
Copy, I'll give it a call.
People were kind of pulling up on us, Pat, so I don't know what this is about.
What y'all doing?
What you all doing?
I'm just damn, y'all got hella lives and stuff.
Yeah, you're watching?
Nah, what's this, Bob Fletcher?
That's it?
Yes, sir.
Oh shit. How you doing?
Good, how are you?
Pretty good.
Yeah. That's it. That's it. You want to get on? Tell them.
I don't want to get on the line.
Okay, well, you pulled up on us. We weren't sure why.
No, I had just seen a bunch of the screens and stuff. I was like, damn, what they got going on?
How's your night going?
Pretty good. I'm about to head home.
Yeah.
Well, tomorrow the bars are open till 2. It'll be really busy tomorrow.
Yeah.
There you go. Finally.
Have a good one.
Take
Thanks.
care.
Thank you. So we're eastbound on University. Are we buffering now, or are we all good?
We are all good. And yeah, we're not sure how long we're going tonight. This was kind of a pop-up live on patrol. But we will be back tomorrow night.
We never made it to Doswell. Sorry, we were on our way to Doswell over there in Como. We were on our way to it. We got this call. We wanted to go make sure we participated in there. So, our apologies. We do get several calls to go down and help down in Highland Park.
177 copy. An additional slots for midnight EOT 161.
161, how many have?
Received in 181.
181, have a good night.
You as well. Any other slots for EOT?
Marion Park. Some people called from Marion Park. Said please come and drive through Marion Park. By the way, I don't know if how many people have been in here, but actually, I don't even know if I know where I'm going. What the heck? So there's this little special area over here, 550 Vandalia.
Okay.
It's a little nice niche. It's kind of an unknown little area. You see it right in here.
Okay.
It's a nice little work area, and there's a coffee shop here too.
Is that it right there?
Could be.
Oh, that's a brewery.
Brewery, that's what I mean, a brewery.
Lake Monster Brewery.
Right? Isn't that cool? You know,
Yeah.
these little breweries are cool. But where I was over here at SPNN, St. Paul Neighborhood Network, and they do cable programming there. And my good friend Carmen Robles is producing some television for the Latino community about the opioid epidemic and COVID, etc. And so we did a little 2-hour television show this week. I looked way too old. Well, that didn't bother me. I looked way too fat, you know.
Knock it off.
But anyhow, I'm just very impressed. I'm really impressed. There's not a lot of places that have quality staffing. They had all the staff and producers in there. There's some really good quality people that know what they're doing on producing television shows. The only thing is they need a better person in front of the camera, that being me. Carmen does a great job. And Dr. Cologne, who is an expert in opioid abuse, and Jan Malcolm, Commissioner Jan Malcolm was on the program too.
Commissioner
of Health.
Oh, yeah.
And talking about the opioid epidemic. I don't know if you saw this week in the paper, but the number of overdose deaths in Minnesota went up by
114, copy your notes in progress.
20. Where's that?
2200 block of Standish Avenue.
Oh, we'll go down there.
2248.
Is it 2200 block of the Standish?
Yep. Sorry about that. Very close part. You just have maybe a 99 squad.
Anyhow, all overdose deaths are up 27%.
Wow.
It's a record in Minnesota. It's a record nationwide, if you saw the report. 81,000 people in America died of drug overdose deaths in 2020. 81,000. And 5 years ago that number was around 50,000, so the number has increased dramatically.
No kidding.
And fentanyl still accounts for the highest percentage, but there's a number of methamphetamine overdose, cocaine overdose, all sorts of drugs that typically we weren't seeing in terms of death. So Narcan is a key ingredient to saving people from an opioid overdose, but we don't have as many tools to save people from the other overdose, stimulant overdose. So anyhow, we're going to talk more on Live on Patrol about drug addiction and preventive programs, and how we can make sure that we can help people stay off drugs, get help, and how we can help family members understand what the best approach is. So are you headed to where we're going?
Yeah.
I don't know. Isn't it down here? What address did you put in?
The one, 2297.
Well, then I must be very confused. Can you show me on your map where it is? I'm totally confused. I don't think that's where it is. I think it's this way.
I'm not sure about that.
Says that. I just don't know if it can be trusted.
Clear sister with Washington 400. 2354.
Rolling slow, it's a Fletcher show.
It's actually north of Uni, off of Raymond.
It's right up in there, huh? Other side of the freeway.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, when I stopped there, I took a look at a text there. Narcan can be carried by normal citizens. You should have it around all the time. It's actually called naloxone, is the medical term, but the trade name is Narcan. It comes in 2.5 to 4 milligram squirt bottles. You squirt in a person's nose, and you'll be amazed how fast they'll come out of the breathing suppression that opioids do. After 2 minutes, if they haven't revived, give them another squirt, and actually you can wait another 2, but usually they'll come out in the first or second administration of Narcan. Left?
Left, yep.
How am I going to sneak over?
Clear right.
Huh?
I think we go right through there.
Yeah.
Copy 1-3.
But I mean, how are we going to sneak over through Cretan?
Copy.
Or
Hey.
how do we get over the freeway? It's on the other side of the freeway, right?
Yeah.
You're going to make me guess?
We're gonna turn.
We're going back up. We're going back up.
Yeah, but we got to do it around. We got to take a right on Riverwood. Get some money, I'll take. Left.
Taking off, speed 60, past Cedar, still in Hiawatha.
Cedar and Hiawatha.
South on Hiawatha, passing Cedar, 60 miles an hour. Light traffic going over Cedar now.
They could come to Marshall Street Bridge if they get they get off on Lake Street there. They'll come right to us.
Still need direction, cross street, speed. Southbound, crossing 26. Speed is 70, light traffic.
Gotta wait and see if they get to Lake Street.
Yeah, because there's cars.
Got all green still, speed 70, no traffic.
Just cross 28. 10-4, one of you call it, please.
So Minneapolis has a chase over at Cedar and Hiawatha, which isn't too far from the Lake Street Bridge. We're going to plant ourselves at the Lake Street Bridge here. If for some reason they're coming, we're just going to block all traffic from going across the bridge.
Speed 60, passing 30 seconds, still southbound.
They're technically a little south of Lake Street now, but that can change in a heartbeat.
He's going for red light.
Are you running red?
Slowing for red light.
Never. 07, are they in pursuit? 10-4, ma'am. On a stolen? Yes, ma'am.
On a what?
Stolen.
Okay, if they're running red lights, discontinue.
Well, he said it was...
Head 30 seconds, tight.
I terminated.
Yes.
30 seconds.
Give me
And
that.
the blue light.
10-4, state patrol terminated, last name 30 seconds and minute. Minnehaha.
Before you leave the LTEC, can you give us a description and plate of the car?
It's a gray Toyota Camry, I think. One male driver, hooded sweatshirt, that's all I can see.
Mary Edward John 037 on a 2010 Toyota Camry, gray in color.
Mary Edward John.
037. Thank you.
It'll have damage from the pit. Just went northbound. Let me get you the street. Coming up to it 1 second.
It's a gray Camry.
I'm sorry, who bid it?
I attempted a pit. Unsuccessful. Last seen northbound 38 for Minnehaha. I'm just going to check the area.
114, can you try a call back and have them open the door?
Yep.
Last seen northbound 38 from Minnehaha.
MEJ 037.
And you'll know a Camry.
And 616, where will the damage be?
Rear both sides.
114 disregard.
Unsuccessful pit. 23.
We're going to sit here at the Lake Street border. See if he comes over here. He's right in the area here up ahead, really, at Minnehaha and Lake. So, won't surprise me at all if he tries to make it over to St. Paul.
Not at all.
It sounds like they still got eyes on him, even though they're not pursuing.
Well, if anything, we can drop the patch.
And for an information out of Minneapolis just now, this vehicle has been involved in several robberies of persons, unknown weapons,
Oh, for
and
crying out loud.
State will be dropping the patches
State,
LTAC 1 at
yeah,
23.
state didn't know that it had been involved in robberies, so they discontinued their pursuit. Ay, 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 ay. What's that there?
Why is that trunk open?
Because it got pitted.
Mm-hmm.
What are we looking for? What color is it?
It said gray. I suppose this could be a pale gray.
Well, let's just see. I don't know if we can go back on Lake Street, but looks like he's actually got something in there.
Oh, yeah.
Back to our spot. Well, someone from Minneapolis will probably see that thing and chase it out. If they were even in the loop on it, that's the other problem. Sounded like it was strictly a state patrol car, right?
Yeah. I'm going to try and find a Minneapolis train.
In the meantime, there's a car behind me coming at me. If you can check it out for me, because you're the car expert. Nope. Okay.
Slow, it's a Fletcher show.
114 case number.
Yeah, I wish they'd got that information out a little quicker about it being involved
The
in
state patrol
robberies.
would have continued, huh? If they had that.
Case number 090985.
And I don't think the supervisor knew they had already tried to pit him, too.
Zero.
It was stolen from 13th Avenue and 5th Street Southeast.
Broken bumper. Check these two for me?
Yep.
If I didn't know better, I'd say these three are racers.
You think?
And they're probably monitoring our feed. That's what they do.
Did you hear about that call at Dale Front and
Yes,
Como last night?
They tried to box a guy in?
Tried to box an officer in.
I think they'd make a mistake if they try to box us in.
I think so too.
We'd take that, we'd assume that was evil intent, right?
Yep.
Here they come. We might have to get some of our tools of our trade out from our back seat. All right, take a look at these cars here.
Yep.
12023. (114 to 121). He should have left on foot.
He has no vehicle. 121 copy. We're
Is that the
checking
domestic?
out here. It's not my email. Go ahead.
537.
What kind of car are we looking for?
Gray Toyota Camry.
Call for 537.
Just switch back to data when you have a chance.
Will do.
What's
Thank
that
you,
one behind this one?
That is not a Toyota. I think it's a Beamer. Yeah, BMW.
What about that missing person?
537 off to the LAPD, don't know.
Still in pending, or did they dispatch it?
161.
It was dispatched.
Clear DOA with 164.
Dispatched or canceled, one or the other. Maybe they came home.
Maybe they just called and said we're going to bed. They can take those over the phone too. I suppose.
Yeah,
They had to.
the child was 14, so.
All right, well, back across the bridge.
Yep, we gave it the college try.
Yep, we're in the right neighborhood for that. St. Thomas, here we come. St. Kate, St. Thomas, Augsburg right up the street there on Riverside. McAllister on Snelling, Hamlin up there on Snelling.
1420, copy yourself, son on the music complaint, 3715 Sheridan.
Concordia and Hamlin in 94. We've got more quality colleges in a small area.
121, it should be a Jamal Jefferson, black male, 31 years old, 5'9", average build, wearing a gray top and jeans.
What's this here there?
121.
That's just the way it goes, though. You leave and the car somehow maneuvered around behind you, and then you run into it, right?
Mm-hmm. More times than we can count.
So the Mounds View lacrosse team, Bobby's not on the varsity, he's on the junior varsity, but the Mounds View lacrosse team yesterday upset the White Bear Lake lacrosse team. Huge upset. Congratulations, Mounds View lacrosse team.
Congratulations.
White Bear is just one of the ranked teams up there. And
Case number 090
it was 7-6, I think.
951.
I was watching the game when Mounds View was up by 2 goals. White Bear came back and tied it. Mounds View got one, White Bear got one. It was back and forth. Maybe one of the best lacrosse games I've seen. And just a great game.
Nice.
Great game. Really impressed and surprised. Southbound on Cretan by the University of St. Thomas. Interesting to see. I don't know what year they moved to Division I football, but they're moving up.
Donna will be here tomorrow night too. Tonight was a kind of a pop-up live on patrol.
Did you say Donna?
Yes.
Which Donna?
Let's see here. Which Donna was that? Donna Sidursky.
Oh, she couldn't make it tonight, or what?
No, she thought it was just Fridays we were on. We're pretty much always on Friday, and then we have some other days that randomly come up.
Yeah. Well, I felt it was important to let people know that
We had to graciously accept the invitations to the various neighborhoods.
Thank you. That's a great way to put it. We did get invitations to drive down Grand Avenue and Summit. People live in this area of Grand, and they like the protection. In fact, you can look for them right now if there's any particular area out here.
To tune the radio, say 22, followed by the station or frequency. You can say things.
Did they say I'm supposed to say tutu?
Let me look.
I lost some of my papers here. Oh, shoot, I forgot to stop by Devani's. Is this Devani's?
Yep.
I meant to get here earlier. We're going to stop here tomorrow night.
Okay.
Somebody, remain nameless for right now, called me. Well, this is a funny story. Remember last Friday I told you that Live on Patrol was going to be mentioned in a sermon?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Wonderful pastor mentioned the pizzas from the Sweet 16 in a sermon. And then, we had to check on this car. Someone heard that and wants to offer to donate pizzas to kids that we might want to give pizzas to. Everything all right? Oh, they don't sound too good. Yeah.
121. I'll be out with.
Are you? You know what? It sounds great for a college car, right? That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I know. When I was at Hamlin, my car didn't sound or look good. You know, but St. Thomas, we expect a little more. Remember, you guys are going Division 1 or 2. I don't know. Hamlin's only Division 3. Your car should run a little smoother. Later. Thank you. Have a good night.
We expect a little more from a Division 1 car.
So anyhow, one of the parishioners calls and offers to donate pizzas to people that we run into.
Spot 318.
Oh, nice.
And we've had that offer before, which was great. But she said
the phone is currently off, so they're unable.
She knows the people at Devani's are great people. She's going to stop up there and get some gift cards.
Oh, sweet.
And leave them for us. So tomorrow night, before we start, we got to get to Devani's and pick up those gift cards that we can give to kids as we run into.
2755 or 2400 on channel 1.
Yeah.
Oh, we ran that car.
Yeah, we're just checking that plate. That was a car that Minneapolis or State Patrol just lost in a pursuit over there near Lake and Hiawatha, and apparently was used in several robberies earlier. I don't know if you want to broadcast it.
First thing, thank you. 12 minutes.
One to one. I'm code 4. Have one in custody.
Copy. Code 4, 1 in custody. Yeah, call. 12 minutes.
Yeah, that's very cool. Yeah, we know Tony at Mama's Pizza very well. We knew his mom very well.
Yeah. Yep. Wonderful family. Anyhow, thank you to that parishioner
Yeah, that's very kind. Very kind.
And then footage squads regarding a stolen vehicle that Minneapolis was out with and the state was in pursuit with, fled from the state. Was involved in several robberies in Minneapolis. It's going to be Minnesota license Mike Echo Juliet 037. It's a Toyota Camry gray in color. Again, that vehicle comes back stolen. Footage squads at 13 minutes.
Grand Avenue, all looks well on Grand Avenue. This is an important commercial strip.
Very much so.
Beautiful commercial strip.
314. Rechange this to PCN, please.
So we got several requests for Lexington, Ashland, Lexington, St. Clair, Hamlin, St. Clair. So we'll go up here to Lexington. Oh, we got Cleveland and Highland Parkway. Several requests on West 7th Street. But please come and patrol. And I know we missed a lot of them. Anybody can. But I hope the council members take a look at all the people that actually welcome us. Right?
Yeah.
On our page. The page is open, please.
One 14 to 4.
I did have my wife did.
What 116?
Here we go.
16. Let's go to back. 15 minutes on a possible slumper at Moore Street in Iglehart. Caller saw a red Toyota Impala on Iglehart, occupied by one slumped in the passenger seat for the last 10 minutes. Again, it's a red Chevy Impala, Minnesota license 028 Whiskey Yankee.
They can probably handle that, huh?
Yeah.
128 is 121 code 4. I can head that way. Copy, I'll show you now.
Oh, I was going to say, my wife, you know, she likes to read through those comments, and so she read through the 1,200 plus comments.
Yeah.
She reports that there was one that said, "No, thank you."
Yeah.
But 1 out of 1,200, that's pretty good odds.
175, you cancel 116. I'll back.
Get some kids in the street.
What?
Looking for a squad to break for a time note domestic. 1311 Conway Street, Unit 4. Spanish-speaking caller saying the boyfriend hit her in the head approximately 3 hours ago. No longer on
that
the
was
scene.
when they called
Maybe Jamie Martinez, Hispanic male, 20 years old, wearing...
On what?
That 1397 Conway, that domestic. They said it was timed out, which means now they're asking for a squad to break from other stuff because they don't have enough squads. It says 1311 Conway, probably. Just want to see when that was called in.
Hour and a half ago.
Hour and a half ago on a domestic. And the problem is, I don't know if the suspect had left or not, but you never know if they're going to leave, right?
Yep.
They're going to come back.
Exactly.
Hour and a half.
Hit her in the head.
And obviously, it's not the squad's fault because they're running around on other calls. They say timed out, you know, that means they have to put it on the air and see if anybody, the sergeant can figure out if they want to take their cars off of other calls. What is this, Toppers? It's still open, huh? Toppers. Yeah, I don't know if we mentioned it, but I was thinking about it afterward, the Lexington restaurant. There's another gem.
Oh, God, yes.
Paul.
Love the Lexington.
Lexington restaurant, right there, southeast corner. Grand and Lexington.
Named Ivory, that's a youth was actively trained for request officers attempt to make contact with their family at address. 18 minutes.
news. Northern California, Sacramento had a 4.7 earthquake.
Earthquakes. Oh my goodness. That could just be a pre-quake too. That's the problem nowadays. Plus, the nighttime is the worst time.
Yeah.
It's scarier than hell. So we are southbound on Lexington.
Lexington and St. Clair.
We're probably going to run into the racers at some point tonight. They're out roaming around. Was there a bad accident earlier tonight, Pat, up on 694 in
Yeah,
Victoria?
it looks like a accident with injuries at 694 in Victoria. Deputies are still out on. One driver took off running.
Oh my goodness.
The passenger is refusing to give info about who the driver was who took off running.
Was it on 694 or on
Looks like I'm
Victoria?
on 694. It says the vehicle was up on the embankment.
So our deputies were assisting State Patrol.
Yeah.
Some serious injuries though?
Not seeing an indication of
17512.
Medics sent
20 minutes.
I think the medics were canceled at one point.
128, 175 can cancel. I make contact with them. Everything's okay. You can cancel medics.
Copy. Canceling medics. 175. You can clear for the scene.
Yeah, the state was on the way to it, and deputies were closer, so they went there to hold down the scene. Now there was a transport by a line ambulance. Shots fired up at Jessamine and Jackson.
Just now?
Yep.
Yeah, we got a request to go up there between Jackson and Agate.
It says 2 shots heard, 3 to 5 minutes
It wasn't
apart.
for the wrong reason. You got your 2 on? Or am I on 2?
You should be on 2. Okay. Somebody heard a transformer explode also.
Okay.
That was at Jessamine and Park. So you can hear a transformer go that far away.
You're getting really good at that computer. Well, a lot of calls. Thankfully, nobody actually shot, injured.
Since April 21st, there have been 34 confirmed shots fired. That was as of last night in Ramsey County, but predominantly St. Paul. 34 shots fired.
34 incidents.
Yeah.
Incidents.
Yep. 34 separate incidents.
Incidents with hundreds of rounds.
Multiple people injured. One homicide. This is April 21st. It's, 15 days.
The other day we had a shooting where the owner and his hired mechanic on 800 block of Rice were shooting at each other.
Yeah.
And we were out today with the squad. They made an arrest. They found the guy that originally started the shooting.
Oh, they did?
The mechanic, okay. Yeah. And, but I mean, it was small space. We're talking about a 10-foot area. How they both missed each other at that distance, I have no idea.
No
Thankfully,
kidding.
maybe when people shoot, there's still a part of them that don't really want to hit the other person. You know?
Yeah. Looking for a squad to break in a Boston copy. Marked as in progress DOC. 1281 East 7th Street at Brittany's Place. Staff saying there's a team that's very agitated and looking for knives. The staff is refusing to answer further questions.
Well, I have a affinity for that place. We're going to make sure they're okay. It's a great place to help kids get over their abuse in their lives.
There's a squad that can break for the in progress DOC at Brittany's Place.
I hope somebody breaks. John Choi does a lot of work. County Attorney John Choi does a lot of work with that group. So does Chief Axtell. And I know the chief would want them to get help right away.
Negative response. Squad 300 or 301, do you copy the call?
300, I copy. You can send me the call.
So there is no district squad available to go. So the sergeant is...
Copy, there squad affirmative. 3. Cancel the boss, we'll take it.
So another car is braking from their call to take it.
Copy 300, you stay clear.
Thank you.
25 minutes.
I went there, the young ladies cooked us all dinner one time we were there, and I have to say, not last summer because it was COVID, but the summer before invited them out on to do tubing out on Lake Piper behind the boat, and they're just the staff is great there. And
120.
Rickard, I just hope nothing happens there.
I cleared over the cab. Just want to give Merckx 113 and 128. Copy, clear at 22.
If the chief's listening, I know he'd be very concerned about what goes on there because he cares a lot about that program as well.
321, they called from a 911 only phone and didn't have any other phones, they stated.
Copy. You can enter contact with the building.
So these squads will
Negative, we don't have any premise history at that address at all.
not know where we're going, but
114 will be en route to 121.
26 minutes.
Clear.
let's take that nice round wide turn. Just gonna get him around him, can I?
Yeah, he's going right.
Okay, thanks.
Clear.
So if you're sitting at home, you're on a computer, look up Brittany's Place.
326.
You can see what good work they do.
Clear.
I'll see if we can make contact before I go.
Disregarding 27 minutes.
And clear.
Surprised these lights aren't changing faster, aren't you?
Yeah.
They're not driving very fast. They're just slow on the up switch. Maybe it's probably because of the light rail, but how's the look?
Clear.
So Benson Street behind Mickey's, we were on our way to come down there. I know you guys asked us to stop down and see you. A lot of other people on West 7th Street. Sorry we didn't make it all the way down there. McBall, Wilkins, just had a bunch of requests down there.
Spot 318.
318.
I know you're on scene. Did you copy the update from Dakota County that they contacted family members?
Yes, all that we got down back in the car. We got it. Thank you.
Where 318 is there, buddy?
Where they were just talking
You'll go
about.
29 minutes.
That was a notification of somebody that
Lakeville
Police.
Nothing to do with us?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Clear.
Okay.
Clear. And we'll take the suspicious on Wakefield.
You copy at 971 Wakefield Avenue. Caller said there's a drunk male and the house doesn't belong there. He's unknown to the comp, but say his name is going to be Zach, Hispanic male, 25 years old, 5'8", average build, wearing a red shirt with the Twin Cities on it and black pants. Say there's another male outside named Jesse Jesus.
Yeah,
Hispanic male.
This guy came out of there, but no, there's no problem there.
You're right.
Just by 9 minutes.
Did you get my text?
326.
Bobby?
326.
Okay.
Hey, Josh, there. Comp. Do you have any Spanish-speaking officers on duty right now?
Well, I think there's a Opticom requires a
Clear.
Channel 3 for any Spanish-speaking officers.
All right, ladies, if you're listening, don't yell at us tonight, okay?
Check the Channel 3
We
for any
don't want to get yelled
Spanish-speaking
at.
officers.
Be kind.
Negative response. 326, we'll check other channels.
Thank you.
You're welcome. 373.
I think that's them.
Can we start medical away for Black UL?
No,
17-year-old, 16-year-old female.
Clear.
Where's it?
Copy, you say you are code 4 for medics.
Didn't sound that good. Somebody's having a...
Yeah, we can just have them stand by.
Copy, starting medics. Stage at 31 minutes.
314, clear this on a PCN. Others 3730.
At 31 minutes.
So again, we're on the way to
Send me the call as well, thank you.
disorderly conduct slash probably a person in crisis at Brittany's place, which is a residence for girls that have been abused, trying to turn their life around, which is a great organization. They do a great job. And we're almost here. Should be a mural on the building on the left here.
There's the squad.
127, can I get RCN?
We were gonna
27, your case number is 090978.
listen, but we are going to be off the air for a minute.
978, thank you. You're welcome, 32 minutes.
Yeah, with one, code 4. Okay, with one, person Como, code 4, 32 minutes.
I suppose maybe for courtesy we ought to bring some masks, huh?
Yep.
Turning channel 2 for a Spanish-speaking officer to assist east.
Hey Hutch, you still on the line? Backseaters drop a rap this time. Bob Hum's long ain't got the flow, but that won't stop
Checking channel 1 for a Spanish speaker that can assist in east.
Rewind one more time. Bob and Pat, still stuck in their prime.
Checking for a Spanish speaker that can assist in east.
Circle right off.
Negative response, 32 minutes. About 326, we got negative results on all channels.
Okay, thanks for trying.
You're welcome, 32 minutes.
With a smile so white, Bob with a cam and a cop at his side. Bob showed up, didn't bring aid, just a live stream and a YouTube parade. Not here to serve, not here to heal, just pan the damage, spin the reel. Looted windows, candle wax. He zooms in close, but never looks back. As tear gas clears and voices rise, Bob just shrugs and monetizes. You won't see pain, you'll see control. A sanitized patrolman role. No names, no truth, just lights and fear. And Bob says, glad you're all here. Get to know us before you criticize. Okay, we did.
2372.
Didn't bring aid, just a live stream.
We're on the answer.
Not here to serve, not here to heal, just pan the damage, spin
Taking
the
entry,
reel.
34 minutes.
Spin the reel.
Copy 34 minutes.
Just pan like we did.
Copy, 2164, 2364, en route, 3920 Northwoods Drive, apartment 429 on a DOC. Yes, 2166, you can disregard. Guests in the room are acting disorderly. They have been warned. Request they be moved, and also possible underage drinking. Squad covered at 37.
Friday night lights another chase down the street. Sheriff's got his camera.
Thank you. 35 minutes.
Does he see the tail? Innocent eyes, 50 years on the clock. Sheriff's chasing ratings, that's all they talk.
5181, copy at 35 minutes.
Heartbreaking sound. A life slips away as the sirens get loud. Bob and Pat standing by, they film the pain. Talking to a man who's trapped, breath in vain. Jaws of life breaking steel, breaking hearts. But the live stream plays like it's just a part. We're more than numbers on your screen, more than the views you're chasing in between. You're left in there with the broken heart. Live streaming lives while they fall apart. Take a step back, start
2160. 2160. 114 mail to LEC. LEC at 36 minutes. 224. We'll get another PPV, please, at 731 Randolph.
Copy 731 Randolph at 36 minutes. 228. PPV 629 right, it's a holiday. Copy 629 right, 37 minutes. 37 minutes.
9175. What's the location again?
BSC Speedway at Long Lake and Century, gas station out there.
Copy, we can send 2.
Copy.
9173, you can add me.
37 minutes. 37 minutes.
Copy, that's cleared in at 38 minutes.
Franklin Ave 127. Phone should be in the bedroom. Just general bedroom area? By the bed. By the chest.
You're a mean one, Mr. Grinch. You're a mean one, Mr. Grinch. You smile, but it feels like a con. You're shady as a detour with your lights and siren on. You're a full-on campaign trail. In a mart, Durango Bob. You're a bold one, Sheriff Bob. That pension's working double time. You've got deputies with records, but you say coaching makes them fine. If I had to call for backup, I'd just pretend to dial 911.
9174, I am arriving. Is the Washington deputy out? Not make contact at this time. The plate collection is going to be Alpha Charlie, Foxtrot Charlie Alpha 215. It looks like there's going to be a conflict for burglary out of Roseville. Copy. Can we figure out where that Washington deputy is? Stand by.
With a playlist full of gas and flash.
3912, you can add me to that call. I'll start checking the area as well.
Copy. Okay,
You're a mean one, Mr. Grinch. You smile, but it feels like a con. You're shady as a detour with your lights and siren on. You're a full-on campaign trail.
5180. 5181. 5181, go ahead.
You're a bold one, Sheriff Bob. That pension's
Can you advise me that there is a dark colored SUV traveling over 100 miles an hour over the road, eastbound 36, just past Lexington? I can't catch up to it. Almost just drove off the shoulder, struck multiple vehicles.
From a VHS patrol, you call it transparency, then mute the mic.
Copy.
Just for control, you're
40
the
minutes.
queen of contradiction. You're the
5181. I get a message at the place, can you hear it out? Great. Will do. 040. 127.
You're the star of
127.
dash, while the county's
Can you cover the original count? Please see if we can step out and copy.
You're a 3-decade rerun with a playlist full of gas
Copy,
and
41.
flash.
57, hang up. 2508, County Road I, no rear plate.
copy. 9174. Go ahead. We're going to be making contact with that vehicle shortly. I'll be boxing it in with Fletcher. 9174, go again. We'll be making contact with that vehicle shortly. We'll be boxing it in with some spike strips. Copy, and they're going to be a Coyote detail to a Long Lake because I was given both. We're at the Speedway off D and Century. Copy, I have 42 minutes.
2, County Road D David and Long Lake Road are the same thing.
Copy.
Work on sending one though. Thank you. 42 minutes.
All right. Well, that was
127. The comp says she went to bed and would prefer not to step out.
a significant screaming
Thank you.
episode.
You're welcome.
What did you say?
That pretty much the definition. Hold on. Of in,
Fanboy
of in
248.
crisis.
Yeah, that was a significant
Copy at the County Road East Speedway.
screaming
42 minutes.
episode. Totally. So that was.
Put this on 3.
Well, traffic lights seem to be out here. They're doing construction. Well, that's
9174 West, we've got one in custody. Copy.
the young girl's going to the hospital for some type of mental health hold, but
a whole lot of
318 adult male to 3019 Lake Street, North Maple.
Copy, adult male to 3019 Lake Street, Maplewood. 43 minutes.
well, I'm glad we got there. Just
Yeah, 9174 verifying squad code
some
4.
new staff there, get a nice chance to meet them, and
We are code 4, one detained.
manager used to be the manager. Mary has
Copy,
moved on to. He's the regional manager now.
Hey, for I'm working on it right now. 34 minutes.
Same as Chase.
Okay. Beltec or what?
Trying to get to the message. Lexington and 36.
It's gonna be on the east then. Hit this guy. We'd be hearing
East or Central?
Well, we'd be hearing it either way, west, central. We got them all scanned. So
It was Roseville. They're east or west?
well, they're generally
5181.
west, but they're also sometimes tied to central. I guess 5181 would be Roseville there, so.
Roseville 5181.
81.
1910 County Road D. David West, apartment 321, assisting medics, 94-year-old male, conscious breathing, catheter issue.
Well, it must have been a short one, Pat.
Yeah.
81, medics can advise.
Copy, 45 minutes. Apartment for 2. Copy, unit.
So we're on the west side of Lake Phelan here. Beautiful little niche. My younger days, I used to run Lake Phelan. Actually ran a triathlon over here.
2161.
Oh, yeah, I remember you mentioning that.
2161. Clear all squads. Send me the disturbance and clear it on patrol. Copy on patrol, 36 minutes.
2169 clear, and you can put me on Todd Drive. I'm arrived.
Copy, of course.
Well, let's sneak out to Roseville and Maplewood for a little bit, huh?
Yeah.
Patrol some of our suburbs. Did get tons of requests from the suburban people as well.
Mm-hmm.
Marion Street, apartment 105. I'm at the disturbance of loud music. 47 minutes.
testify in the morning to the Senate and House Public Safety Conference
5180
on a couple of issues. I'm not going to mention what they are tonight, but
I see the radio list.
huh?
I see the radio list. There's supposed to be a chase right now, maybe on a METAC.
Well, they can tell us. They don't know who though. I wish they would have kept searching for that
change it to an AOA. There's squad.
car in the robberies, man.
Yeah, pretty much. Even 86 and before.
But he keeps his own truth buried in shame. Called her his Chrissy, watched her grow, and the town shook its head at a love so low. So beware of the sheriff who claims he's pure. His words may be sweet, but his sins endure. Ramsey's shadow lingers long after he's gone, for the lives he shattered and the wrongs left undone.
Forward, later half, take 4, please. 4. Was going to clear that disturbance noise complaint on patrol. Did you want me to leave you on it? Guess I'm just going to take some notes out there. Got you.
I like to think part of the reason we don't have as many chases anymore is because the criminal element knows that we're actually going to chase. I think that's made a big impact.
It's a pretty dramatic decrease, I think.
Since the fall, when we were fall and winter. The other part is, sad part is, on the whole career criminal front, you take a couple of these career criminals off that are always fleeing. I mean, they might be fleeing 3 times in one day.
Oh, I know.
If you're not chasing them.
Sometimes 3 different cars in that same one day.
Yeah, it's so we're eastbound on Beam. Coming by the Costco. I'm going out to Maplewood Mall to see what's shaking. By St. John's Hospital, which is now at Minnesota Fairview Health.
127 arriving. 52 minutes.
So what other tidbits of news do I have from this week? Trying to think of some things. Around the news.
Copy.
Oh, there was a 6th grader that shot 2 people. A 6th grade girl that shot 2 people today.
Oh my God, where?
Middle school. I want to say North Carolina, but I'm not positive.
That's like 12, 13 years old.
Yeah. And fortunately, no one was dying. And she was disarmed by a teacher. Got to give those teachers credit.
No kidding.
Time and time again, they're able to talk these kids out of their weapons. Time and time again.
I'll take one more car.
That didn't sound good.
Five to start to 10 West Exchange.
We're going 224, you can clear this. Will be in route from Bay and Randall.
Copy.
211, I'll be in route from Maryland to 35.
Copy.
It was just a proactive visit of one of the ACOP officers out with somebody in the hallway. How it started out. I guess it was Idaho. Shot 2 students and a
Oh, it was Idaho, that's right. Yeah, it was, what was the name of the town? Rigby? Rigby.
Yes, somebody said
Rigby. Oh, you mentioned it. This was last summer when we drove out to Yellowstone. That wasn't summer, was it?
224, can we get a status, please?
I don't even remember when it was. But there's a road that runs on the west side of the mountains there. We drove it. We didn't go to Rigby, but we almost went to Rigby. We went to Diggs instead.
In Idaho?
Yeah, in Idaho. Because when we drove from West Yellowstone down to Jackson Hole, you go on the back. You can go on the front side of the Tetons. You go through the park, which we did on the way up, but on the way back, we drove on the back side of the Tetons. And we almost went to Rigby. I was thinking of how you don't expect that to happen in peaceful Idaho, do you? So it can happen anywhere.
Idaho's on my bucket list.
I've never been to Coeur d'Alene. My son Kyle had been there.
I've heard that is a
several times.
Stunningly beautiful place.
Yeah. He played music out there. Some good places to play for him.
Copy.
So we're on the north side of Maplewood Mall now. So you're seeing a lot of these calls involve people with mental health issues.
Yeah.
Radio?
No.
Well, people with mental health issues, and you can see that it would be great to have a mental health expert with, based upon what we see and hear. You need the police to be able to actually control the person if it's necessary. Most that we've seen tonight required that, correct?
Yes. Oh, a little update on that. Remember that rollover accident at Maryland and Johnson Parkway?
Oh, yeah. Well, they thought the guy might have got shot.
Yeah, there had been shots fired in close proximity to that.
Yeah.
So they initially thought he may have been shot. The young man passed away. And apparently he was thrown from the car, and there was also a gun found nearby. So they're not sure exactly what involvement
But they
that
don't
may
think
or
he
may
was
not
shot?
have had. No, he was not shot. And then within a couple days after that, there was a memorial in his home over on Edgerton, and some shots were fired. And they recovered shell casings out front. And fortunately, the mother immediately ended the memorial and sent everybody away, so there was no further potential for violence.
Who was the victim on that one?
That's what I was trying to find.
Was that Haynes? No?
I got him.
Harris?
I don't know where my paperwork went right now, Bob.
Okay. It's all in your brain. You know, that's all part of it. It's in your brain. It's all hidden in there.
You got it in here, actually.
314.
What do you call it? Breakdown of children.
Copy calling to break the children's at 1 o'clock.
You need to take that young lady down to Children's for evaluation. I know you bought me a donut earlier, Pat, but I just gotta say that it wasn't quite enough
I hear you.
for a 4-hour shift. It's gonna require a cheese dog or a hot ham and cheese sandwich from.
And I need to make a break in here, too.
Well, let's leave the car right here, Ed.
Yeah.
Cover the door. You guys cover the door for us. We'll be right back.
Find that paperwork before I go in.
Okay.
We'll be back, folks.
We will be back in a jiffy.
Talking about snacks that are healthy and lean. Lobsters and peppers, wrapped in carrot sticks. Patting on slow, but his mind plays tricks. They're dreaming of cheesy wieners stacked high with fudge covered Twinkies and a Mountain Dew side. Oh, Bob and Pat, they're slow on the chase. Drive around town at a leisurely pace. They flash their lights, but the bad guys flee. It's hard to catch crooks with no urgency. Down west and Pat, they're slow on the chase. Driving around town at a leisurely pace. They flash their lights, but the bad guys flee. It's hard to catch crooks with no urgency. Down west 7th by McGovern's place, they spot an SUV. It's a real disgrace. Two ladies walking, looking kinda stressed. Bob squints his eye, says they're in distress. They flip on the reds, they're ready to fight. The SUV peels off into the night. Hold on, Pat, we're hot on his trail, but the gas pedal's slow and their eyesight fails. Oh, Bob and Pat, they're losing the race. Every high-speed pursuit ends up in disgrace. They're driving like grandpas, taking their time while the crooks hit 80. They're at 35. Circle back, Pat, let's retrace our tracks. The girls must know something or we're out of snacks. But the ladies just shrug, we don't know the guy. He gave us a ride, then told us goodbye. Pat scratches his head, Bob's deep in thought. But the stolen SUV, it's already forgot. They head to M&H, their pride in tatters. Dreaming of Twinkies, cause that's what matters. Oh, Bob and Pat, the streets know their game. The crooks get away, but snacks get the blame. Flashing those lights like they're still in their prime. But the SUV's gone by snack break time. So if you're out there committing a crime, don't fret too much. Bob and Pat take their time. They'll talk about veggies, but trust me, you'll see they're stopping for fudge cover snacks on the spree. Cheesy wieners and SUVs, Bob and Pat patrol with ease.
once was a kid with some big old dreams. Doctor or lawyer, yeah, that was the scheme. But science was hard, law school took time. So he rolled through the drive-thru, saw a new sign. St. Paul Police is hiring today. And just like that, he threw med school away. Oh, Westminster's calling, but he can't say the name. Morality confuses him all the same. Toyota or Arcadia's rolling on by. And if shop won't take for lunch, don't ask him why. Hamline University, oh what a start. Wrestling and football, he was going so far. Lifeguard at the pool, hero of the deep. Now he's out on patrol, mispronouncing the streets. Leorian Avenue, where could that be? Dispatch is laughing, Bob, it's Lorien, please. Oh, Westminster's calling, but he can't say the name. Morality confuses him all the same. Toyota or Arcadia's rolling on by. And if shop won't take for lunch, don't ask him why. Now his wife's a realtor, her family too. You think by now he know what to do. But realtor estates won't fix that flaw. Cause he's sighing, Bob, that's not how it's said at all. She called him one day saying no rarity. Tried to teach him right, but he just let it be. Oh, Westminster's calling, but he can't say the name. Morality confuses him all the same. Toyota or Arcadia's rolling on by. And it's shop won't trade for lunch, don't ask him why. Too tall for space, too slow for the law. Too stuck in his ways to hear what he saw. St. Paul's been listening all these years. Still can't say no, it's milk, my dears. Some of the leaders learn as they go. Some take directions, Bob just says no.
TVB 296 7th Street.
Copy 106.
Definitely an interesting cast of characters.
4488, 4470. 4488, overvote.
All three, go ahead.
Well, it sounds like a chase just started up. Oh.
10-4, discontinuing.
Vehicle pulled into the lot. The business is closed. Black Lincoln SUV, license.
No training, no rules, just a reckless phase. A sheriff's choice, turning blind eye and eyes to a deputy.
What was the last speed?
Flashlight at the vehicle.
He's still going down at 93, 94 miles an hour right now, heading southbound.
It is left heavy.
10-4. What was his initial speed? I had him at 40 going through downtown Crookston.
No. Well, that pursuit was in Crookston, Minnesota.
Code 5023, do you need 07 contacted, or are you also discontinuing? I'll be discontinuing.
Yeah, folks, just so you know, that was, nobody did try to get in the car. That was, I forgot to lock the doors, and Bob hit the key fob from inside.
Is that a suspicious at the surplus store? I heard.
I was listening to a chase.
Discontinuing patch with LTAC 1 at 108 for pursuit.
It ended up being in Crookston.
Continuing that patch, taking it down. 9171.
And what was the call you heard?
FYI, both vehicle has slowed down. Turned off.
Yes.
On northwest on County 45. Light color vehicle turned off through the parking lot. County 45 northwest. Slow down.
Suspicious black
No, it's turned.
Lincoln Navigator in the lot.
Back, and it's going back towards Elgin.
3174, I'm pretty much on.
Towards 75.
$91.71, $91.72. Turning back towards Eldridge, towards 75.
What was the vehicle description?
The red van had dealer plates on it.
Well, probably should go that way, huh? Towards the surplus?
Yeah.
That's what. No, it's headed towards Climax.
Bike.
Bike.
Trying to get them to a light colored SUV that left that area for the suspicious vehicle with no plates.
Your daughter?
Maybe.
And we're stopping at Century County Road East, just north of there.
Century and
County Road D. Ways away, but
Copy Century, County Road E. Do you want there?
she said T, but it could be an E.
Century County Road D Delta. I do not need the air, thank you.
Copy D Delta, 111.
driving through the parking lots. There's a lot of construction equipment being left there.
Well, that's a different call, huh?
Yeah, not the...
Yep. Not the vehicle one?
Nope.
Spotted back 9174.
9175 now.
9176.
4478 West Drive.
4478, got me at 111.
It is County Road D.
Century D, right?
Yep.
Morning over 88. Bill, that vehicle appears unoccupied.
So we, instead of going to the surplus suspicious vehicle on White Bear, which was right down there, we're going to back up the White Bear car, which is on Century and D. I think it's right at the entrance here, right?
Yep.
Just to make sure there's got backup, because...
We are at the 4-hour mark in 2 minutes.
Yeah, but we restarted, I think, because for sure we had 13 minutes on our first thing.
Okay.
We got a few more minutes. Let it run a little longer. I think it's right a little bit.
Yes.
I'm not positive though. Pretty sure.
I'm pretty sure.
Is that D there? See, D runs at an angle here. That's what's.
Oh, it does.
I mean.
Okay.
There, she's up there, I think.
All right.
I'm not positive though. Just checking on your map.
Yep, it says D.
Yeah, there. The freeway runs at an angle, so D. She got a backup yet? No.
Yep.
Oh, she got a couple. I guess they didn't need us after all.
5185.
It's all good. We got
5185.
Washington County Sheriff. Lots of backup.
Yeah, I guess so.
Plus 318, copy and road, alarm 1115.
I like that. I like that.
Residential automobile covering the entry exit.
Good to know they're monitoring.
Yep.
I gotta figure out how they do that. We don't have their frequencies.
This does show this having started at 9:09, but the restarts in between extend the time. Or should I not take a chance and?
When I looked at it, it had not. It had subdivided the first 13 minutes.
Okay.
But we're ready to call it night anyhow.
Yeah.
Let's do that. Because
Okay.
we gotta get up. We gotta get up, get some nap for tomorrow.
Yep. We're gonna be back tomorrow at 9:11, folks.
Maybe earlier.
Maybe earlier.
And we will post the time.
So.
And when we do, if you wouldn't mind sharing the time with your friends and just mention in a line or two why.
I think we're being flagged over here.
I don't think they're really being flagged, really. Oh. Hang on a minute. What's going on?
Hey, I wanted to say hi.
Hey, thank you. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Hey, how do you guys monitor these channels? Is it on your radio or do you get a scanner?
I monitor Ramsey. It's just on our primary radio.
It is on your primary?
Yep.
We got to get your Washington on ours.
I thought that you could.
Well, we probably can, but we don't have it, so
Okay.
I'm going to check on that with Dan. Say, Big Dan, and we need your radio frequencies too. Because sometimes you guys get chases coming in from Woodbury or Lake Elmo.
Yeah.
And we don't really have a way to know unless we're on LTEC.
And we like knowing about those.
Yeah.
No, absolutely. I stop out with White Bear quite often. So.
Yeah, I figured you did. It's great to see both you guys there.
My daughter Kirsten, was that Kirsten Stop?
Yep.
It was, okay.
I was talking about you.
He's a legend. We're live here, you know that, right? Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. I didn't figure you'd say anything, but. Yeah.
4488.
Oh yeah?
St. Paul.
Which family member? If you don't want to say that.
Do you want me to put it on mute?
Can you mute it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The victims like Bob do the math. Bob's got fans who can't see the dark, blind to the flaws they still bark. At the Back to the 50s show, he met a man who said, "Hey Bob, you hired that plan." Bob smiled, faltered, eyes looked away. Can't take the heat when it's time to pay. Oh Bob, what I got, what a show. Hired a deputy who crashed and blow. From court security to patrol with pride, Bob turned a blind eye, kept him inside. Backseaters cheer, but they don't know Bob's got a history that's starting the show. So here's to Bob and his reckless crew, a sheriff's legacy of I didn't do. But Duggar's tale and the fire that burned is the story that the backseaters never learned.
Nice young man.
Yeah, very.
Very nice.
Copy the
Small world.
Copy the hit. Checking your steps.
Knew his grandpa who worked at the Maplewood Police Department.
Code 4, not the driver.
Copy code 4, not the driver.
Year-old male.
I would have swore they were on the other side of the street.
Found something else to stop.
1:30.
Anyhow, we're going to post the time sometime tomorrow. I'm coming on. And if you wouldn't mind just sharing the new time in case we change it with a little comment about why people should actually pay attention. So thank you for all your support. I know tomorrow we'll keep your list of where you want us to go. We'll try to get there tomorrow night. And get some sleep now. It's 1:18 where I know Pat and I need some.
Yeah, we do.
We got to sleep fast tonight. We got to be up and at 'em by 8:30. So sleeping fast. Is this her?
Yeah.
Well, you want to say goodbye before we say hi to your daughter?
Yeah. As always, folks, be kind. Thanks for being with us tonight. We will see you later.
blinked at power and tipped the scale. They filmed the crowds, not the cracks inside. Put lighting on drone cam, let the truth slide. No Narcan, no kid, just knees on breath. Then blame the drugs after the death.
Transparent lies, wrapped in blue, say it's disgusting. Then defend the crew. Bob kept lighting, still runs the show. He calls it reform, we already know. Say it's about trust, but the truth don't match when justice is silent and lawsuits pass.
Bob K.K. Crow smiled in his leather vest. Backroom clubs with a badge on his chest. Liz K.K. Collins spun the truth real thin. Made Floyd the villain, let Chauvin win. Used Dr. Baker's first glance tale. Ignored the footage that broke the veil. Tolerance high, that's not how he died. It was 9 minutes of breath denied. They said get on the ground, then kneeled on his neck. They said stop resisting, but never checked. The side recovery, Narcan dose, wasn't even close. He died with cameras on him, and still they needed more proof.
Transparent lies under red blue lights. They say for the people, then hide their eyes. Fletcher kept quiet, lied on campaign. Your tax dollars bought that barricade. Call it live on patrol, call it cop TV, but the story was always who they let us see.
He said Chauvin was wrong, but he never fired the men who protected him. Never stood beside the officers of color. Never said the names. We remember George Floyd. We remember Artis Graham. We remember Philando Castile. We remember Nakia Moody. We see the cameras. We hear the silence. And we won't forget. "5 years ago, the world held its breath. And some of us are still choking. They said transparency, but they edited the lens. They booked Chauvin in the quiet wing, far from the eyes, far from the sting. No black CEOs on the tier that day. Said it wasn't race, just the safest way. Female visitor back rub phone pass. Rules bent low like stained glass. Said justice was blind, but in that jail she blinked at power and tipped the scale. They filmed the crowds, not the cracks inside. Put lighting on drone cam, let the truth slide. No Narcan, no kid, just knees on breath. Then blame the drugs after the death.
Transparent lies, wrapped in blue, say it's disgusting. Then defend the crew. Bob kept lighting, still runs the show. He calls it reform, we already know. Say it's about trust, but the truth don't match when justice is silent and lawsuits pass.
Bob K.K. Crow smiled in his leather vest. Backroom clubs with a badge on his chest. Liz K.K. Collins spun the truth real thin. Made Floyd the villain, let Chauvin win. Used Dr. Baker's first glance tale. Ignored the footage that broke the veil. Tolerance high, that's not how he died. It was 9 minutes of breath denied. They said get on the ground, then kneeled on his neck. They said stop resisting, but never checked. The side recovery, Narcan dose, wasn't even close. He died with cameras on him, and still they needed more proof.
Transparent lies under red blue lights. They say for the people,
said Chauvin was wrong, but he never fired the men who protected him, never stood beside the officers of color, never said the names. We remember George Floyd, we remember Artis Graham, we remember Philando Castile, we remember Nakia Moody. We see the cameras, we hear the silence, and we won't forget. Five years ago, the world held its breath. And some of us are still choking. They said transparency, but they edited the lens. They booked Chauvin in the quiet wing, far from the eyes, far from the sting. No black CEOs on the tier that day. Said it wasn't race, just the safest way. Female visitor back rub phone pass. Rules bent low like stained glass. Said justice was blind, but in that jail she blinked at power and tipped the scale. They filmed the crowds, not the cracks inside. Put lighting on drone cam, let the truth slide. No Narcan, no care, just knees on breath. Then blame the drugs after the death.
Transparent lies wrapped in blue. Say it's disgusting, then defend the crew. Bob kept lighting, still runs the show. He calls it reform, we already know. Say it's about trust, but the truth don't match when justice is silent and lawsuits pass.
Bob K.K. Crow smile in his leather vest. Backroom clubs with a badge on his chest. Liz K.K. Collins spun the truth real thin, made Floyd the villain, let Chauvin win. Used Dr. Baker's first glance tale, ignored the footage that broke the veil. Tolerance high, that's not how he died. It was 9 minutes of breath denied. They said get on the ground, then kneeled on his neck. They said stop resisting, but never checked. The side recovery, Narcan dose, wasn't even close. He died with cameras on him, and still they needed more proof.
Transparent lies under red blue lights. They say for the people, then hide their rights. Fletcher kept quiet, lied on campaign. Your tax dollars bought that
said Chauvin was wrong, but he never fired the men who protected him, never stood beside the officers of color, never said the names. We remember George Floyd, we remember Artis Graham, we remember Philando Castile, we remember Nakia Moody. We see the cameras, we hear the silence, and we won't forget.